11. Bent almost double, Captain Valery clutched the handrail of the port ladder, leading up to the forecastle deck. Desperately he tried to look out over the darkened water, but he could see nothing. A mist, a dark and swirling and roaring mist, flecked with blood. A mist shot through with dazzling light swam before his eyes, and he was blind. His breath came in great whooping gasps that racked his tortured lungs. His lower ribs were clamped in giant pincers, pincers that were surely crushing him. That stumbling, lurching run from the forepeak, he dimly realized, had all but killed him. Close, too damn close, he thought. I must be more careful in future. Slowly his vision cleared, but the brilliant light remained. Heavens above, Valery thought. A blind man could have seen all there was to see here. For there was nothing to be seen but the tenebrous silhouette, so faint as to be almost imagined, of a tanker, deep, deep in the water, and a great column of flame, hundreds of feet in height, streaking upwards from the heart of the dense mushroom of smoke that obscured the bows of the torpedoed ship. Even at the distance of half a mile, the roaring of the flames was almost intolerable. Valery watched, appalled. Behind him he could hear Nichols swearing, softly, bitterly, continuously. Valery felt Peterson's hand on his arm. "Does the captain wish to go up on the bridge?" "In a moment, Peterson. In a moment. Just hang on." His mind was functioning again, his eyes, conditioned by 40 years' training, automatically sweeping the horizon. Funny, he thought. You can hardly see the tanker. The Vitura, it must be. She's shielded by that thick pall of smoke, probably. But the other ships in the convoy, white, ghost-like, sharply etched against the indigo blue of the sky, were bathed in that deadly glare. Even the stars had died. He became aware that Nichols was no longer swearing, in repetitious monotony, that he was talking to him. "A tanker, isn't it, sir? Hadn't we better take shelter? Remember what happened to that other one?" "What one?" Valery was hardly listening. "The Coachella. A few days ago, I think it was." "Good God, no. It was only this morning." "When tankers go up, they go up, Nichols." Valery seemed curiously far away. "If they just burn, they may last long enough. Tankers die hard, terribly hard, my boy. They live where any other ship would sink." But she must have a hole the size of a house in her side," Nichols protested. "No odds," Valery replied. He seemed to be waiting, watching for something. Tremendous reserve buoyancy in these ships. Maybe 27 sealed tanks. Not to mention cofferdams, pump rooms, engine rooms. Never heard of the Nelson device for pumping compressed air into a tanker's oil tanks to give it buoyancy, to keep it afloat? Never heard of Captain Dudley Mason and the Ohio? Never heard of... He broke off suddenly, and when he spoke again, the dreaming lethargy of the voice was gone. "I thought so!" he exclaimed, his voice sharp with excitement. "I thought so! The Vitura's still under way, still under command. Good God, she must still be doing almost 15 knots. The bridge, quick!" Valery's feet left the deck, barely touched it again till Peterson set him down carefully on the duckboards in front of the startled commander. Valery grinned faintly at Turner's astonishment, at the bushy eyebrows lifting over the dark, lean buccaneer's face, leaner, more recklessly chiseled than ever in the glare of the blazing tanker. If ever a man was born 400 years too late, Valery thought, inconsequentially. But what a man to have around. "It's all right, Commander," he laughed shortly. "Brooks thought I needed a man Friday. That's Stoker Peterson. Over-enthusiastic, maybe a trifle apt to take orders too literally, but he was a godsend to me tonight. But never mind me. He jerked his thumb towards the tanker, blazing even more whitely now, difficult to look at, almost as the noonday sun. How about him? Makes a bloody fine lighthouse for any German ship or plane that happens to be looking for us, Turner growled. Might as well send a signal to Trondheim, giving our lat and long. Exactly, Valerie nodded. Besides setting up some beautiful targets for the sub that got the Vitura just now. A dangerous fellow, Commander. That was a brilliant piece of work, in almost total darkness, too. Probably a scuttle somebody forgot to shut. We haven't the ships to keep checking them all the time. And it wasn't so damn brilliant, at least not for him. The Viking's in contact right now, sitting over the top of him. I sent her right away. Good man, Valerie said warmly. He turned to look at the burning tanker, looked back at Turner, his face set. She'll have to go, Commander. Turner nodded slowly. She'll have to go, he echoed. It is the Vitura, isn't it? That's her. Same one that caught it this morning. Who's the master? Haven't the foggiest, Turner confessed. Number 1? Pilot? Any idea where the sailing list is? No, sir. The Kapok kid was hesitant, oddly unsure of himself. Admiral had them, I know. Probably gone now. What makes you think that? Valerie asked sharply. Spicer, his pantry steward, was almost choked with smoke this afternoon. Found him making a whacking great fire in his bath, the Kapok kid said miserably. Said he was burning vital documents that must not fall into enemy hands. Old newspapers mostly, but I think the list must have been among them. It's nowhere else. Poor old... Turner remembered just in time that he was speaking of the Admiral. Broke off, shook his head in compassionate wonder. Shall I send a signal to Fletcher on the Cape Hatteras? Never mind. Valerie was impatient. There's no time. Bentley, to the master, Vitura. Please abandon ship immediately. We're going to sink you. Suddenly Valerie stumbled, caught hold of Turner's arm. Sorry, he apologized. I'm afraid my legs are going... gone, rather. He smiled up wryly at the anxious faces. No good pretending any longer, is there? Not when your legs start a mutiny on their own. Oh, dear God, I'm done. And no bloody wonder, Turner swore. I wouldn't treat a mad dog the way you treat yourself. Come on, sir. Admiral's chair for you now. If you don't, I'll get Peterson to you, he threatened, as Valerie made to protest. The protest died in a smile, and Valerie meekly allowed himself to be helped into a chair. He sighed deeply, relaxed into the God-sent support of the back and arms of the chair. He felt ghastly, powerless, his wasted body a wide sea of pain and deadly cold. All these things, but also proud and grateful. Turner had never even suggested that he go below. Valerie heard the gate crash behind him, the murmur of voices. Then Turner was at his side. The master-at-arms, sir. Did you send for him? I certainly did. Valerie twisted in his chair, his face grim. Come here, Hastings. The master-at-arms stood at attention before him. As always, his face was a mask, inscrutable, expressionless, almost inhuman in that fierce light. Listen carefully. Valerie had to raise his voice above the roar of the flames. The effort even to speak was exhausting. I have no time to talk to you now. I'll see you in the morning. Meantime, you will release leading seaman Ralston immediately. You will then hand over your duties, your papers, and your keys to regulating Petty Officer Perrat. Twice now you have overstepped the limits of your authority. That is insolence, but it can be overlooked. but you have also kept a man locked in cells during action stations. The prisoner would have died like a rat in a trap. You are no longer Master-at-Arms of the Ulysses. That is all." For a couple of seconds, Hastings stood rigidly in shocked, unbelieving silence. Then the iron discipline snapped. He stepped forward, arms raised in appeal. The mask collapsed in contorted bewilderment. "Relieved of my duties? Relieved of my duties? But, sir, you can't do that. You can't—" His voice broke off in a gasp of pain as Turner's iron grip closed over his elbow. "Don't say can't to the captain," he whispered silkily in his ear. "You heard him. Get off the bridge!" The gate clicked behind him. Carrington said conversationally, "Somebody's using his head aboard the Vitura. Fitted a red filter to his Aldous. Couldn't see it otherwise." Immediately, the tension eased. All eyes were on the winking red light, 100 feet aft of the flames, and even then barely distinguishable. Suddenly it stopped. "What does he say, Bentley?" Valerie asked quickly. Bentley coughed apologetically. "Message reads, 'Torpedo me like hell. Try it, and I will ram you. Engine intact. We can make it.'" Valerie closed his eyes for a moment. He was beginning to appreciate how old Giles must have felt. When he looked up again, he had made his decision. "Signal. You are endangering entire convoy. Abandon ship at once. Repeat, at once." He turned to the commander, his mouth bitter. "I take off my hat to him. How would you like to sit on top of enough fuel to blow you to kingdom come? Must be oil in some of his tanks. God, how I hate to have to threaten a man like that." "I know, sir," Turner murmured. "I know how it is. Wonder what the Viking's doing out there. Should be hearing from her now." "Send a signal," Valerie ordered. "Ask for information." He peered aft, searched briefly for the torpedo lieutenant. "Where's Marshall?" "Marshall?" Turner was surprised. "In the sick bay, of course. Still on the injured list, remember? 4 ribs gone?" Of course. Of course." Valerie shook his head, tiredly, angry with himself. "And the chief torpedo gunner's mate? Noyes, isn't it? He was killed yesterday in number 3. How about Vickers? He was in the FDR. "In the FDR," Valerie repeated slowly. He wondered why his heart didn't stop beating. He was long past the stage of chilled bone and coagulating blood. His white body was a great block of ice. He had never known that such cold could exist. It was very strange, he thought, that he was no longer shivering. "I'll do it myself, sir," Turner interrupted his wandering. "I'll take over the bridge torpedo control. Used to be the worst torps officer on the China station." He smiled faintly. "Perhaps the hand has not lost what little cunning it ever possessed?" "Thank you." Valerie was grateful. "You just do that." "We'll have to take him from starboard," Turner reminded him. "Port control was smashed this morning. Foremast didn't do it any good." "Good God!" His hand gripped Valerie's shoulder with a strength that made him wince. "It's the Admiral, sir. He's coming on the bridge." Incredulously, Valerie twisted round in his chair. Turner was right. Tyndall was coming through the gate, heading purposefully towards him. In the deep shadow cast by the side of the bridge, he seemed disembodied. The bare head, sparsely covered with thin, straggling wisps of white, the grey, pitifully shrunken face, the suddenly stooped shoulders, unaccountably thin under black oilskins. All these were thrown into harsh relief by the flames. Below, nothing was visible. Silently, Tyndall padded his way across the bridge, stood waiting at Valerie's side. Slowly, leaning on Turner's ready arm, Valerie climbed down. Unsmiling, Tyndall looked at him, nodded gravely, hoisted himself into his seat. He picked up the binoculars from the ledge before him, slowly quartered the horizon. It was Turner who noticed it first. "Sir, you've no gloves on, sir." "What? What did you say?" Tyndall replaced the glasses, looked incredulously at his blood-stained, bandaged hands. "Oh, do you know, I knew I'd forgotten something. That's the second time. Thank you, Commander." He smiled courteously, picked up the binoculars again, resumed his quartering of the horizon. All at once, Valerie felt another, deadlier chill pass through him, and it had nothing to do with the bitter chill of the Arctic night. Turner hesitated helplessly for a second, then turned quickly to the Kapok Kid. "Pilot, haven't I seen gauntlets hanging in your chart house?" "Yes, sir. Right away." The Kapok Kid hurried off the bridge. Turner looked up at the Admiral again. "Your head, sir. You've nothing on. Wouldn't you like a duffel coat? A hood, sir?" "A hood?" Tyndall was amused. "What in the world for? I'm not cold. If you'll excuse me, Commander." He turned the binoculars full into the glare of the blazing Vitura. Turner looked at him again, looked at Valerie, hesitated, then walked aft. Carpenter was on his way back with the gloves when the WT loudspeaker clicked on. "WT Bridge, WT Bridge, signal from Viking, lost contact, am continuing search." "Lost contact?" Valerie exclaimed. Lost contact. The worst possible thing that could have happened. A U-boat out there, loose, unmarked, and the whole of FR77 lit up like a fairground. A fairground, he thought bitterly. Clay pipes in a shooting gallery, and with about as much chance of hitting back once contact had been lost. Any second now. He wheeled round, clutched at the binnacle for support. He had forgotten how weak he was, how the tilting of the shattered bridge affected balance. "Bentley, no reply from the Vitura yet?" "No, sir." Bentley was as concerned as the captain, as aware of the desperate need for speed. "Maybe his power's gone." No. There he is now, sir." "Captain, sir." Valerie looked round. "Yes, Commander? What is it? Not more bad news, I hope." "Afraid so, sir. Starboard tubes won't train. Jammed solid." "Won't train?" Valerie snapped irritably. "That's nothing new, surely. Ice, frozen snow. Chip it off, use boiling water. Blow lamps, any old—" "Sorry, sir." Turner shook his head, regretfully. "Not that. Rack and turntable buckled. Must have been either the shell that got the bosun's store or number 3 low power room, immediately below. Anyway, kaput." "Very well, then." Valerie was impatient. "It'll have to be the port tubes." "No bridge control left, sir," Turner objected. "Unless we fire by local control." "No reason why not, is there?" Valerie demanded. "After all, that's what torpedo crews are trained for." "Get onto the port tubes. I assume the communication line there is still intact. Tell them to stand by." "Yes, sir." "And Turner." "Sir?" "I'm sorry." He smiled crookedly. As old Giles used to say of himself, "I'm just a crusty old curmudgeon. Bear with me, will you?" Turner grinned sympathetically, then sobered quickly. He jerked his head forward. "How is he, sir?" Valerie looked at the commander for a long second, shook his head, almost imperceptibly. Turner nodded heavily, and was gone. Well, Bentley, what does he say? Bit confused, sir, Bentley apologized. Couldn't get it all. Says he's going to leave the convoy. Proceed on his own. Something like that, sir. Proceed on his own? That was no solution, Valerie knew. He might still burn for hours. A dead giveaway, even on a different course. But to proceed on his own? An unprotected, crippled, blazing tanker? And 1,000 miles to Murmansk? The worst 1,000 miles in all the world? Valerie closed his eyes. He felt sick to his heart. A man like that, and a ship like that. And he had to destroy them both. Suddenly, Tyndall spoke. "Port 30, he ordered. His voice was loud, authoritative. Valerie stiffened in dismay. Port 30. They'd turn into the Vitura. There was a couple of seconds' silence. Then Carrington, officer of the watch, bent over the speaking tube, repeated, "Port 30. Valerie started forward, stopped short as he saw Carrington gesturing at the speaking tube. He'd stuffed a gauntlet down the mouthpiece. "Midships!" "Midships, sir." "Steady!" "Captain!" "Sir?" "That light hurts my eyes," Tyndall complained. "Can't we put that fire out?" "We'll try, sir." Valerie walked across, spoke softly. "You look tired, sir. Wouldn't you like to go below?" "What? Go below? Me?" "Yes, sir. We'll send for you if we need you," he added persuasively. Tyndall considered this for a moment, shook his head grimly. "Won't do, Dick. Not fair to you." His voice trailed away, and he muttered something that sounded like Admiral Tyndall, but Valerie couldn't be sure. "Sir, I didn't catch—" "Nothing." Tyndall was very abrupt. He looked away towards the Vitura, exclaimed in sudden pain, flung up an arm to protect his eyes. Valerie, too, started back, eyes screwed up to shut out the sudden blinding flash of flame from the Vitura. The explosion crashed in their ears almost simultaneously. The blast of the pressure waves sent them reeling. The Vitura had been torpedoed again, right aft, close to her engine room, and was heavily on fire there. Only the bridge island, amidships, was miraculously free from smoke and flames. Even in the moment of shock, Valerie thought, she must go now. She can't last much longer. But he knew he was deluding himself, trying to avoid the inevitable, the decision he must take. Tankers, as he'd told Nichols, died hard, terribly hard. Poor old Giles, he thought, unaccountably. Poor old Giles. He moved aft to the port gate. Turner was shouting angrily into the telephone. "You'll damn well do what you're told, do you hear? Get them out immediately. Yes, I said immediately." Valerie touched his arm in surprise. "What's the matter, Commander?" "Of all the bloody insolence," Turner snorted, "telling me what to do." "Who?" "The LTO on the tubes. Your friend Ralston," said Turner wrathfully. "Ralston? Of course." Valerie remembered now. He told me that it was his night action stations. "What's wrong?" "What's wrong? Says he doesn't think he can do it. Doesn't like to. Doesn't wish to do it, if you please. Blasted insubordination." Turner fumed. Valerie blinked at him. "Ralston? Are you sure?" "But of course you are. I wonder—" "That boy's been through a very private hell, Turner. Do you think—" "I don't know what to think." Turner lifted the phone again. "Tubes 90. At last." "What? What did you say?" Why don't we... Gunfire? Gunfire? He hung up the receiver with a crash, swung round on Valerie. Asks me, pleads with me for gunfire, instead of torpedoes. He's mad, he must be. But mad or not, I'm going down there to knock some sense into that mutinous young devil. Turner was angrier than Valerie had ever seen him. Can you get Carrington to man this phone, sir? Yes, of course. Valerie himself had caught up some of Turner's anger. Whatever his sentiments, this is no time to express them, he snapped. Straighten him up. Maybe I've been too lenient, too easy. Perhaps he thinks we're in his debt at some psychological disadvantage for the shabby treatment he's received. All right, Commander. Turner's mounting impatience was all too evident. Off you go. Going into attack in 3 or 4 minutes. He turned abruptly, passed in to the compass platform. Bentley. Sir. Last signal. Better have a look, sir. Carrington interrupted. He's slowing up. Valerie stepped forward, peered over the windscreen. The Vitura, a roaring mass of flames, was falling rapidly astern. Clearing the davits, sir, the Kapok Kid reported excitedly. I think... Yes? Yes, I can see the boat coming down. Thank God for that, Valerie whispered. He felt as though he had been granted a new lease of life. Head bowed, he clutched the screen with both hands. Reaction had left him desperately weak. After a few seconds, he looked up. WT code signal to Cirrus, he ordered quietly. Circle well astern. Pick up survivors from the Vitura's lifeboat. He caught Carrington's quick look and shrugged. It's a better than even risk, number one. So to hell with Admiralty orders. God, he added with sudden bitterness. Wouldn't I love to see a boatload of the no survivors will be picked up Whitehall warriors drifting about in the Barents Sea. He turned away, caught sight of Nichols and Peterson. Still here, are you, Nichols? Hadn't you better get below? If you wish, sir. Nichols hesitated, nodded forward towards Tyndall. I thought perhaps... Perhaps you're right. Perhaps you're right. Valerie shook his head in weary perplexity. We'll see. Just wait a bit, will you? He raised his voice. Pilot? Sir? Slow ahead both. Slow ahead both, sir. Gradually, then more quickly, way fell off the Ulysses, and she dropped slowly astern of the convoy. Soon, even the last ships in the lines were ahead of her, thrashing their way to the northeast. The snow was falling more thickly now, but still the ships were bathed in that savage glare, frighteningly vulnerable in their naked helplessness. Seething with anger, Turner brought up short at the port torpedoes. The tubes were out, their evil, gaping mouths highlighted by the great flames, pointing out over the intermittent refulgence of the rolling swell. Ralston, perched high on the unprotected control position above the central tube, caught his eye at once. Ralston! Turner's voice was harsh, imperious. I want to speak to you! Ralston turned round quickly, rose, jumped onto the deck. He stood facing the commander. They were of a height, their eyes on a level. Ralston still, blue, troubled. Turner's dark and stormy with anger. What the hell's the matter with you, Ralston? Turner ground out. Refusing to obey orders, is that it? No, sir. Ralston's voice was quiet, curiously strained. That's not true. Not true? Turner's eyes were narrowed, his fury barely in check. Then what's all this bloody claptrap about not wanting to man the tubes? Are you thinking of emulating Stoker Riley? Or have you just taken leave of your senses, if any? Ralston said nothing. The silence, a silence all too easily interpreted as dumb insolence, infuriated Turner. His powerful hands reached out, grasped Ralston's duffel coat. He pulled the rating towards him, thrust his face close to the others. "I asked a question, Ralston," he said softly. "I haven't had an answer. I'm waiting. What is all this?" "Nothing, sir." Distress in his eyes, perhaps, but no fear. I just don't want to, sir. I hate to do it, to send one of our own ships to the bottom." The voice was pleading now, blurred with overtones of desperation. Turner was deaf to them. "Why does she have to go, sir?" Ralston cried. "Why? Why? Why?" "None of your bloody business. But as it so happens, she's endangering the entire convoy." Turner's face was still within inches of Ralston's. "You've got a job to do. Orders to obey. Just get up there and obey them. Go on!" he roared, as Ralston hesitated. "Get up there!" He fairly spat the words out. Ralston didn't move. "There are other LTOs, sir." His arms lifted high in appeal. Something in the voice cut through Turner's blind anger. He realized, almost with shock, that this boy was desperate. "Couldn't they—" "Let someone else do the dirty work, eh? That's what you mean, isn't it?" Turner was bitingly contemptuous. "Get them to do what you won't do yourself, you contemptible young bastard! Communications number. Give me your set. I'll take over from the bridge." He took the phone, watched Ralston climb slowly back up, and sit, hunched forward, head bent over the Dummeresque. The Dummeresque was a miniature plotting table, on which such relevant factors as corresponding speeds and courses were worked out, to provide firing tracks for the torpedoes. "Number 1, Commander speaking. All set here? Captain there?" "Yes, sir. I'll call him." Carrington put down the phone, walked through the gate. "Captain, sir. Commander's on the—" "Just a moment." The upraised hand, the tenseness of the voice, stopped him. "Have a look, number 1. What do you think?" Valerie pointed towards the Vitura, past the oil-skinned figure of the Admiral. Tyndall's head was sunk on his chest, and he was muttering incoherently to himself. Carrington followed the pointing finger. The lifeboat, dimly visible through the thickening snow, had slipped her falls while the Vitura was still under way. Crammed with men, she was dropping quickly astern under the great twisting column of flame, dropping far too quickly astern, as the first lieutenant suddenly realized. He turned round, found Valerie's eyes, bleak and tired and old, on his own. Carrington nodded slowly. "She's picking up, sir. Under way, under command." "What are you going to do, sir?" "God help me, I've no choice. Nothing from the Viking, nothing from the Cirrus, nothing from our Azdic. And that U-boat's still out there. Tell Turner what's happened." "Bentley." "Sir." "Signal the Vitura." The mouth, whitely compressed, belied the eyes dark and filled with pain. "Abandon ship. Torpedoing you in 3 minutes. Last signal." "Port 20, pilot." "Port 20 it is, sir." The Vitura was breaking off at a tangent, heading north. Slowly the Ulysses came round, almost paralleling her course, now a little astern of her. "Half ahead, pilot." "Half ahead it is, sir." "Pilot?" "Sir?" "What's Admiral Tyndall saying? Can you make it out?" Carpenter bent forward, listened, shook his head. Little flurries of snow fell off his fur helmet. "Sorry, sir. Can't make him out. Too much noise from the Vitura." I think he's humming, sir. Oh, God. Valerie bent his head, looked up again, slowly, painfully. Even so slight an effort was labour intolerable. He looked across to the Vitura, stiffened to attention. The red Aldous was winking again. He tried to read it, but it was too fast. Or perhaps his eyes were just too old or tired. Or perhaps he just couldn't think any more. There was something weirdly hypnotic about that tiny crimson light, flickering between these fantastic curtains of flame. Curtains sweeping slowly, ominously together, majestic in their inevitability. And then the little red light had died, so unexpectedly, so abruptly, that Bentley's voice reached him before the realization. "Signal from the Vitura, sir." Valerie tightened his grip on the binnacle. Bentley guessed the nod, rather than saw it. Message reads, "Why don't you sod off? Nuts to the senior service. Tell him I send all my love." The voice died softly away, and there was only the roaring of the flames, the lost pinging of the Aztec. All my love. Valerie shook his head in silent wonderment. All my love. He's crazy. He must be. All my love, and I'm going to destroy him. Number 1. Sir, tell the commander to stand by. Turner repeated the message from the bridge, turned to Ralston. Stand by, LTO. He looked out over the side, saw that the Vitura was slightly ahead now, that the Ulysses was still angling in on an interception course. About 2 minutes now, I should say. He felt the vibration beneath his feet dying away, knew the Ulysses was slowing down. Any second now, and she'd start slewing away to starboard. The receiver crackled again in his ear, the sound barely audible above the roaring of the flames. He listened, looked up. X and Y only. Medium settings. Target 11 knots. He spoke into the phone. How long? How long, sir? Carrington repeated. 90 seconds, Valerie said huskily. Pilot, starboard 10. He jumped, startled, as he heard the crash of falling binoculars, saw the Admiral slump forward, face and neck, striking cruelly on the edge of the windscreen, the arms dangling loosely from the shoulders. Pilot! But the Kapok Kid was already there. He slipped an arm under Tyndall, took most of the dead weight off the biting edge of the screen. What's the matter, sir? His voice was urgent, blurred with anxiety. What's wrong? Tyndall stirred slightly, his cheek lying along the edge of the screen. Cold. Cold. Cold, he intoned. The quavering tones were those of a very old man. What? What did you say, sir? The Kapok Kid begged. Cold. I'm cold. I'm terribly cold. My feet. My feet. The old voice wandered away, and the body slipped into a corner of the bridge, the grey face upturned to the falling snow. Intuition. An intuition amounting to a sudden sick certainty sent the Kapok Kid plunging to his knees. Valerie heard the muffled exclamation, saw him straighten up and swing round, his face blank with horror. He's got nothing on, sir, he said unsteadily. He's barefoot. They're frozen solid. Barefoot? Valerie repeated, unbelievingly. Barefoot? It's not possible. And pyjamas, sir. That's all he's wearing. Valerie lurched forward, peeling off his gloves. He reached down, felt his stomach turn over in shocked nausea as his fingers closed on ice-chilled skin. Bare feet? And pyjamas? Bare feet! No wonder he'd padded so silently across the duckboards. Numbly, he remembered that the last temperature reading had shown 35 degrees of frost. And Tyndall, feet caked in frozen snow and slush, had been sitting there for almost 5 minutes. He felt great hands under his armpits, felt himself rising effortlessly to his feet. Peterson. It could only be Peterson, of course. And Nichols behind him. "Leave this to me, sir." "Right, Peterson. Take him below." Nichols' brisk, assured voice, the voice of a man competent in his own element, steadied Valerie, brought him back to the present, and the demands of the present, more surely than anything else could have done. He became aware of Carrington's clipped, measured voice, reeling off course, speed, directions. Saw the Vitura 50 degrees off the port bow, dropping slowly, steadily aft. Even at that distance, the blast of heat was barely tolerable. What in the name of heaven was it like on the bridge of the Vitura? "Set course, number 1, he called. "Local control." "Set course. Local control." Carrington might have been on a peacetime exercise in the Solent. "Local control," Turner repeated. He hung up the set, looked round. "You're on your own, Ralston," he said, softly. There was no reply. The crouched figure on the control position, immobile as stone, gave no sign that he had heard. 30 seconds, Turner said sharply. "All lined up?" "Yes, sir." The figure stirred. "All lined up." Suddenly he swung round, in desperate final appeal. "For God's sake, sir, is there no other—" 20 seconds, Turner said viciously. "Do you want 1,000 lives on your lily-livered conscience? And if you miss—" Ralston swung slowly back. For a mere breath of time, his face was caught full in the harsh glare of the Vitura. With sudden shock, Turner saw that the eyes were masked with tears. Then he saw the lips move. "Don't worry, sir. I won't miss." The voice was quite toneless, heavy with nameless defeat. Perplexed now, rather than angry, and quite uncomprehending, Turner saw the left sleeve come up to brush the eyes, saw the right hand stretch forward, close round the grip of X firing lever. Incongruously, there sprang to Turner's mind the famous line of Chaucer. "In Goun the spears fall sadly in arrest." In the closing of that hand, there was the same heart-stopping decision, the same irrevocable finality. Suddenly, so suddenly that Turner started in spite of himself, the hand jerked convulsively back. He heard the click of the tripping lever, the muffled roar in the explosion chamber, the hiss of compressed air, and the torpedo was gone, its evil sleekness gleaming fractionally in the light of the flames before it crashed below the surface of the sea. It was hardly gone before the tubes shuddered again, and the second torpedo was on its way. For 5-10 seconds, Turner stared out, fascinated, watching the arrowing wakes of bubbles vanish in the distance. A total of 1,500 pounds of amatol in these warheads. God help the poor bastards aboard the Vitura. The deck speaker clicked on. "You hear that? You hear that? Take cover immediately! Take cover immediately!" Turner stirred, tore his eyes away from the sea, looked up, saw that Ralston was still crouched in his seat. "Come down out of there, you young fool! Want to be riddled when the Vitura goes up? Do you hear me?" Silence. No word, no movement. Only the roaring of the flames. "Ralston!" "I'm all right, sir," Ralston's voice was muffled. He did not even trouble to turn his head. Turner swore, leapt up on the tubes, dragged Ralston from his seat, pulled him down to the deck and into shelter. Ralston offered no resistance. He seemed sunk in a vast apathy, an uncaring indifference. Both torpedoes struck home. The end was swift, curiously unspectacular. The listeners, there were no watchers, on the Ulysses, tensed themselves for the shattering detonation. But the detonation never came. Broken back and tired of fighting, the Vitura simply collapsed in on her stricken midships, lay gradually, wearily over on her side, and was gone. 3 minutes later, Turner opened the door of the captain's shelter, pushed Ralston in before him. "Here you are, sir," he said grimly. "Thought you might like to see what a conscientious objector looks like." "I certainly do." Valerie laid down the logbook, turned a cold eye on the torpedo man, looked him slowly up and down. "A fine job, Ralston, but it doesn't excuse your conduct." "Just a minute, Commander." He turned back to the Kapok Kid. "Yes, that seems all right, pilot. It'll make good reading for their lordships," he added bitterly. "The ones the Germans don't get, we finish off for them. Remember to signal the Hatteras in the morning. Ask for the name of the master of the Vitura." "He's dead. You needn't trouble yourself," said Ralston bitterly, then staggered as the commander's open hand smashed across his face. Turner was breathing heavily, his eyes dark with anger. "You insolent young devil," he said softly. "That was just a little too much from you." Ralston's hand came up slowly, fingering the reddening wheal on his cheek. "You misunderstand me, sir." There was no anger. The voice was a fading murmur. They had to strain to catch his words. "The master of the Vitura. I can 12. To all things an end. To every night its dawn. Even to the longest night, when dawn never comes, there comes at last the dawn." And so it came for FR77, as grey, as bitter, as hopeless as the night had been long. But it came. It came to find the convoy, some 350 miles north of the Arctic Circle, steaming due east along the 72nd parallel of latitude, halfway between Jan Mayen and the North Cape, 8 degrees, 45 minutes east. The Kapok Kid reckoned, but he couldn't be sure. In heavy snow, and with 10/10th cloud, he was relying on dead reckoning. He had to, for the shell that had destroyed the FDR had wrecked the automatic pilot. But roughly 600 nautical miles to go. 600 miles, 40 hours, and the convoy, or what would be left of it by that time, would be in the Kola Inlet, steaming upriver to Polyarny and Murmansk. 40 hours. It came to find the convoy, 14 ships left in all, scattered over 3 square miles of sea, and rolling heavily in the deepening swell from the north-northeast. 14 ships, for another had gone in the deepest part of the night. Mine? Torpedo? Nobody knew. Nobody ever would know. The Cirrus had stopped, searched the area for an hour, with hooded 10-inch signalling lamps. There had been no survivors. Not that Commander Orr had expected to find any. Not with the air temperature 6 degrees below zero. It came after a sleepless night of never-ending alarms, of continual ASDIC contacts, of constant depth charging that achieved nothing. Nothing, that is, from the escort's point of view. But for the enemy, it achieved a double-edged victory. It kept exhausted men at action stations all night long, blunting, irreparably perhaps, the last vestiges of the knife-edged vigilance on which the only hope, it was never more, of survival in the Arctic depended. More deadly still, it had emptied the last depth-charge rack in the convoy. It was a measure of the intensity of the attack, of the relentlessness of the persecution, that this had never happened before. But it had happened now. There was not a single depth charge left. Not one. The fangs were drawn. The defences were down. It was only a matter of time before the wolf packs discovered that they could strike at will. And with this dawn, of course, came dawn action stations. Or what would have been dawn action stations, had the men not already been closed up for 15 hours. 15 endless hours of intense cold and suffering. 15 hours during which the crew of the Ulysses had been sustained by cocoa and one bully beef sandwich, thin, sliced and stale, for there had been no time to bake the previous day. But dawn stations were profoundly significant in themselves. They prolonged the waiting another interminable 2 hours. And to a man rocking on his feet from unimaginable fatigue, literally holding convulsively jerking eyelids apart with finger and thumb, while a starving brain, which is less a brain than a well of fine-drawn agony, begs him to let go, just for a second, just this once, and never again. Even a minute is brutal eternity. And they were still more important in that they were recognized as the ethereal hour of the Russian convoys, the testing time when every man stood out clearly for what he was. And for the crew of a mutiny ship, for men already tried and condemned, for physically broken and mentally scourged men, who neither could nor would ever be the same again in body or mind, the men of the Ulysses had no need to stand in shame. Not all, of course. They were only human. But many had found, or were finding, that the point of no return was not necessarily the edge of the precipice. It could be the bottom of the valley, the beginning of the long climb up the far slope. And when a man had once begun that climb, he never looked back to that other side. For some men, neither precipice nor valley ever existed. Men like Carrington, for instance. 18 consecutive hours on the bridge now, he was still his own indestructible self, alert with that relaxed watchfulness that never flagged. A man of infinite endurance, a man who could never crack, who you knew could never crack, for the imagination balked at the very idea. Why he was what he was, no man could tell. Such, too, were men like Chief Petty Officer Hartley, like Chief Stoker Henry, like Colour Sergeant Evans and Sergeant Mackintosh. 4 men strangely alike, big, tough, kindly, no longer young, steeped in the traditions of the service. Taciturn, never heard to speak of themselves, they were under no illusions as to their importance. They knew, as any naval officer would be the first to admit, that as the senior NCOs, they, and not any officer, were the backbone of the Royal Navy. And it was from their heavy sense of responsibility that sprung their rock-like stability. And then, of course, there were men, a handful only, like Turner and the Kapok Kid, and Dobson, whom Dawn found as men above themselves, men revelling in danger and exhaustion, for only thus could they realize themselves, for only this had they been born. And finally, men like Valerie, who had collapsed just after midnight and was still asleep in the shelter, and Surgeon Commander Brooks. Wisdom was their sheet anchor, a clear appreciation of the relative insignificance both of themselves and the fate of FR77, a coldly intellectual appraisal of, married to an infinite compassion for, the follies and suffering of mankind. At the other end of the scale, Dawn found men, a few dozen perhaps, gone beyond recovery. Gone in selfishness, in self-pity and in fear, like Carsley. Gone because their armour, the trappings of authority had been stripped off them, like Hastings. Or gone, like leading SBA Johnson, and a score of others, because they had been pushed too far and had no sheet anchor to hold them. And between the two extremes were those, the bulk of the men, who had touched zero and found that endurance can be infinite, and found in this realization the springboard for recovery. The other side of the valley could be climbed, but not without a staff. For Nichols, tired beyond words from a long night standing braced against the operating table in the surgery, the staff was pride and shame. For leading seaman Doyle, crouched miserably into the shelter of the forward funnel, watching the pinched agony, the perpetual shivering of his young midships pom-pom crew, it was pity. He would, of course, have denied this blasphemously. For young Spicer, Tyndall's devoted pantry boy, it was pity too. Pity and a savage grief for the dying man in the Admiral's cabin. Even with both legs amputated below the knee, Tyndall should not have been dying. But the fight, the resistance was gone, and Brooks knew old Giles would be glad to go. And for scores, perhaps for hundreds, for men like the tubercular-ridden McQuater, chilled to death in sodden clothes, but no longer staggering drunkenly round the hoist in Y turret, for the heavy rolling kept the water on the move, like Peterson, recklessly squandering his giant strength in helping his exhausted mates, like Chrysler, whose keen young eyes, invaluable now that radar was gone, never ceased to scan the horizons. For men like these, the staff was Valerie, the tremendous respect and affection in which he was held, the sure knowledge that they could never let him down. These, then, were the staffs, the intangible sheet anchors that held the Ulysses together that bleak and bitter dawn. Pride, pity, shame, affection, grief, and the basic instinct for self-preservation, although the last, by now, was an almost negligible factor. Two things were never taken into the slightest account as the springs of endurance, never mentioned, never even considered. They did not exist for the crew of the Ulysses. Two things the sentimentalists at home, the gallant leader-writers of the popular press, the propagandizing purveyors of nationalistic claptrap would have had the world believe to be the source of inspiration and endurance. Hatred of the enemy, love of kinsfolk and country. There was no hatred of the enemy. Knowledge is the prelude to hate, and they did not know the enemy. Men cursed the enemy, respected him, feared him, and killed him if they could. If they didn't, the enemy would kill them. Nor did men see themselves as fighting for king and country. They saw the necessity for war, but objected to camouflaging this necessity under a spurious cloak of perfervid patriotism. They were just doing what they were told, and if they didn't, they would be stuck against a wall and shot. Love of kinsfolk, that had some validity, but not much. It was natural to want to protect your kin, but this was an equation where the validity varied according to the factor of distance. It was a trifle difficult for a man crouched in his ice-coated Ehrlichen cockpit off the shores of Bear Island to visualize himself as protecting that rose-covered cottage in the Cotswolds. But for the rest, the synthetic national hatreds and the carefully cherished myth of king and country, these are nothing, and less than nothing, when mankind stands at the last frontier of hope and endurance. For only the basic, simple human emotions, the positive ones of love and grief and pity and distress, can carry a man across that last frontier. Noon, and still the convoy, closed up in tight formation now, rolled eastwards in the blinding snow. The alarm, halfway through dawn stations, had been the last that morning. 36 hours to go now, only 36 hours. And if this weather continued, the strong wind and blinding snow that made flying impossible, the near-zero visibility and heavy seas that would blind any periscope, There was always that chance. Only 36 hours. Admiral John Tyndall died a few minutes after noon. Brooks, who had sat with him all morning, officially entered the cause of death as post-operative shock and exposure. The truth was that Giles had died because he no longer wished to live. His professional reputation was gone. His faith, his confidence in himself were gone. And there was only remorse for the hundreds of men who had died. And with both legs gone, the only life he had ever known, the life he had so loved and cherished, and to which he had devoted 45 glad and unsparing years, that life, too, was gone forever. Giles died gladly, willingly. Just on noon, he recovered consciousness, looked at Brooks and Valerie with a smile from which every trace of madness had vanished. Brooks winced at that grey smile, mocking shadow of the famous guffaw of the Giles of another day. Then he closed his eyes and muttered something about his family. Brooks knew he had no family. His eyes opened again. He saw Valerie as if for the first time, rolled his eyes till he saw Spicer. "A chair for the captain, my boy?" Then he died. He was buried at 2 o'clock, in the heart of a blizzard. The captain's voice, reading the burial service, was shredded away by snow and wind. The Union flag was flapping emptily on the tilted board before the men knew he was gone. The bugle notes were broken and distant and lost, far away and fading like the horns of Elfland. And then the men, 200 of them at least, turned silently away and trudged back to their frozen mess decks. Barely half an hour later, the blizzard had died, vanished as suddenly as it had come. The wind, too, had eased, and though the sky was still dark and heavy with snow, though the seas were still heavy enough to roll 15,000-ton ships through a 30-degree arc, it was clear that the deterioration in the weather had stopped. On the bridge, in the turrets, in the mess decks, men avoided each other's eyes and said nothing. Just before 1500 hours, the Vectra picked up an Aztec contact. Valerie received the report, hesitated over his decision. If he sent the Vectra to investigate, and if the Vectra located the U-boat accurately and confined herself, as she would have to do, to describing tight circles above the submarine, the reason for this freedom from depth charging would occur to the U-boat captain within minutes. And then it would only be a matter of time, until he decided it was safe to surface and use his radio, that every U-boat north of the circle would know that FR77 could be attacked with impunity. Further, it was unlikely that any torpedo attack would be made under such weather conditions. Not only was periscope observation almost impossible in the heavy seas, but the U-boat itself would be a most unstable firing platform. Wave motion is not confined to the surface of the water. The effects can be highly uncomfortable and unstabilizing 30, 40, 50 feet down, and are appreciable under extreme conditions at a depth of almost 100 feet. On the other hand, the U-boat captain might take a 1,000 to 1 chance, might strike home with a lucky hit. Valerie ordered the Vectra to investigate. He was too late. The order would have been too late anyway. The Vectra was still winking acknowledgement of the signal, had not begun to turn, when the rumble of a heavy explosion reached the bridge of the Ulysses. All eyes swept round a full circle of the horizon, searching for smoke and flame, for the canted deck and slewing ship that would show where the torpedo had gone home. They found no sign, none whatsoever, until almost half a minute had passed. Then they noticed, almost casually, that the Electra, leading ship in the starboard line, was slowing up, coming to a powerless stop, already settling in the water on an even keel, with no trace of tilt either forward or aft. Almost certainly she had been holed in the engine room. The Aldis on the cirrus had begun to flash. Bentley read the message, turned to Valerie. Commander Orr requests permission to go alongside. Port side, take off survivors. Port, is it? Turner nodded. The sub's blind side. It's a fair chance, sir, in a calm sea. As it is... He looked over at the cirrus, rolling heavily in the beam sea, and shrugged. Won't do her paintwork any good. Her cargo? Valerie asked. Any idea? Explosives? He looked round, saw the mute headshakes, turned to Bentley. Ask Electra if she's carrying any explosives as cargo. Bentley's oldest chattered, fell silent. After half a minute, it was clear that there was going to be no reply. Power gone, perhaps, or his oldest smashed, the Kapok kid ventured. How about 1 flag for explosives, 2 for none? Valerie nodded in satisfaction. You heard, Bentley? He looked over the starboard quarter as the message went out. The Vector was almost a mile distant, rolling 1 minute, pitching the next as she came round in a tight circle. She had found the killer, and her depth charge racks were empty. Valerie swung back, looked across to the Electra. Still no reply. Nothing. Then he saw 2 flags fluttering up to the yardarm. Signal the cirrus, he ordered. Go ahead. Exercise extreme care. Suddenly he felt Turner's hand on his arm. Can you hear them? Turner asked. Hear what? Valerie demanded. Lord only knows. It's the Vectra. Look. Valerie followed the pointing finger. At first he could see nothing. Then all at once he saw little geysers of water leaping up in the Vectra's wake. Geysers swiftly extinguished by the heavy seas. Then, faintly, his straining ear caught the faraway murmur of underwater explosions, all but inaudible against the wind. What the devil's the Vectra doing? Valerie demanded. And what's she using? Looks like fireworks to me, Turner grunted. What do you think, number 1? Scuttling charges. 25-pounders, Harrington said briefly. He's right, sir, Turner admitted. Of course that's what they are. Mind you, he might as well be using fireworks, he added disparagingly. But the commander was wrong. A scuttling charge has less than a 10th part of the disruptive power of a depth charge. But one lodged snugly in the conning tower, or exploding alongside a steering plane, could be almost as lethal. Turner had hardly finished speaking when a U-boat, the first the Ulysses had seen above water for almost 6 months, porpoised high above the surface of the sea, hung there for 2 or 3 seconds, then crashed down on even keel, wallowing wickedly in the troughs between the waves. The dramatic abruptness of her appearance, one moment the empty sea, the next a U-boat rolling in full view of the entire convoy, took every ship by surprise, including the Vectra. She was caught on the wrong foot, moving away on the outer leg of a figure-of-8 turn. Her pom-pom opened up immediately, but the pom-pom, a notoriously inaccurate gun in the best of circumstances, is a hopeless proposition on the rolling, heeling deck of a destroyer making a fast turn in heavy weather. The Ehrlichans registered a couple of hits on the conning tower. Twin Lewises peppered the hull, with as much effect as a horde of angry hornets. But by the time the Vectra was round, her main armament coming to bear, the U-boat had disappeared slowly under the surface. In spite of this, the Vectra's 4.7s opened up, firing into the sea where the U-boat had submerged, but stopping almost immediately when 2 shells in succession had ricocheted off the water and whistled dangerously through the convoy. She steadied on course, raced over the position of the submerged U-boat. Watchers on the Ulysses, binoculars to their eyes, could just distinguish duffel-coated figures on the Vectra's poop deck, hurling more scuttling charges over the side. Almost at once, the Vectra's helm went hard over, and she clawed her way back south again, guns at maximum depression pointing down over her starboard side. The U-boat must have been damaged, more severely this time, by either the shells or the last charges. Again she surfaced, even more violently than before, in a seething welter of foam, and again the Vectra was caught on the wrong foot, for the submarine had surfaced off her port bow, 3 cable lengths away. And this time the U-boat was up to stay. Whatever captain and crew lacked, it wasn't courage. The hatch was open, and men were swarming over the side of the conning tower to man the gun, in a token gesture of defiance against crushing odds. The first 2 men over the side never reached the gun. Breaking, sweeping waves that towered high above the submarine's deck, washed them over the side, and they were gone. Those who made it frantically trained their gun through a 90-degree arc to bear on the onrushing bows of the Vectra. Incredibly, for the seas were washing over the decks, seas which kept tearing the men from their posts, and the submarine was rolling with impossible speed and violence. Their first shell, fired over open sights, smashed squarely into the bridge of the Vectra. The first shell and the last shell, for the crew suddenly crumpled and died, sinking down by the gun or pitching convulsively over the side. It was a massacre. The Vectra had 2 Bolt-and-Paul Defiant night fighter turrets, quadruple hydraulic turrets, complete with astrodome, bolted to her forecastle, and these had opened up simultaneously, firing between them something like a fantastic total of 300 shells every 10 seconds. That often misused cliché, hail of lead, was completely accurate here. It was impossible for a man to live 2 seconds on the exposed deck of that U-boat, to hope to escape that lethal storm. Man after man kept flinging himself over the coaming in suicidal gallantry, but none reached the gun. Afterwards, no one aboard the Ulysses could say when they first realized that the Vectra, pitching steeply through the heavy seas, was going to ram the U-boat. Perhaps her captain had never intended to do so. Perhaps he had expected the U-boat to submerge, had intended to carry away conning tower and periscope standard, to make sure that she could not escape again. Perhaps he had been killed when that shell had struck the bridge. Or perhaps he had changed his mind at the last second, for the Vectra, which had been arrowing in on the conning tower, suddenly slewed sharply to starboard. For an instant, it seemed that she might just clear the U-boat's bows, but the hope died the second it was born. Plunging heavily down the shearing side of a gaping trough, the Vectra's forefoot smashed down and through the hull of the submarine, some 30 feet aft of the bows, slicing through the toughened steel of the pressure hull as if it were cardboard. She was still plunging, still driving down, when 2 shattering explosions, so close together as to be blurred into one giant blast, completely buried both vessels under a sky-rocketing mushroom of boiling water and twisted steel. The why of the explosion was pure conjecture, but what had happened was plain enough. Some freak of chance must have triggered off the TNT, normally an extremely stable and inert disruptive, in a warhead in one of the U-boat's tubes, and then the torpedoes in the storage racks behind, and probably even, the forward magazine of the Vectra had gone up in sympathetic detonation. Slowly, deliberately almost, the great clouds of water fell back into the sea, and the Vectra and the U-boat, or what little was left of them, came abruptly into view. To the watchers on the Ulysses, it was inconceivable that either of them should still be afloat. The U-boat was very deep in the water, seemed to end abruptly just forward of the gun platform. The Vectra looked as if some great knife had sheared her athwartships, just forward of the bridge. The rest was gone, utterly gone. And throughout the convoy, unbelieving minds were still wildly rejecting the evidence of their eyes, when the shattered hull of the Vectra lurched into the same trough as the U-boat, rolled heavily, wearily over on top of her, bridge and mast cradling the conning tower of the submarine. And then the water closed over them, and they were gone, locked together to the bottom of the sea. The last ships in the convoy were 2 miles away now, and in the broken seas, at that distance, it was impossible to see whether there were any survivors. It did not seem likely. And if there were men over there, struggling, swimming, shouting for help in the murderous cold of that glacial sea, they would be dying already. And they would have been dead long before any rescue ship could even have turned round. The convoy steamed on, beating steadily east. All but two, that is, the Electra and the Cirrus. The Electra lay beam on to the seas, rolling slowly, sluggishly, dead in the water. She had now a list of almost 15 degrees to port. Her decks, fore and aft of the bridge, were lined with waiting men. They had given up their attempt to abandon ship by lifeboat when they had seen the Cirrus rolling up behind them, fine on the port quarter. A boat had been swung out on its davits, and with the listing of the Electra and the rolling of the sea, it had proved impossible to recover it. It hung now far out from the ship's side, swinging wildly at the end of its davits, about 20 feet above the sea. On his approach, Orr had twice sent angry signals, asking the falls to be cut. But the lifeboat remained there, a menacing pendulum in the track of the Cirrus. Panic, possibly, but more likely winch brakes jammed solid with ice. In either event, there was no time to be lost. Another 10 minutes and the Electra would be gone. The Cirrus made 2 runs past in all. Orr had no intention of stopping alongside, of being trampled under by the 15,000-ton deadweight of a toppling freighter. On his first run, he steamed slowly by at 5 knots, at a distance of 20 feet, the nearest he dared go, with the set of the sea rolling both ships towards each other at the same instant. As the Cirrus's swinging bows slid up past the bridge of the Electra, the waiting men began to jump. They jumped as the Cirrus's forecastle reared up level with their deck. They jumped as it plunged down 15, 20 feet below. One man, carrying a suitcase and a Burberry, stepped nonchalantly across both sets of guardrails during the split second that they were relatively motionless to each other. Others crashed sickeningly onto the ice-coated steel deck far below, twisting ankles, fracturing legs and thighs, dislocating hip joints. And 2 men jumped and missed. Above the bedlam of noise, men heard the blood-chilling, bubbling scream of one as the swinging hulls crushed the life out of him. The desperate, terror-stricken cries of the other as the great iron wall of the Electra guided him into the screws of the Cirrus. It was just then that it happened, and there could be no possible reflection on Commander Orr's seamanship. He had handled the Cirrus brilliantly, but even his skill was helpless against these 2 successive freak waves, twice the size of the others. The first flung the Cirrus close in to the Electra. Then, passing under the Electra, lurched her steeply to port as the second wave heeled the Cirrus far over to starboard. There was a grinding, screeching crash. The Cirrus's guardrails and upper side plates buckled and tore along 150-foot length. Simultaneously, the lifeboat smashed endwise into the front of the bridge, shattering into 1,000 pieces. Immediately the telegraphs jangled, the water boiled whitely at the Cirrus's stern. Shocked realization of its imminence and death itself must have been only a merciful hair's breadth away for the unfortunate man in the water. And then the destroyer was clear, sheering sharply away from the Electra. In 5 minutes, the Cirrus was round again. It was typical of Orr's ice-cold, calculating nerve, and of the luck that never deserted him, that he should this time choose to rub the Cirrus's shattered starboard side along the length of the Electra. She was too low in the water now to fall on him, and that he should do so in a momentary spell of slack water. Willing hands caught men as they jumped, cushioned their fall. 30 seconds, and the destroyer was gone again, and the decks of the Electra were deserted. 2 minutes later, a muffled roar shook the sinking ship, her boilers going. And then she toppled slowly over on her side. Masts and smokestack lay along the surface of the sea, dipped and vanished. Straight back of bottom and keel gleamed fractionally, blackly, against the grey of sea and sky, and was gone. For a minute, great gouts of air rushed turbulently to the surface. By and by the bubbles grew smaller and smaller, and then there were no more. The Cirrus steadied on course, crowded decks throbbing as she began to pick up speed, to overtake the convoy. Convoy number FR77. The convoy the Royal Navy would always want to forget. 36 ships had left Scapa and St. John's. Now there were 12. Only 12. And still almost 32 hours to the Kola Inlet. Moodily, even his tremendous vitality and zest temporarily subdued, Turner watched the Cirrus rolling up astern. Abruptly he turned away, looked furtively, pityingly at Captain Valery, no more now than a living skeleton, driven by God only knew what mysterious force, to rest hour after impossible hour from death. And for Valery now, death, even the hope of it, Turner suddenly realized, must be infinitely sweet. He looked and saw the shock and sorrow in that grey mask, and he cursed, bitterly, silently. And then these tired, dull eyes were on him, and Turner hurriedly cleared his throat. "How many survivors does that make in the Cirrus now?" he asked. Valery lifted weary shoulders in the ghost of a shrug. "No idea, Commander. 100. Possibly more." "Why?" 100, Turner mused. "And no survivors will be picked up. I'm just wondering what old 13. The Cirrus was still a mile astern when her oldest started flickering. Bentley took the message, turned to Valery. "Signal, sir. Have 25 to 30 injured men aboard. 3 very serious cases, perhaps dying. Urgently require doctor." "Acknowledge," Valery said. He hesitated a moment, then. "My compliments to Sergeant Lieutenant Nichols. Ask him to come to the bridge." He turned to the commander, grinned faintly. "I somehow don't see Brooks at his athletic best in a breeches boy on a day like this. It's going to be quite a crossing." Turner looked again at the Cirrus, occasionally swinging through a 40-degree arc as she rolled and crashed her way up from the west. "It'll be no picnic," he urged. "Besides, breeches boys aren't made to accommodate the likes of our venerable chief surgeon." Funny, Turner thought, how matter-of-fact and off-hand everybody was. Nobody had as much as mentioned the Vectra since she'd rammed the U-boat. The gate creaked. Valery turned slowly, acknowledged Nichols's sketchy salute. "The Cirrus needs a doctor," he said without preamble. "How do you fancy it?" Nichols steadied himself against the canted bridge and the rolling of the cruiser. Leave the Ulysses? Suddenly he hated the thought, was amazed at himself for his reaction. He, Johnny Nichols, unique, among the officers anyway, in his thoroughgoing detestation and intolerance of all things naval, to feel like that. Must be going soft in the head. And just as suddenly, he knew that his mind wasn't slipping, knew why he wanted to stay. It was not a matter of pride, or principle, or sentiment. It was just that, well, just that he belonged. The feeling of belonging. Even to himself he couldn't put it more accurately, more clearly than that. But it affected him strangely, powerfully. Suddenly he became aware that curious eyes were on him, looked out in confusion over the rolling sea. "Well?" Valery's voice was edged with impatience. "I don't fancy it at all," Nichols said frankly. "But of course I'll go, sir. Right now." "As soon as you can get your stuff together." Valery nodded. "That's now. We have an emergency kit packed all the time." He cast a jaundiced eye over the heavy sea again. "What am I supposed to do, sir? Jump?" "Perish the thought." Turner clapped him on the back with a large and jovial hand. You haven't a thing to worry about, he boomed cheerfully. You positively won't feel a thing. These, if I recall rightly, were your exact words to me when you extracted that old molar of mine 2-3 weeks back. He winced in painful recollection. Breeches boy, laddie! Breeches boy! Breeches boy? Nichols protested. Haven't noticed the weather, have you? I'll be going up and down like a blasted yo-yo. The ignorance of youth. Turner shook his head sadly. We'll be turning into the sea, of course. It'll be like a ride in the Rolls, my boy. We're going to rig it now. He turned away. Chrysler, get on to Chief Petty Officer Hartley. Ask him to come up to the bridge. Chrysler gave no sign of having heard. He was in his usual favourite position these days, gloved hands on the steam pipes, the top half of his face crushed into the rubber eyepiece of the powerful binoculars on the starboard searchlight control. Every few seconds a hand would drop, revolve the milled training rack a fraction. Then again, the complete immobility. Chrysler! Turner roared. Are you deaf? 3, 4, 5 more seconds passed in silence. Every eye was on Chrysler when he suddenly jerked back, glanced down at the bearing indicator, then swung round. His face was alive with excitement. Green 100, he shouted. Green 100, aircraft, just on the horizon. He fairly flung himself back at his binoculars. 4, 7, no, 10. 10 aircraft, he yelled. Green 100. Turner had his glasses to his eyes. Can't see a thing. Are you sure, boy? He called anxiously. Still the same, sir. There was no mistaking the agitated conviction in the young voice. Turner was through the gate and beside him in 4 swift steps. Let me have a look, he ordered. He gazed through the glasses, twisted the training rack once or twice, then stepped back slowly, heavy eyebrows lowering in anger. There's something bloody funny here, young man, he growled. Either your eyesight or your imagination, and if you ask me— He's right, Carrington interrupted calmly. I've got 'em too. So have I, sir, Bentley shouted. Turner wheeled back to the mounted glasses, looked through them briefly, stiffened, looked round at Chrysler. Remind me to apologize some day, he smiled, and was back on the compass platform before he had finished speaking. Signal to convoy, Valerie was saying rapidly. Code H, full ahead, number 1. Boatswain's mate, broadcaster, stand by all guns. Commander, sir, independent targets, independent fire all AA guns. Agreed? And the turrets? Couldn't say yet. Chrysler, can you make out? Condors, sir. Chrysler anticipated him. Condors? Turner stared in disbelief. A dozen condors? Are you sure that— Oh, all right. He broke off hastily. Condors they are. He shook his head in wonderment, turned to Valerie. Where's my bloody tin hat? Condors, he says. So, condors they are, Valerie repeated, smiling. Turner marvelled at the repose, the unruffled calm. Bridge targets, independent fire control for all turrets? Valerie went on. I think so, sir. Turner looked at the 2 communication ratings, just aft of the compass platform, 1 each on the group phones to the forward and after turrets. Ears pinned back, you 2, and hop to it when you get the word. Valerie beckoned to Nichols. Better get below, young man, he advised. Sorry your little trip's been postponed. I'm not, Nichols said bluntly. No? Valerie was smiling. Scared? No, sir, Nichols smiled back. Not scared. And you know I wasn't. I know you weren't, Valerie agreed quietly. I know. And thank you. He watched Nichols walk off the bridge, beckoned to the WT messenger, then turned to the Kapok kid. When was our last signal to the Admiralty pilot? Have a squint at the log. Noon yesterday, said the Kapok kid readily. Don't know what I'll do without you, Valerie murmured. Present position? 7220 north, 1340 east. Thank you. He looked at Turner. No point in radio silence now, Commander. Turner shook his head. Take this message, Valerie said quickly. To DNO, London. How are our friends doing, Commander? Circling well to the west, sir. Usual high altitude. Gambit from the stern, I suppose, he added morosely. Still, he brightened. Cloud levels barely 1,000 feet. Valerie nodded. FR77, 1600 hours. 7220 north, 1340 east. Steady on 090. Force 9, north, heavy swell. Situation desperate. Deeply regret, Admiral Tyndall died 1200 hours today. Tanker Vitura torpedoed last night, sunk by self. Washington State sunk 145 hours today. Vectra sunk 1515 hours, collision U-boat. Electra sunk 1530. I'm being heavily attacked by 12, minimum 12, Focke-Wulf 200s. A reasonable assumption, I think, Commander, he said wryly. And it'll shake their lordships. They're of the opinion there aren't so many condors in the whole of Norway. Imperative, send help. Air cover essential. Advise immediately. Get that off at once, will you? Your nose, sir, Turner said sharply. Thank you. Valerie rubbed the frostbite, dead white in the haggard grey and blue of his face. Gave up after a few seconds. The effort was more trouble than it was worth. Drained away too much of his tiny reserves of strength. My God, it's bitter, Commander, he murmured quietly. Shivering, Valerie pulled himself to his feet, swept his glasses over FR77. Code H was being obeyed. The ships were scattered over the sea, apparently at random, broken out from the two lines ahead, which would have made things far too simple for bomb-aimers in aircraft attacking from astern. They would have to aim now for individual targets. Scattered, but not too scattered, close enough together to derive mutual benefit from the convoy's concerted barrage. Valerie nodded to himself in satisfaction and twisted round, his glasses swivelling to the west. There was no mistaking them now, he thought. They were condors, all right. Almost dead astern now, massive wing tips dipping, the big four-engined planes banked slowly, ponderously to starboard. They straightened on 180 degrees overtaking course. And they were climbing, steadily climbing. Two things were suddenly clear to Valerie. Two things the enemy obviously knew. They had known where to find FR77. The Luftwaffe was not given to sending heavy bombers out over the Arctic on random hazard. They hadn't even bothered to send Charlie on reconnaissance. For a certainty, some submarine had located them earlier on, given their position and course. At any distance at all, their chance of seeing a periscope in that heavy sea had been remote. Further, the Germans knew that the Ulysses radar was gone. The Focke-Wulfs were climbing to gain the low cloud, would break cover only seconds before it was time to bomb. Against radar-controlled fire at such close range, it would have been near suicide. But they knew it was safe. Even as he watched, the last of the labouring condors climbed through the low, heavy ceiling, was completely lost to sight. Valerie shrugged wearily, lowered his binoculars. Bentley? Sir? Code R, immediate. The flags fluttered up. For 15, 20 seconds, it seemed 10 times as long as that to the impatient captain, nothing happened. And then, like rolling toy marionettes under the hand of a master puppeteer, the bows of every ship in the convoy began to swing round. those to the port of the Ulysses, to the north, those to the starboard, to the south. When the Condors broke through, 2 minutes at the most, Valerie reckoned, they would find beneath them only the empty sea. Empty, that is, except for the Ulysses and the Sterling, ships admirably equipped to take care of themselves. And then the Condors would find themselves under heavy crossfire from the merchant ships and destroyers, and too late. At that low altitude, much too late, to alter course for fore and aft bombing runs on the freighters. Valerie smiled wryly to himself. As a defensive tactic, it was little enough, but the best he could do in the circumstances. He could hear Turner barking orders through the loudspeaker, was more than content to leave the defense of the ship in the commander's competent hands. If only he himself didn't feel so tired. 90 seconds passed. 100. 2 minutes. And still no sign of the Condors. 100 eyes stared out into the cloud rack astern. It remained obstinately, tantalizingly grey and featureless. 2.5 minutes passed. Still, there was nothing. "Anybody seen anything?" Valerie asked anxiously. His eyes never left that patch of cloud astern. "Nothing? Nothing at all?" The silence remained, oppressive, unbroken. 3 minutes, 3.5, 4. Valerie looked away to rest his straining eyes, caught Turner looking at him, caught the growing apprehension, the slow dawn and strengthening of surmise in the lean face. Wordlessly, at the same instant, they swung round, staring out into the sky ahead. "That's it," Valerie said quickly. "You're right, Commander. You must be." He was aware that everyone had turned now, was peering ahead as intently as himself. "They've bypassed us. They're going to take us from ahead. Warn the guns." "Dear God, they almost had us," he whispered softly. "Eyes skinned, everyone," Turner boomed. The apprehension was gone. The irrepressible joviality, the gratifying anticipation of action was back again. "And I mean everyone. We're all in the same boat together. No joke intended. 14 days leave to the first man to sight a Condor." "Effective as from when?" the Kapok Kid asked dryly. Turner grinned at him. Then the smile died, the head lifted sharply in sudden attention. "Can you hear 'em?" he asked. His voice was soft, almost as if he feared the enemy might be listening. "They're up there, somewhere. Damned if I can tell where, though. If only that wind," the vicious, urgent thudding of the boat-deck Oerlikons stopped him dead in mid-sentence, had him whirling round and plunging for the broadcast transmitter in one galvanic, concerted movement. But even then he was too late. He would have been too late anyway. The Condors, the first 3 in line ahead, were already visible, were already through the cloud, 500 feet up and barely half a mile away, dead astern. Astern! The bombers must have circled back to the west as soon as they had reached the clouds, completely fooled them as to their intentions. 6 seconds. 6 seconds is time and to spare for even a heavy bomber to come less than half a mile in a shallow dive. There was barely time for realization, for the first bitter welling of mortification and chagrin, when the Condors were on them. It was almost dusk now, the weird half-light of the Arctic twilight. Tracers, glowing hot pinpoints of light, streaking out through the darkening sky, were clearly seen, at first swinging erratically, fading away to extinction in the far distance, then steadying, miraculously dying in the instant of birth as they sank home into the fuselages of the swooping Condors. But time was too short. The guns were on target for a maximum of 2 seconds, and these giant Focke-Wulfs had a tremendous capacity for absorbing punishment. The leading Condor leveled out about 300 feet. its medium 250-kilo bombs momentarily paralleling its line of flight, then arching down lazily towards the Ulysses. At once, the Condor pulled its nose up in maximum climb, the four great engines laboring in desynchronized clamor as it sought the protection of the clouds. The bombs missed. They missed by about 30 feet, exploding on contact with the water just above the bridge. For the men in the TS, engine and boiler rooms, the crash and concussion must have been frightful, literally ear-shattering. Waterspouts, 20 feet in diameter at their turbulent bases, streaked up whitely into the twilight, high above the truncated masts, hung there momentarily, then collapsed in drenching cascades on the bridge and boat deck aft, soaking, saturating every gunner on the pom-pom and in the Oerlikon cockpits. The temperature stood at 2 degrees above zero, 30 degrees of frost. More dangerously, the blinding sheets of water completely unsighted the gunners. Apart from a lone Oerlikon on a sponson below the starboard side of the bridge, the next Condor pressed home its attack against a minimum of resistance. The approach was perfect, dead fore and aft on the center line, but the pilot overshot, probably in his anxiety to hold course. 3 bombs this time. For a second it seemed that they must miss, but the first smashed into the forecastle between the breakwater and the capstan, exploding in the flat below, heaving up the deck in a tangled wreckage of broken steel. Even as the explosion died, the men on the bridge could hear a curious clanking rattle. The explosion must have shattered the forecastle capstan and Blake stopper simultaneously, and sheared the retaining shackle on the anchor cable, and the starboard anchor, completely out of control, was plummeting down to the depths of the Arctic. The other bombs fell into the sea, directly ahead, and from the Stirling, a mile ahead, it seemed that the Ulysses disappeared under the great columns of water. But the water subsided, and the Ulysses steamed on, apparently unharmed. From dead ahead, the sweeping lift of the bows hid all damage, and there was neither flame nor smoke. Hundreds of gallons of water, falling from the sky and pouring in through the great jagged holes in the deck, had killed any fire there was. The Ulysses was still a lucky ship. And then, at last, after 20 months of fantastic escapes, the fabulous good fortune that had made her a legend, a byword for immunity throughout all the North, the luck of the Ulysses ran out. Ironically, the Ulysses brought disaster on herself. The main armament, the 5.25s aft, had opened up now, was pumping its 100-pound shells at the diving bombers at point-blank range, an over-equivalent of open sights. The very first shell from X turret sheared away the starboard wing of the third Condor, between the engines, tore it completely away to spin slowly like a fluttering leaf into the darkly rolling sea. For a fraction of a second, the Focke-Wulf held on course. Then abruptly the nose tipped over, and the giant plane screamed down in an almost vertical dive, her remaining engines inexplicably accelerating to a deafening crescendo as she hurtled arrow straight for the deck of the Ulysses. There was no time to take any avoiding action, no time to think, no time even to hope. A cluster of jettisoned bombs crashed into the boiling wake. The Ulysses was already doing upwards of 30 knots, and 2 more crashed through the poop deck, the first exploding in the after-seaman's mess deck, the other in the marine's mess deck. 1 second later, with a tremendous roar and in a blinding sheet of gasoline flame, the Condor itself, at a speed of upwards of 300 miles per hour, crashed squarely into the front of Y turret. Incredibly, that was the last attack on the Ulysses. Incredibly, because the Ulysses was defenseless now, wide open to any air attack from astern. Y turret was gone. X turret, still magically undamaged, was half buried under the splintered wreckage of the Condor. Blinded by the smoke,
and leaping flame. The boat deck Ehrlichens, too, had fallen silent. The gunners, half drowned under the deluge of less than a minute ago, were being frantically dragged from their cockpits. A difficult enough task at any time. It was almost impossible with their clothes already frozen solid, their duffels cracking and crackling like splintering matchwood as the men were dragged over the side of their cockpits. With all speed they were rushed below, thrust into the galley passage to thaw. Literally to thaw. Agony, excruciating agony. But the only alternative to the quick and certain death which would have come to them in their ice-bound cockpits. The remaining Condors had pulled away in a slow, climbing turn to starboard. They were surrounded, bracketed fore and aft, and on either side, by scores of woolly, expanding puffs of exploding AA shells, but they flew straight through these, charmed, unhurt. Already they were beginning to disappear into the clouds, to settle down on a southeast course for home. Strange, Valerie thought vaguely. One would have expected them to hammer home the initial advantage of surprise, to concentrate on the crippled Ulysses. Certainly, thus far, the Condor crews had shown no lack of courage. He gave it up, turned his attention to more immediate worries. And there was plenty to worry about. The Ulysses was heavily on fire aft. A deck and mess deck fire, admittedly, but potentially fatal for all that. X and Y magazines were directly below. Already, dozens of men from the damage control parties were running aft, stumbling and falling on the rolling, ice-covered deck, unwinding the hose drums behind them, occasionally falling flat on their faces as two ice-bound coils locked together, the abruptly tightening hose jerking them off their feet. Others stumbled past them, carrying the big, red foam extinguishers on their shoulders or under their arms. One unfortunate seaman, A.B. Ferry, who had left the sick bay in defiance of strict orders, running down the port alley past the shattered canteen, slipped and fell abreast X-turret, the port wing of the Condor, even as it had sheared off and plunged into the sea, had torn away the guardrails here, and Ferry, hands and feet scrabbling frantically at the smooth ice of the deck, his broken arm clawing uselessly at one of the remaining stanchions, slid slowly, inevitably over the side, and was gone. For a second, the high-pitched, fear-stricken shriek rose thin and clear above the roaring of the flames, died abruptly as the water closed over him. The propellers were almost immediately below. The men with the extinguishers were the first into action, as indeed they had to be when fighting a petrol fire. Water would only have made matters worse, have increased the area of the fire by washing the petrol in all directions, and the petrol, being lighter than water, immiscible, and so floating to the top, would have burned as furiously as ever. But the foam extinguishers were of only limited efficiency, and not so much because several release valves had jammed solid in the intense cold, as because of the intense white, while the smaller carbon tet extinguishers directed against electrical fires below were shockingly ineffective. These extinguishers had never been in action before. You may convince a gunner of the madness of matches in a magazine. You may convince a torpedo man of the insanity of juggling with fulminate of mercury. But you will never convince any of them of the criminal folly of draining off just a few drops of carbon tetrachloride. Despite stringent periodical checks, most of the extinguishers were only half full. Some were completely empty. The hoses were little more effective. Two were coupled up to the starboard mains, and the valves turned. The hoses remained lifeless, empty. The starboard saltwater line had frozen solid. Common enough with fresh water systems, this, but not with salt. A third hose on the port side was coupled up, but the release valve refused to turn. Attacked with hammer and crowbars, it sheared off at the base. At extremely low temperatures, molecular changes occur in metals, cut tensile strength to a fraction. The high-pressure water drenching everyone in the vicinity. Spicer, the dead Admiral's pantry boy, a stricken-eyed shadow of his former cheerful self, flung away his hammer and wept in anger and frustration. The other port valve worked, but it took an eternity for the water to force its way through the flattened frozen hose. Gradually, the deck fire was brought under control, less through the efforts of the firefighters than the fact that there was little inflammable material left after the petrol had burnt off. Hoses and extinguishers were then directed through the great jagged rents on the poop on the fires roaring in the mess deck below, while two asbestos-suited figures clambered over and struggled through the red-hot, jangled mass of smoking wreckage on the poop. Nichols had one of the suits, leading telegraphist Brown, a specialist in rescue work, the other. Brown was the first on the scene. Picking his way gingerly, he climbed up to the entrance of Y turret. Watchers in the port and starboard alleyways saw him pause there, fighting to tie back the heavy steel door. It had been crashing monotonously backwards and forwards with the rolling of the cruiser. Then they saw him step inside. Less than 10 seconds later, they saw him appear at the door again, on his knees, and clutching desperately at the side for support. His entire body was arching convulsively, and he was being violently sick into his oxygen mask. Nichols saw this, wasted time neither on Y turret nor on the charred skeletons still trapped in the incinerated fuselage of the Condor. He climbed quickly up the vertical steel ladders to X gun deck, moved round to the back, and tried to open the door. The clips were jammed, immovable. Whether from cold or metal distortion he did not know. He looked round for some lever, stepped aside as he saw Doyle, duffel coat smouldering, haggard face set and purposeful under the beard, approaching with a sledgehammer in his hand. A dozen heavy, well-directed blows. The clanging, Nichols thought, must be almost intolerable inside the hollow amplifier of the turret, and the door was open. Doyle secured it, stepped aside to let Nichols enter. Nichols climbed inside. There had been no need to worry about that racket outside, he thought wryly. Every man in the turret was stone dead. Colour Sergeant Evans was sitting bolt upright in his seat, rigid and alert in death as he had been in life. Beside him lay Foster, the dashing, fiery captain of Marines, whom death became so ill. The rest were all sitting or lying quietly at their stations, apparently unharmed and quite unmarked, except for an occasional tiny trickle of blood from ear and mouth, trickles already coagulated in the intense cold. The speed of the Ulysses had carried the flames aft, away from the turret. The concussion must have been tremendous. Death instantaneous. Heavily, Nichols bent over the communications number, gently detached his headset, and called the bridge. Valerie himself took the message, turned back to Turner. He looked old, defeated. "That was Nichols," he said. Despite all he could do, the shock and sorrow showed clearly in every deeply etched line in that pitiably wasted face. "Y turret is gone. No survivors. X turret seems intact, but everyone inside is dead. Concussion, he says. Fires in the after mess decks still not under control." "Yes, boy. What is it?" "Y magazine, sir," the seaman said uncertainly. "They want to speak to the gunnery officer." "Tell them he's not available," Valerie said shortly. "We haven't time." He broke off, looked up sharply. "Did you say Y magazine?" "Here. Let me have that. He took the receiver, pushed back the hood. Captain speaking. What is it? What? Speak up, man. I can't hear you. Oh, damn. He swung round on the bridge LTO. Can you switch this receiver onto the relay amplifier? I can't hear it. Ah, that's better. The amplifier above the chart house crackled into life. A peculiarly throaty, husky life, doubly difficult to understand under the heavy overlay of a slurred Glasgow accent. Can you hear me now? The speaker boomed. I can hear you. Valerie's own voice echoed loudly over the amplifier. McQuater, isn't it? Aye, it's me, sir. How'd you ken? Even through the speaker, the surprise was unmistakable. Shocked and exhausted though he was, Valerie found himself smiling. Never mind that now, McQuater. Who's in charge down there? Gardner, isn't it? Yes, sir. Gardner. Put him on, will you? There was a pause. Hey, Colonel, sir. Gardner's dead. Dead? Valerie was incredulous. Did you say dead, McQuater? Aye, and he's not the only one. The voice was almost truculent, but Valerie's ear caught the faint tremor below. I was knocked out myself, but I'm fine now. Valerie paused, waited for the boy's bout of hoarse, harsh coughing to pass. But, what happened? How should I know? I mean, I dunno ken. I don't know, sir. Hell of a bang, and then... Ugh, I'm not sure what happened. Gardner's mouth's all blood. How many of you are left? Just Barker, Williamson, and myself, sir. Nobody else. Just us. And they're all right, McQuater? Ah, they're fine. But Barker thinks he's Dean. He's in a gay bad way. I think he's gone clean off his trolley, sir. He's what? Loony, sir. McQuater explained patiently. Daft. Some bloody nonsense about going to meet his maker and him with Nathan behind him but a lifetime of swindling his fellow man. Valerie heard Turner's sudden chuckle, remembered that Barker was the canteen manager. Williamson's busy shoving cartridges back into the racks. Floor's littered with the bloody things. McQuater! Valerie's voice was sharp, automatic in reproof. I'm sorry, sir, I clean forgot. What's to be done, sir? Done about what? Valerie demanded impatiently. This place, sir. My magazine. There's a boat on fire outside. It's boiling in here. Hotter than the hinges of hell. What? What did you say? Valerie shouted. This time he forgot to reprimand McQuater. Hot, did you say? How hot? Quickly, boy. I cannot touch the after bulkhead, sir, McQuater answered simply. It'd take the fingers off me. But the sprinklers? What's the matter with them? Valerie shouted. Aren't they working? Good God, boy, the magazine will go up any minute. Aye. McQuater's voice was non-committal. Aye, I kinda thought that might be the way it. Nay, sir, the sprinklers are no working, and it's already 20 degrees above the operating temperature, sir. Don't just stand there, Valerie said desperately. Turn them on by hand. The water in the sprinklers can't possibly be frozen if it's as hot as you say it is. Hurry, man, hurry! If the mag goes up, the Ulysses is finished. For God's sake, hurry! I've tried them, sir, McQuater said softly. It's nae bloody use. They're solid. Then smash them open. There must be a Tommy bar lying about somewhere. Smash them open, man, hurry! Aye, right you are, sir, but if I do that, sir, how am I to shut the valves off again? There was a note, almost of quiet desperation in the boy's voice. Some trick of reproduction in the amplifier, Valerie guessed. You can't. It's impossible. But never mind that, Valerie said impatiently, his voice ragged with anxiety. We'll pump it all out later. Hurry, McQuater, hurry! There was a brief silence, followed by a muffled shout and a soft thud. Then they heard a thin metallic clanging, echoing through the amplifier, a rapid, staccato succession of strokes. McQuater must have been raining a veritable hail of blows on the valve handles. Abruptly, the noise ceased. Valerie waited until he heard the phone being picked up, called anxiously. Well, how is it? Sprinklers all right? Going like the clappers, sir. There was a new note in his voice, a note of pride and satisfaction. I've just crowned Barker with a Tommy bar, he added cheerfully. You've what? Laid out old Barker, said McQuater distinctly. He tried to stop me, windy old bastard. Och, he's no worth mentioning. My, they sprinklers a grand thing, sir. I ne'er seen them working before. Place is ankle deep already, and the steam's fair sizzling off the bulkhead. That's enough. Valerie's voice was sharp. Get out at once, and make sure that you take Barker with you. I saw a picture once, in the Paramount in Glasgow, I think. I must have been flush. The tone was almost conversational, pleasurably reminiscent. Valerie exchanged glances with Turner, saw that he, too, was fighting off the feeling of unreality. Rain, it were called. It weren't half as bad as this. It certainly wasn't half as much bloody doot. Well, it's no that easy. As a matter of fact, we canna. Hatchway's buckled and the hatch cover too. Jammed dead solid, sir. The echo from the speaker boomed softly over the shattered bridge, died away in frozen silence. Unconsciously, Valerie lowered the telephone, his eyes wandering dazedly over the bridge. Turner, Carrington, the Kapok Kid, Bentley, Chrysler, and the others. They were all looking at him, all with the same curiously blank intensity, blurring imperceptibly into the horror of understanding. And he knew that their eyes and faces only mirrored his own. Just for a second, as if to clear his mind, he screwed his eyes tightly shut, then lifted the phone again. McQuater! McQuater! Are you still there? Of course I'm here! Even through the speaker, the voice was peevish, the asperity unmistakable. Where the hell? Are you sure it's jammed, boy? Valerie cut in desperately. Maybe if we took a Tommy bar to the clips? I could take a stick of dynamite to the bloody thing, and it'd make no difference, McQuater said, matter-of-factly. Anyway, it's just about red-hot already. The hatch, I mean. There must be a bloody great fire directly outside it. Hold on a minute, Valerie called. He turned round. Commander, have Dobson send a stoker to the main magazine flooding valve aft. Stand by to shut off. He crossed over to the nearest communication number. Are you onto the poop phone just now? Good. Give it to me. Hello? Captain here. It's you, Hartley. Look, give me a report on the state of the mess deck fires. It's desperately urgent. There are ratings trapped in Y magazine, the sprinklers are on, and the hatch cover's jammed. Yes? Yes, I'll hold on. He waited impatiently for the reply, gloved hand tapping mechanically on top of the phone box. His eyes swept slowly over the convoy, saw the freighters steaming in to take up position again. Suddenly he stiffened, eyes unseeing. Yes? Captain speaking. Yes? Yes. Half an hour. Maybe an hour? Oh, God, no. You're quite certain? No. That's all. He handed the receiver back, looked up slowly, his face drained of expression. Fire in the seaman's mess is under control, he said dully. The Marine's mess is an inferno, directly on top of Y magazine. Hartley says there isn't a chance of putting it out for an hour at least. I think you'd better get down there, number one. A whole minute passed. A minute during which there was only the pinging of the Aztec, the regular crash of the sea as the Ulysses rolled in the heavy troughs. Maybe the magazine's cool enough now, the K-pop kid suggested at length. Perhaps we could shut off the water long enough. Oh. His voice trailed away uncertainly. Cool enough? Turner cleared his throat noisily. How do we know? Only McQuater could tell us. He stopped abruptly, as he realized the implications of what he was saying. We'll ask him, Valerie said. He picked up the phone again. McQuater! Hello? Perhaps we could shut off the sprinklers outside, if it's safe. Do you think the temperature... He broke off, unable to complete the sentence. The silence stretched out, taut and tangible, heavy with decision. Valerie wondered numbly what McQuater was thinking, what he himself would have thought in McQuater's place. Hang on a minute, the speaker boomed abruptly. I'll have a look up top. Again that silence. Again the tense, unnatural silence lay heavily over the bridge. Valerie started as the speaker boomed again. Jings, I'm buggered. I couldn't have climbed that ladder again for 24 pints and a terrible chance. I'm on the ladder now, but I'm thinking I'll not be on it much longer. Never mind. Valerie checked himself, aghast at what he had been about to say. If McQuater fell off, he'd drown like a rat in that flooded magazine. Oh, why? The magazine. In the intervals between the racked bouts of coughing, the voice was strangely composed. The shells on top are just about melting. Worse than ever, sir. I see. Valerie could think of nothing else to say. His eyes were closed, and he knew he was swaying on his feet. With an effort, he spoke again. How's Williamson? It was all he could think of. Near gone. Up to his neck and hanging onto the racks. McQuater coughed again. Says he's a message for the commander and Carslake. A message? Oh, what? Tell Lord Blackbeard to take a tongue to himself and lay off the bottle. With relish. The message for Carslake was unprintable. Valerie didn't even feel shocked. And yourself, McQuater? He said. No message? Nothing you would like... He stopped, conscious of the grotesque inadequacy, the futility of what he was saying. Me? There's nothing I'd like. Well, maybe a transfer to the spaceship, but I'm thinking maybe it's a wee bit all late for that. Williamson! The voice had risen to a sudden urgent shout. Williamson! Hang on, my boy, I'm coming! They heard the booming clatter in the speaker as McQuater's phone crashed against metal, and then there was only the silence. "McQuater!" Valerie shouted into the phone. "McQuater! Answer me, man! Can you hear me? McQuater!" But the speaker above him remained dead. Finally, irrevocably dead. Valerie shivered in the icy wind. That magazine. That flooded magazine. Less than 24 hours since he'd been there. He could see it now. See it as clearly as he had seen it last night. Only now he saw it dark, cavernous, with only the pinpoints of emergency lighting, the water welling darkly, slowly up the sides. Saw that pitifully wasted Scots boy, with the thin shoulders and pain-filled eyes, struggling desperately to keep his mate's head above that icy water, exhausting his tiny reserves of strength with the passing of every second. Even now, the time must be running out, and Valerie knew hope was gone. With a sudden, clear certainty, he knew that when those two went down, they would go down together. McQuater would never let go. 18 years old. Just 18 years old. Valerie turned away. 14. The Ulysses rolled on through the Arctic twilight. She rolled heavily, awkwardly, in seas of the wrong critical length. A strange and stricken sight, with both masts gone, with all boats and rafts gone, with shattered fore and aft superstructure, with a crazily tilted bridge, and broken, mangled after turret, half buried in the skeleton of the Condor's fuselage. But despite all that, despite, too, the great garish patches of red lead, and gaping black holes in forecastle and poop, the latter welling with dark smoke, laced with flickering lances of flame, she still remained uncannily ghost-like and graceful, a creature of her own element, inevitably at home in the Arctic, ghost-like, graceful, and infinitely enduring, and still deadly. She still had her guns, and her engines. Above all, she had these great engines, engines strangely blessed with endless immunity. So, at least, it seemed. 5 minutes dragged themselves interminably by. 5 minutes during which the sky grew steadily darker, during which reports from the poop showed that the firefighters were barely holding their own. 5 minutes during which Valerie recovered something of his normal composure. But he was now terribly weak. A bell shrilled, cutting sharply through the silence and the gloom. Chrysler answered it, turned to the bridge. "Captain, sir, after engine room would like to speak to you." Turner looked at the captain, said quickly, "Shall I take it, sir?" "Thank you." Valerie nodded his head gratefully. Turner nodded in turn, crossed to the phone. "Commander speaking. Who is it?" "Lieutenant Grayson." "What is it, Grayson? Couldn't be good news for a change." For almost a minute, Turner remained silent. The others on the bridge could hear the faint crackling of the earpiece, sensed rather than saw the taut attention, the tightening of the mouth. "Will it hold?" Turner asked abruptly. "Yes. Yes, of course." "Tell him we'll do our best up here." "Do that. Half hourly, if you please." "It never rains, etc." Turner growled, replacing the phone. "Engine running rough. Temperature hotting up. Distortion in inner starboard shaft. Dobson himself is in the shaft tunnel right now. Bent like a banana, he says." Valerie smiled faintly. "Knowing Dodson, I suppose, that means a couple of thou out of alignment." "Maybe." Turner was serious. "What does matter is that the main shaft bearing's damaged and the lubricating line fractured." "As bad as that?" Valerie asked softly. "Dobson is pretty unhappy. Says the damage isn't recent. Thinks it began the night we lost our depth charges. Turner shook his head. Lord knows what stresses that shaft's undergone since. I suppose tonight's performance brought it to a head. The bearing will have to be lubricated by hand. Wants engine revs at a minimum, or engine shut off altogether. They'll keep us posted. And no possibility of repair? Valerie asked wryly. No, sir. None. Very well, then. Convoy speed. And, Commander? Sir? Hands to stations all night. You needn't tell 'em so, but... well, I think it would be wise. I have a feeling... What's that? Turner shouted. Look! What the hell's she doing? His finger was stabbing towards the last freighter in the starboard line. Her guns were blazing away at some unseen target, the tracers lancing whitely through the twilit sky. Even as he dived for the broadcaster, he caught sight of the Viking's main armament, belching smoke and jagged flame. All guns! Green 110. Aircraft. Independent fire. Independent targets. Independent fire. Independent targets. He heard Valerie ordering starboard helm. Knew he was going to bring the forward turrets to bear. They were too late. Even as the Ulysses began to answer her helm, the enemy planes were pulling out of their approach dives. Great, clumsy shapes, these planes, forlorn and insubstantial in the murky gloom, but identifiable in a sickening flash by the clamour of suddenly racing engines. Condors without a shadow of doubt. Condors that had outguessed them again. That gliding approach, throttles cut right back, muted roar of the engines drifting downwind, away from the convoy. Their timing, their judgment of distance, had been superb. The freighter was bracketed twice, directly hit by at least 7 bombs. In the near darkness, it was impossible to see the bombs going home, but the explosions were unmistakable. And as each plane passed over, the decks were raked by savage bursts of machine gun fire. Every gun position on the freighter was wide open, lacking all but the most elementary frontal protection. The DEMs, naval ratings on the LA guns, Royal Marine artillerymen on the HA weapons, were under no illusions as to their life expectancy when they joined the merchant ships on the Russian run. For such few gunners as survived the bombing, the vicious stuttering of these machine guns was almost certainly their last sound on Earth. As the bombs plummeted down on the next ship in line, the first freighter was already a broken-backed mass of licking, twisting flames. Almost certainly, too, her bottom had been torn out. She had listed heavily, and now slowly and smoothly broke apart just aft of the bridge, as if both parts were hinged below the waterline, and was gone before the clamour of the last aero-engine had died away in the distance. Tactical surprise had been complete. One ship gone, a second slewing wildly to an uncontrolled stop, deep in the water by the head, and strangely disquieting and ominous in the entire absence of smoke, flame, or any movement at all. A third heavily damaged, but still under command. Not one Condor had been lost. Turner ordered the ceasefire. Some of the gunners were still firing blindly into the darkness. Trigger-happy, perhaps, or just that the imagination plays weird tricks on woolly minds and sunken blood-red eyes that had known no rest for more hours and days than Turner could remember. And then, as the last Oerlikon fell silent, he heard it again. The drone of the heavy aero-engines, the sound welling, then ebbing again, like breakers on a distant shore, as the wind gusted and died. There was nothing anyone could do about it. The Focke-Wulf, although lost in the low cloud, was making no attempt to conceal its presence. The ominous drone was never lost for long. Clearly, it was circling almost directly above. "What do you make of it, sir?" Turner asked. "I don't know." Valerie said slowly. I just don't know at all. No more visits from the Condors. I'm sure of that. It's just that little bit too dark. And they know they won't catch us again. Tailing us, like as not. Tailing us? It'll be black as tar in half an hour, Turner disagreed. Psychological warfare, if you ask me. God knows, Valerie sighed wearily. All I know is that I'd give all my chances, here and to come, for a couple of corsairs, or radar, or fog, or another such night as we had in the Denmark Straits. He laughed shortly, broke down in a fit of coughing. Did you hear me? He whispered. I never thought I'd ask for that again. How long since we left Scarpa, Commander? Turner thought briefly. 5, 6 days, sir. 6 days. He shook his head, unbelievingly. 6 days. And 13 ships. We have 13 ships now. 12. Turner corrected quietly. Another's almost gone. 7 freighters, the tanker and ourselves. 12. I wish they'd have a go at the old Sterling once in a while, he added morosely. Valerie shivered in a sudden flurry of snow. He bent forward, head bent against the bitter wind and slanting snow, sunk in unmoving thought. Presently he stirred. We'll be off the North Cape at dawn, he said absently. Things may be a little difficult. Oh, myself too. Valerie smiled, his head lifting up. I'll need all the luck, too. His voice was very soft. Turner did what he had never done before, never dreamed he would do. In the near darkness, he bent over the captain, pulled his face round gently, and searched it with troubled eyes. Valerie made no protest, and after a few seconds, Turner straightened up. Do me a favour, sir, he said quietly. Go below. I can take care of things, and Carrington will be up before long. They're gaining control aft. No. Not tonight. Valerie was smiling, but there was a curious finality about the voice. And it's no good dispatching one of your minions to summon old Socrates to the bridge. Please, Commander. I want to stay here. I want to see things tonight. Yes. Yes, of course. Suddenly, strangely, Turner no longer wished to argue. He turned away. Chrysler, I'll give you just 10 minutes to have a gallon of boiling coffee in the captain's shelter. And you're going to go there for half an hour, he said firmly, turning to Valerie. And drink the damned stuff, or... Delighted, Valerie murmured. Laced with your incomparable rum, of course? Of course. Oh, yes. Damn that Williamson, Turner growled irritably. He paused, went on slowly. Shouldn't have said that. Poor bastards. They'll have had it by this time. He fell silent, then cocked his head, listening. I wonder how long old Charlie means to keep stooging around up there, he murmured. Valerie cleared his throat, coughed, and before he could speak, the WT broadcaster clicked on. WT Bridge! WT Bridge! 2 messages. One from the dashing oar for a fiver, Turner grunted. First from the Cirrus. Request permission to go alongside, take off survivors. As well hung for a sheep as a lamb. Valerie stared through the thinly falling snow, through the darkness of the night, and over the rolling sea. In this sea, he murmured, and as near dark as makes no difference. He'll kill himself. That's nothing to what old Star's going to do to him when he lays hands on him, Turner said cheerfully. He hasn't a chance. I could never ask a man to do that. There's no justification for such a risk. Besides, the merchantman's been badly hit. There can't be many left alive aboard. Turner said nothing. Make a signal, Valerie said clearly. Thank you. Permission granted. Good luck. And tell WT to go ahead. There was a short silence. Then the speaker crackled again. Second signal from London for Captain. Decoding. Messenger leaving for bridge immediately. To Officer Commanding 14 ACS, FR77. The speaker boomed after a few seconds. Deeply distressed at news. Imperative maintain 090. Battle squadron steaming south-southeast at full speed on interception course. Rendezvous approximately 1400 hours tomorrow. Their lordships expressly command best wishes, Rear Admiral. Repeat, Rear Admiral Valerie. DNO, London. The speaker clicked off, and there was only the lost pinging of the Aztec, the throbbing monotony of the prowling Condor's engines, the lingering memory of the gladness in the broadcaster's voice. Uncommon civil of their lordships, murmured the Kapok kid, rising to the occasion as usual. Downright decent, one might almost say. Bloody long overdue, Turner growled. Congratulations, sir, he added warmly. Signs of grace at last along the banks of the Thames. A murmur of pleasure ran round the bridge. Discipline or not, no one made any attempt to hide his satisfaction. Thank you. Thank you. Valerie was touched, deeply touched. Promise of help at long, long last, a promise which might hold, almost certainly held, for each and every member of his crew, the difference between life and death. And they could only think to rejoice in his promotion. Dead men's shoes, he thought, and thought of saying it, but dismissed the idea immediately. A rebuff, a graceless affront to such genuine pleasure. Thank you very much, he repeated. But, gentlemen, you appear to have missed the only item of news of any real significance. Oh, no, we haven't, Turner growled. Battle squadron? Ha! Too bloody late as usual. No, to be sure, they'll be in at the death, or shortly afterwards anyway. Perhaps in time for a few survivors. I suppose the illustrious and the furious will be with them. Perhaps. I don't know. Valerie shook his head, smiling. Despite my recent, elevation, I am not yet in their lordships' confidence. But there'll be some carriers, and they could fly off a few hours away, give us air cover from dawn. Oh, no, they won't, said Turner prophetically. The weather will break down, make flying off impossible. See if I'm not right. Perhaps, Cassandra, perhaps. Valerie smiled. We'll see. What was that, pilot? I didn't quite... The Kapok Kid grinned. It just occurred to me that tomorrow is going to be a big day for our junior doctor. He's convinced that no battleship ever puts out to sea except for a spithead review in peacetime. That reminds me, Valerie said, rather thoughtfully. Didn't we promise this Cirrus... Young Nichols is up to his neck in work, Turner cut in. Doesn't love us, the Navy, rather overmuch, but he sure loves his job. Borrowed a firefighting suit, and Carrington says he's already... He broke off, looked up sharply into the thin, driving snow. Hello. Charlie's getting damned nosy, don't you think? The roar of the Condor's engines was increasing every second. The sound rose to a clamouring crescendo as the bomber roared directly overhead, barely a couple of 100 feet above the broken masts, died away to a steady drone as the planes circled round the convoy. WT to escorts, Valerie called quickly. Let him go. Don't touch him. No star shells. Nothing. He's trying to draw us out, to have us give away our position. It's not likely that the merchant ship... Oh, God! The fools! The fools! Too late. Too late. A merchantman in the port line had opened up. Oerlikon's or Beaufort's. It was difficult to say. They were firing blind, completely blind. And in a high wind, snow and darkness, the chance of locating a plane by sound alone was impossibly remote. The firing did not last long. 10, 15 seconds at the outside. But long enough, and the damage was done. Charlie had pulled off, and straining, apprehensive ears caught the sudden deepening of the note of the engines as the boosters were cut in for maximum climb. "What do you make of it, sir?" Turner asked abruptly. Trouble. Valerie was quiet, but certain. This has never happened before. And it's not psychological warfare, as you call it, Commander. He doesn't even rob us of our sleep, not when we're this close to the North Cape. And he can't hope to trail us long. A couple of quick course alterations and... He breathed softly. What did I tell you, Commander? With a suddenness that blocked thought, with a dazzling glare that struck whitely, cruelly at singeing eyeballs, night was transformed into day. High above the Ulysses, a flare had burst into intense life, a flare which tore apart the falling snow like filmy, transparent gauze. Swinging wildly under its parachute, with the gusting of the wind, the flare was drifting slowly seawards, towards a sea no longer invisible, but suddenly black as night, towards a sea where every ship, in its glistening sheath of ice and snow, was silhouetted in dazzling whiteness against the inky backdrop of sea and sky. "Get that flare!" Turner was barking into the transmitter. "All Oerlikons! All pom-poms! Get that flare!" He replaced the transmitter. "Might as well throw empty beer bottles at it with the old girl rolling like this," he muttered. "Lord, gives you a funny feeling, this." "I know," the Kapok Kid supplied. "Like one of these dreams where you're walking down a busy street and you suddenly realize that all you're wearing is a wristwatch. Naked and defenseless is the accepted term, I believe. For the non-literary, caught with the pants down." Absently he brushed the snow off the quilted kapok, exposing the embroidered J on the breast pocket, while his apprehensive eyes probed into the circle of darkness outside the pool of light. "I don't like this at all," he complained. "Neither do I." Valerie was unhappy. "And I don't like Charlie's sudden disappearance, either." "He hasn't disappeared," Turner said grimly. "Listen." They listened, ears straining intently, caught the intermittent, distant thunder of the heavy engines. "He's way astern of us. Closing." Less than a minute later, the Condor roared overhead again, higher this time, lost in the clouds. Again he released a flare, higher, much higher than the last, and this time squarely over the heart of the convoy. Again, the roar of the engines died to a distant murmur. Again, the desynchronized clamour strengthened as the Condor overtook the convoy a second time. Glimpsed only momentarily in the inverted valleys between the scudding clouds, it flew wide this time, far out on the port hand, riding clear above the pitiless glare of the sinking flares. And as it thundered by, flares exploded into blazing life, 4 of them, just below cloud level, at 4-second intervals. The northern horizon was alive with light, glowing and pulsating with a fierce flame that threw every tiny detail into the starkest relief. And to the south there was only the blackness. The rim of the pool of light stopped abruptly just beyond the starboard line of ships. It was Turner who first appreciated the significance, the implications of this. Realization struck at him with the galvanic effect of sheer physical shock. He gave a hoarse cry, fairly flung himself at the broadcast transmitter. There was no time to await. "Star shells to the south! Green 9-0! Green 9-0! Urgent! Urgent! Star shells, green 9-0! Maximum elevation 10! Close settings! Fire when you're ready!" He looked quickly over his shoulders. "Pilot, can you see—" "B-turret training, sir." "Good! Good!" He lifted the transmitter again. "All guns! All guns! Stand by to repel air attack from starboard. Probable bearing green 9-0. Hostiles, probably torpedo bombers." Even as Turner spoke, he caught sight of the intermittent flashing of the fighting lights on the lower yardarm. Valerie was sending out an emergency signal to the convoy. "You're right, Commander," Valerie whispered. In the gaunt pallor, in the skin taut stretched across the sharp and fleshless bones, his face, in that blinding glare, was a ghastly travesty of humanity. It was a death's head, redeemed only by the glow of the deep-sunken eyes, the sudden flicker of bloodless lips, as the whip-lash crash of B-turret shattered the silence. "You must be," he went on slowly. "Every ship silhouetted from the north, and a maximum run-in from the south under cover of darkness." He broke off suddenly as the shells exploded in great overlapping globules of light 2 miles to the south. "You are right," he said gently. "Here they come." They came from the south, wingtip to wingtip, flying in 3 waves with 4 or 5 planes in each wave. They were coming in at about 500 feet, and even as the shells burst, their noses were already dipping into the plane of the shallow attack dive of the torpedo bomber. And as they dived, the bombers fanned out, as if in search of individual targets, or what seemed, at first sight, to be individual targets. But within seconds, it became obvious that they were concentrating on 2 ships, and 2 ships alone, the Sterling and the Ulysses. Even the ideal double target of the crippled merchantman and the destroyer Cirrus, almost stopped alongside her, was strictly ignored. They were flying under orders. B-turret pumped out 2 more star shells at minimum settings, reloaded with HE. By this time, every gun in the convoy had opened up. The barrage was intense. The torpedo bombers, curiously difficult to identify, but looking like Heinkels, had to fly through a concentrated lethal curtain of steel and high explosive. The element of surprise was gone. The star shells of the Ulysses had gained a priceless 20 seconds. 5 bombers were coming at the Ulysses now, fanned out to disperse fire, but arrowing in on a central point. They were levelling off, running in on firing tracks almost at wave-top height, when one of them straightened up a fraction too late, brushed lightly against a cresting wave-top, glanced harmlessly off, then catapulted crazily from wave-top to wave-top. They were flying at right angles to the set of the sea, before disappearing in a trough. Misjudgment of distance, or the pilot's windscreen suddenly obscured by a flurry of snow. It was impossible to say. A second later, the leading plane in the middle disintegrated in a searing burst of flame, a direct hit on its torpedo warhead. A third plane, behind and to the west, sheared off violently to the left to avoid the hurtling debris, and the subsequent dropping of its torpedo was no more than an empty gesture. It ran half a cable length behind the Ulysses, spent itself in the empty sea beyond. 2 bombers left now, pressing home their attack with suicidal courage, weaving violently from side to side to avoid destruction. 2 seconds passed, 3, 4, and still they came on, through the falling snow and intensely heavy fire, miraculous in their immunity. Theoretically, there is no target so easy to hit as a plane approaching directly head-on. In practice, it never worked out that way. In the Arctic, the Mediterranean, the Pacific, the relative immunity of the torpedo bombers, the high percentage of successful attacks carried out in the face of almost saturation fire, never failed to confound the experts. Tension, over-anxiety, fear. These were part of the trouble, at least. There are no half measures about a torpedo bomber. You get him, or he gets you. And there is nothing more nerve-wracking, always, of course, with the outstanding exception of the screaming near-vertical power dive of the gull-wing Stuka dive bomber, than to see a torpedo bomber looming hugely, terrifyingly over the open sights of your gun, and know that you have just 5 inexorable seconds to live. And with the Ulysses, of course, the continuous rolling of the cruiser in the heavy cross-sea made accuracy impossible. These last 2 bombers came in together, wing-tip to wing-tip. The plane, nearer the bows, dropped its torpedo less than 200 yards away, pulled up in a maximum climbing turn to starboard, a fusillade of light cannon and machine-gun shells smashing into the upper works of the bridge. The torpedo hit the water obliquely, porpoised high into the air, then crashed back again nose first into a heavy wave, diving deeply into the sea. It passed under the Ulysses. But seconds before that, the last torpedo bomber had made its attack. Made its attack and failed and died. It had come roaring in, less than 10 feet above the waves, had come straight on without releasing its torpedo, without gaining an inch in height, until the crosses on the upper sides of the wings could be clearly seen, until it was less than 100 yards away. Suddenly, desperately, the pilot had begun to climb. It was immediately obvious that the torpedo release mechanism had jammed, either through mechanical failure or icing in the intense cold. Obviously, too, the pilot had intended to release the torpedo at the last minute, had banked on the sudden decrease of weight to lift him over the Ulysses. The nose of the bomber smashed squarely into the forward funnel, the starboard wing shearing off like cardboard as it scythed across the after leg of the tripod mast. There was an instantaneous, blinding sheet of gasoline flame, but neither smoke nor explosion. A moment later, the crumpled, shattered bomber, no longer a machine, but a torn and flaming crucifix, plunged into the hissing sea a dozen yards away. The water had barely closed over it when a gigantic underwater explosion heeled the Ulysses far over to starboard, a vicious hammer blow that flung men off their feet and shattered the lighting system on the port side of the cruiser. Commander Turner hoisted himself painfully to his feet, shook his head to clear it of the cordite fumes, and the dazed confusion left by cannon shells exploding almost at arm's length. The shock of the detonating torpedo hadn't thrown him to the duckboards. He'd hurled himself there 5 seconds previously, as the flaming guns of the other bomber had raked the bridge from point-blank range. His first thought was for Valerie. The captain was lying on his side, crumpled strangely against the binnacle. Dry-mouthed, cold with a sudden chill that was not of that polar wind, Turner bent quickly, turned him gently over. Valerie lay still, motionless, lifeless. No sign of blood, no gaping wound, Thank God for that. Turner peeled off a glove, thrust a hand below duffel coat and jacket, thought he detected a very faint beating of the heart. Gently he lifted the head off the frozen slush, then looked up quickly. The Kapok Kid was standing above him. "Get Brooks up here, pilot," he said swiftly. "It's urgent." Unsteadily, the Kapok Kid crossed the bridge. The communication rating was leaning over the gate, telephone in his hand. "The sick bay, quickly," Kapok Kid ordered. "Tell the Surgeon Commander—" He stopped suddenly, guessed that the man was still too dazed to understand. "Here, give me that phone." Impatiently, he stretched out his hand and grabbed the telephone, then stiffened in horror as the man slipped gradually backwards, extended arms trailing stiffly over the top of the gate until they disappeared. Carpenter opened the gate, stared down at the dead man at his feet. There was a hole the size of his gloved fist between the shoulder blades. He lay alongside the Aztec cabinet, a cabinet the Kapok Kid now saw for the first time, riddled and shattered with machine gun bullets and shells. His first thought was the numbing appreciation that the set must be smashed beyond recovery, that their last defense against the U-boats was gone. Hard on the heels of that came the sickening realization that there had been an Aztec operator inside there. His eyes wandered away, caught sight of Chrysler rising to his feet by the torpedo control. He, too, was staring at the Aztec cabinet, his face drained of expression. Before the Kapok Kid could speak, Chrysler lurched forward, fists battering frantically, blindly at the jammed door of the cabinet. Like a man in a dream, the Kapok Kid heard him sobbing. And then he remembered. The Aztec operator. His name was Chrysler, too. Sick to his heart, the Kapok Kid lifted the phone again. Turner pillowed the captain's head, moved across to the starboard corner of the compass platform. Bentley, quiet, unobtrusive as always, was sitting on the deck, his back wedged between two pipes, his head pillowed peacefully on his chest. His hand under Bentley's chin, Turner gazed down into the sightless eyes, the only recognizable feature of what had once been a human face. Turner swore in savage quiet, tried to prise the dead fingers locked round the hand grip of the Aldis, then gave up. The barred beam shone eerily across the darkening bridge. Methodically, Turner searched the bridge deck for further casualties. He found 3 others, and it was no consolation at all that they must have died unknowing. 5 dead men for a 3-second burst. A very fair return, he thought bitterly. Standing on the after ladder, his face stilled in unbelief, as he realized that he was staring down into the heart of the shattered forward funnel. More he could not see. The boat deck was already blurred into featureless anonymity in the dying glare of the last of the flares. He swung on his heel, returned to the compass platform. At least, he thought grimly, there was no difficulty in seeing the Sterling. What was that he'd said? Said less than 10 minutes ago? I wish they'd have a go at the Sterling once in a while. Something like that. His mouth twisted. They'd had a go, all right. The Sterling, a mile ahead, was slewing away to starboard, to the southeast, her forward superstructure enveloped in a writhing cocoon of white flame. He stared through his night glasses, tried to assess the damage, but a solid wall of flame masked the superstructure, from the forecastle deck clear abaft the bridge. He could see nothing there, just nothing. But he could see, even in that heavy swell, that the Sterling was listing to starboard. It was learned later that the Sterling had been struck twice. She had been torpedoed in the forward boiler room, and seconds later a bomber had crashed into the side of her bridge. her torpedo still slung beneath the belly of her fuselage. Almost certainly, in the light of the similar occurrence on the Ulysses, severe icing had jammed the release mechanism. Death must have been instantaneous for every man on the bridge and the decks below. Among the dead were Captain Jeffreys, the first lieutenant, and the navigator. The last bomber was hardly lost in the darkness when Carrington replaced the poop phone, turned to Hartley. "Think you can manage now, Chief? I'm wanted on the bridge." "I think so, sir." Hartley, blackened and stained with smoke and extinguisher foam, passed his sleeve wearily across his face. "The worst is over. Where's Lieutenant Carslake? Shouldn't he—" "Forget him," Carrington interrupted brusquely. "I don't know where he is, nor do I care. There's no need for us to beat about the bush, Chief. We're better without him. If he returns, you're still in charge. Look after things." He turned away, walked quickly forward along the port alley. On the packed snow and ice, the pad of his rubber sea boots was completely soundless. He was passing the shattered canteen when he saw a tall, shadowy figure standing in the gap between the snow-covered lip of the outer torpedo tube and the end stanchion of the guardrails, trying to open a jammed extinguisher valve by striking it against the stanchion. A second later, he saw another blurred form detach itself stealthily from the shadows, creep up stealthily behind the man with the extinguisher, a heavy bludgeon of wood or metal held high above his head. "Look out!" Carrington shouted. "Behind you!" It was all over in 2 seconds. The sudden flailing rush of the attacker, the crash as the victim, lightning fast in his reactions, dropped his extinguisher and fell crouched to his knees. The thin, piercing scream of anger and terror as the attacker catapulted over the stooping body and through the gap between tubes and rails, the splash, and then the silence. Carrington ran up to the man on the deck, helped him to his feet. The last flare had not yet died, and it was still light enough for him to see who it was. Ralston, the LTO. Carrington gripped his arms, looked at him anxiously. "You all right? Did he get you? Good God, who on earth—" "Thank you, sir." Ralston was breathing quickly, but his face was almost expressionless again. "That was too close. Thank you very much, sir." "But who on earth?" Carrington repeated in wonder. "Never saw him, sir." Ralston was grim. "But I know who it was. Sub-Lieutenant Carslake. He's been following me around all night. Never let me out of his sight, not once. Now I know why." It took much to disturb the first lieutenant's iron equanimity, but now he shook his head in slow disbelief. "I knew there was bad blood," he murmured, "but that it should come to this. What the captain will say to this, I just—" "Why tell him?" Ralston said indifferently. "Why tell anyone? Perhaps Carslake had relations. What good will it do to hurt them? To hurt anyone? Let anyone think what they like." He laughed shortly. "Let them think he died a hero's death, firefighting. Fell over the side, anything." He looked down into the dark, rushing water, then shivered suddenly. "Let him go, sir, please. He's paid." For a long second, Carrington, too, stared down over the side, looked back at the tall boy before him. Then he clapped his arm, nodded slowly, and turned away. Turner heard the clanging of the gate, lowered the binoculars to find Carrington standing by his side, gazing wordlessly at the burning cruiser. Just then, Valerie moaned softly, and Carrington looked down quickly at the prone figure at his feet. "My God, the old man. Is he hurt badly, sir?" "I don't know, number one. If not, it's a bloody miracle," he added bitterly. He stooped down, raised the dazed captain to a sitting position. "Are you all right, sir?" he asked anxiously. Have you been hit?" Valerie shuddered in a long, exhausting paroxysm of coughing, then shook his head feebly. "I'm all right," he whispered weakly. He tried to grin, a pitiful, ghastly travesty of a smile in the reflected light from the burning Aldous. "I dived for the deck, but I think the binnacle got in my way." He rubbed his forehead, already bruised and discoloured. "How's the ship, Commander?" "To hell with the ship," Turner said roughly. He passed an arm round Valerie, raised him carefully to his feet. "How things aft, number one?" "Under control. Still burning, but under control. I left Hartley in charge." He made no mention of Karslake. "Good. Take over. Radio Sterling, Cirrus. See how they are. Come on, sir. Shelter for you." Valerie protested feebly, a token protest only, for he was too weak to stand. He checked, involuntarily, as he saw the snow falling whitely through the barred beam of the Aldous. Slowly followed the beam back to its source. "Bentley," he whispered. "Don't tell me." He barely caught the commander's wordless nod, turned heavily away. They passed by the dead man, stretched outside the gate, then stopped at the Azdic cabinet. A sobbing figure was crouched into the angle between the shelter and the jammed and shattered door of the hut, head pillowed on the forearm, resting high against the door. Valerie laid a hand on the shaking shoulder, peered into the averted face. "What is it?" "Oh, it's you, boy." The white face had been lifted towards him. "What's the matter, Chrysler?" "The door, sir." Chrysler's voice was muffled, quivering. "The door. I can't open it." For the first time, Valerie looked at the cabinet, at the gashed and torn metal. His mind was still dazed, exhausted, and it was almost by a process of association that he suddenly, horrifyingly thought of the gashed and mangled operator that must lie behind that locked door. "Yes," he said quietly. "The door's buckled. There's nothing anyone can do, Chrysler." He looked more closely at the grief-dulled eyes. "Come on, my boy. There's no need—" "My brother's in there, sir." The words, the hopeless despair, struck Valerie like a blow. Dear God, he had forgotten. Of course, leading Azdic operator Chrysler. He stared down at the dead man at his feet, already covered with a thin layer of snow. "Have that Aldous unplugged, Commander, will you?" he asked absently. "And Chrysler?" "Yes, sir." A flat monotone. "Go below and bring up some coffee, please." "Coffee, sir?" He was bewildered, uncomprehending. "Coffee? But, my brother—" "I know," Valerie said gently. "I know. Bring some coffee, will you?" Chrysler stumbled off. When the shelter door closed behind them, clicking on the light, Valerie turned to the commander. "You for moralizing on the glories of war," he murmured quietly. "Duce et decorum, and the proud privilege of being the sons of Nelson and Drake. It's not 24 hours since Ralston watched his father die. And now this boy. Perhaps—" "I'll take care of things," Turner nodded. He hadn't yet forgiven himself for what he had said and done to Ralston last night, in spite of Ralston's quick friendliness, the ready acceptance of his apologies. "I'll keep him busy out of the way till we open up the cabinet. Sit down, sir. Have a swig of this." He smiled faintly. "Friend Williamson having betrayed my guilty secret. Hello. Company." The light clicked off, and a burly figure bulked momentarily against the grey oblong of the doorway. The door shut, and Brooks stood blinking in the sudden light, red of face and gasping for breath. His eyes focused on the bottle in Turner's hand,
"Ah," he said at length. "Having a bottle party, are we? All contributions gratefully received, I have no doubt." He opened his case on a convenient table, was rummaging inside, when someone rapped sharply on the door. "Come in," Valerie called. A signalman entered, handed a note to Valerie. "From London, sir. Chief says there may be some reply." "Thank you. I'll phone down." The door opened and closed again. Valerie looked up at an empty-handed Turner. "Thanks for removing the guilty evidence so quickly," he smiled. Then he shook his head. "My eyes. They don't seem so good. Perhaps you would read the signal, Commander." "And perhaps you would like some decent medicine," Brooks boomed, "instead of that filthy muck of Turner's." He fished in his bag, produced a bottle of amber liquid. "With all the resources of modern medicine, well, practically all anyway, at my disposal, I can find nothing to equal this." "Have you told Nichols?" Valerie was stretched out on the settee now, eyes closed, the shadow of a smile on his bloodless lips. "Well, no," Brooks confessed. "But plenty of time. Have something?" "Thanks." "Let's have the good news, Turner." "Good news?" The sudden, deadly quiet of the commander's voice fell chilly over the waiting men. "No, sir. It's not good news." "Rear Admiral Valerie, commanding 14 ACS FR77. The voice was drained of all tone and expression. "Tirpitz, escorting cruisers, destroyers, reported moving out of Outer Fjord, sunset. Intense activity Outer Fjord airfield. Fear sortie under air cover. All measures avoid useless sacrifice. Merchant, naval ships. DNO, London." With deliberate care, Turner folded the paper, laid it on the table. "Isn't that just wonderful?" he murmured. "Whatever next?" Valerie was sitting bolt upright on the settee, blind to the blood trickling down crookedly from one corner of his mouth. His face was calm, unworried. "I think I'll have that glass now, Brooks, if you don't mind," he said quietly. "The Tirpitz. The Tirpitz." He shook his head tiredly, like a man in a dream. The Tirpitz. The name that no man mentioned without a far-off echo of awe and fear. The name that had completely dominated North Atlantic naval strategy during the past 2 years. Moving out at last. An armored colossus. Sister ship to that other Titan that had destroyed the Hood with one single savage blow. The Hood, the darling of the Royal Navy, the most powerful ship in the world, or so men had thought. What chance had their tiny cockleshell cruiser? Again he shook his head, angrily this time, forced himself to think of the present. "Well, gentlemen, I suppose time bringeth all things, even the Tirpitz. It had to come some day. Just our ill luck. The bait was too close, too tempting." "My young colleague is going to be just delighted," Brooks said grimly. "A real battleship, at long, long last." "Sunset," Turner mused. "Sunset. My God," he said sharply. "Even allowing for negotiating the fjord, they'll be on us in 4 hours on this course." "Exactly." Valerie nodded. "And it's no good running north. They'd overtake us before we're within 100 miles of them." "Them? Our big boys up north?" Turner scoffed. "I hate to sound like a gramophone record, but you'll recall my earlier statement about them. Too bloody late as usual." He paused, swore again. "I hope that old bastard Star's satisfied at last," he finished bitterly. "Why all the gloom?" Valerie looked up, quizzically. went on softly. We can still be back, safe and sound in Scarpa in 48 hours. Avoid useless sacrifice. Merchant, naval ships. The Ulysses is probably the fastest ship in the world today. It's simple, gentlemen. No, Brooks moaned. Too much of an anticlimax. I couldn't stand it. What? Run away? Another PQ-17? Turner smiled, but the smile never touched his eyes. The Royal Navy could never stand it. Rear Admiral Valery would never permit it. And speaking for myself, and I'm fairly certain, this bunch of cutthroat mutineers of ours, well, I don't think we'd ever sleep so sound o' nights again. Gad, Brooks murmured. The man's a poet. You're right, Turner. Valery drained his glass, lay back exhausted. We don't seem to have much option. What if we receive orders for a high-speed withdrawal? You can't read, Turner said bluntly. Remember, you just said your eyes are going back on you. Souls that have toiled and wrought and fought with me, Valery quoted softly. Thank you, gentlemen. You made things very easy for me. He propped himself on an elbow, his mind made up. He smiled at Turner, and his face was almost boyish again. Inform all merchant ships, all escorts. Tell them to break north. Turner stared at him. North? Did you say north? But the Admiralty... North, I said. Valery repeated quietly. The Admiralty can do what they like about it. We've played along, long enough. We've sprung the trap. What more can they want? This way there's a chance. An almost hopeless chance, perhaps, but a fighting chance. To go east is suicide. He smiled again, almost dreamily. The end is not all important, he said softly. I don't think I'll have to answer for this. Not now. Not ever. Turned at him. His face lit up. North, you said. Inform C&C, Valery went on. Ask pilot for an interception course. Tell the convoy we'll tag along behind. Give them as much cover as we can, as long as we can. As long as we can. Let us not delude ourselves. 1,000 to 1 at the outside. Nothing else we can do, Commander? Pray, Turner said succinctly. And sleep, Brooks added. Why don't you have half an hour, sir? Sleep. 15. Messages were pouring into the bridge now. Messages from the merchant ships. Messages of dismayed unbelief, asking for confirmation of the Tirpitz breakout. From the Sterling, replying that the superstructure fire was now under control, and that the engine room watertight bulkheads were holding. And one from Orr of the Cirrus, saying that his ship was making water to the capacity of the pumps. He had been in heavy collision with the sinking merchantman. That they had taken off 44 survivors, that the Cirrus had already done her share, and couldn't she go home? The signal had arrived after the Cirrus's receipt of the bad news. Turner grinned to himself. No inducement on earth, he knew, could have persuaded Orr to leave now. The messages kept pouring in, by visual signal or WT. There was no point in maintaining radio silence to outwit enemy monitor positions. The enemy knew where they were to a mile. Nor was there any need to prohibit light signaling, not with the Sterling still burning furiously enough to illuminate the sea for a mile around. And so the messages kept on coming. Messages of fear and dismay and anxiety. But for Turner, the most disquieting message came neither by lamp nor radio. Fully quarter of an hour had elapsed since the end of the attack, and the Ulysses was rearing and pitching through the head seas on her new course of 350 degrees, when the gate of the bridge crashed open, and a panting, exhausted man stumbled onto the compass platform. Turner, back on the bridge again, peered closely at him in the red glare from the Sterling, recognized him as a stoker. His face was masked in sweat, the sweat already caking to ice in the intense cold. And in spite of that cold, he was hatless, coatless, clad only in a thin pair of dungarees. He was shivering violently, shivering from excitement, and not because of the icy wind. He was oblivious to such things. Turner seized him by the shoulder. "What is it, man?" he demanded anxiously. The stoker was still too breathless to speak. "What's wrong? Quickly!" "The TS, sir!" The breathing was so quick, so agonized, that the words blurred into a gasping exhalation. "It's full of water!" "The TS?" Turner was incredulous. "Flooded? When did this happen?" "I'm not sure, sir." He was still gasping for breath. "But there was a bloody awful explosion, sir, just about mid... I know. Turner interrupted impatiently. "Bomber carried away, the forward funnel, exploded in the water, port side. But that was 15 minutes ago, man." 15 minutes? Good God, they would have... TS switchboard's gone, sir." The stoker was beginning to recover, to huddle against the wind. But frantic at the commander's deliberation and delay, he straightened up and grasped Turner's duffel without realizing what he was doing. The note of urgency deepened still further. "All the power's gone, sir, and the hatch is jammed. The men can't get out." "The hatch cover jammed?" Turner's eyes narrowed in concern. "What happened?" he rapped out. "Buckled? The counterweight's broken off, sir. It's on top of the hatch. We can only get it open an inch. You see, sir—" "Number one!" Turner shouted. "Here, sir." Carrington was standing just behind him. "I heard. Why can't you open it?" "It's the TS hatch!" the stoker cried desperately. "A quarter of a bloody ton if it's an ounce, sir. You know, the one below the ladder outside the wheelhouse. Only 2 men can get at it at the same time. We've tried. Oh, hurry, sir, please." "Just a minute." Carrington was calm, unruffled, infuriatingly so. "Hartley?" "No. Still firefighting." "Evans?" "McIntosh?" "Dead." He was obviously thinking aloud. "Bellamy, perhaps." "What is it, number one?" Turner burst out. He himself had caught up the anxiety, the impatience of the stoker. "What are you trying—" "Hatch cover, plus pulley. £1,000, Carrington murmured. "A special man for a special job." "Peterson, sir!" The stoker had understood immediately. "Peterson!" "Of course." Carrington clapped gloved hands together. "We're on our way, sir." "Acetylene?" "No time." "Stoker, crowbars, sledges." "Perhaps if you would ring the engine room, sir." But Turner already had the phone in his hand. Aft, on the poop deck, the fire was under control, all but in a few odd corners where the flames were fed by a fierce through-draught. In the mess decks, bulkheads, ladders, mess partitions, lockers had been twisted and buckled into strange shapes by the intense heat. On deck, the gasoline-fed flames, incinerating the 2 3/4-inch deck plating and melting the caulking as by some gigantic blowtorch, had cleanly stripped all covering and exposed the steel deck plates, plates dull red and glowing evilly, plates that hissed and spat as heavy snowflakes drifted down to sibilant extinction. On and below decks, Hartley and his crews, freezing one moment, reeling in the blast of heat the next, toiled like men insane. Where their wasted, exhausted bodies found the strength, God only knew. From the turrets, from the master-at-arms office, from mess decks and emergency steering position, they pulled out man after man who had been there when the Condor had crashed. Pulled them out, looked at them, swore, wept, and plunged back into the aftermath of that Holocaust. Oblivious of pain and danger, tearing aside wreckage still burning, still red-hot, with charred and broken gloves, and when the gloves fell off, they used their naked hands. As the dead were ranged in the starboard alleyway, leading seaman Doyle was waiting for them. Less than half an hour previously, Doyle had been in the forward galley passage, rolling in silent agony as frozen body and clothes thawed out after the drenching of his pom-pom. 5 minutes later, he had been back on his gun, rock-like, unflinching, as he pumped shell after shell over open sights into the torpedo bombers. And now, steady and enduring as ever, he was on the poop. A man of iron, and a face of iron, too, that night. The bearded, leonine head still and impassive, as he picked up one dead man after the other, walked to the guardrail, and dropped his burden gently over the side. How many times he repeated that brief journey that night, Doyle never knew. He had lost count after the first 20 or so. He had no right to do this, of course. The Navy was very strong on decent burial. And this was not decent burial. But the sailmakers were dead, and no man would or could have sewn up these ghastly charred heaps in the weighted and sheeted canvas. The dead don't care, Doyle thought dispassionately. Let them look after themselves. So, too, thought Carrington and Hartley, and they made no move to stop him. Beneath their feet, the smouldering mess decks rang with hollow, reverberating clangs, as Nichols and leading telegraphist Brown, still weirdly garbed in their white asbestos suits, swung heavy sledges against the securing clips of Y magazine hatch. In the smoke and gloom and their desperate haste, they could hardly see each other, much less the clips. As often as not, they missed their strokes, and the hammers went spinning out of numbed hands into the waiting darkness. Time yet, Nichols thought desperately. Perhaps there is time. The main flooding valve had been turned off 5 minutes ago. It was possible, barely possible, that the two trapped men inside were clinging to the ladder, above water level. One clip only was holding the hatch cover now. With alternate strokes of their sledges, they struck it with vicious strength. Suddenly, unexpectedly, it sheared off at its base, and the hatch cover crashed open under the explosive upsurge of the compressed air beneath. Brown screamed in agony, a single coughing shout of pain, as the bone-crashing momentum of the swinging hatch crashed into his right hip. Then he fell to the deck, where he lay moaning quietly. Nichols did not even spare him a glance. He leant far through the hatch, the powerful beam of his torch stabbing downwards into the gloom. And he could see nothing. Nothing at all. Not what he wanted to see. All he saw was the water, dark and viscous and evil. Water rising and falling. Water flooding and ebbing in the eerie, oil-bound silence as the Ulysses plunged and lifted in the heavy seas. "Below!" Nichols called loudly. The voice, a voice he noted impersonally, cracked and shaken with strain, boomed and echoed terrifyingly down the iron tunnel. "Below!" he shouted again. "Is there anybody there?" He strained his ears for the least sound, for the faintest whisper of an answer. But none came. "McQuater!" he shouted a third time. "Williamson! Can you hear me?" Again he looked. Again he listened. But there was only the darkness and the muffled whisper of the oil-slicked water swishing smoothly from side to side. He stared again down the light from the torch, marveled that any surface could so quickly dissipate and engulf the brilliance of that beam. And beneath that surface, he shivered. The water, even the water seemed to be dead, old and evil and infinitely horrible. In sudden anger he shook his head to clear it of these stupid, primitive fears. His imagination. He'd have to watch it. He stepped back, straightened up. Gently, carefully, he closed the swinging hatch. The mess deck echoed as his sledge swung down on the clips, again and again and again. Engineer Commander Dobson stirred and moaned. He struggled to open his eyes, but his eyelids refused to function. At least, he thought that they did, for the blackness around remained as it was, absolute, impenetrable, almost palpable. He wondered dully what had happened, how long he had been there, what had happened. And the side of his head, just below the ear, that hurt abominably. Slowly, with clumsy deliberation, he peeled off his glove, reached up an exploratory hand. It came away wet and sticky. His hair, he realized with mild surprise, was thickly matted with blood. It must be blood. He could feel it trickling slowly, heavily down the side of his cheek. And that deep, powerful vibration, a vibration overlain with an indefinable note of strain that set his engineer's teeth on edge. He could hear it, almost feel it. Immediately his bare hand reached out, recoiled in instant reflex as it touched something smooth and revolving and burning hot. The shaft tunnel. Of course. That's where he was. The shaft tunnel. They'd discovered fractured lubricating pipes on the port shafts too, and he'd decided to keep this engine turning. He knew they'd been attacked. Down here in the hidden bowels of the ship, sound did not penetrate. He had heard nothing of the aircraft engines. He hadn't even heard their own guns firing. But there had been no mistaking the jarring shock of the 5.25s surging back on their hydraulic recoil. And then, a torpedo perhaps, or a near miss by a bomb. Thank God he'd been sitting facing inboard when the Ulysses had lurched. The other way round, and it would have been curtains for sure, when he'd been flung across the shaft coupling and wrapped round. The shaft! Dear God, the shaft! It was running almost red-hot on dry bearings. Frantically he pawed round, picked up his emergency lamp and twisted its base. There was no light. He twisted it again with all his strength, reached up, felt the jagged edges of broken screen and bulb, and flung the useless lamp to the deck. He dragged out his pocket torch. That, too, was smashed. Desperate now, he searched blindly around for his oil can. It was lying on its side, the patent spring top beside it. The can was empty. No oil, none. Heaven only knew how near that overstressed metal was to the critical limit. He didn't. He admitted that. Even to the best engineers, metal fatigue was an incalculable unknown. But like all men who had spent a lifetime with machines, he had developed a sixth sense for these things. And right now, that sixth sense was jabbing at him, mercilessly, insistently. Oil. He would have to get oil. But he knew he was in bad shape, dizzy, weak from shock and loss of blood, and the tunnel was long and slippery and dangerous and unlighted. One slip, one stumble against or over that merciless shaft. Gingerly, the engineer commander stretched out his hand again, rested his hand for an instant on the shaft, drew back sharply in sudden pain. He lifted his hand to his cheek, knew it was not friction that had flayed and burnt the skin off the tips of his fingers. There was no choice. Resolutely, he gathered his legs under him, swayed dizzily to his feet, his back bent against the arching convexity of the tunnel. It was then that he noticed it for the first time. A light. A swinging, tiny pinpoint of light, imponderably distant in the converging sides of that dark tunnel, although he knew it could only be yards away. He blinked, closed his eyes, and looked again. The light was still there, advancing steadily, and he could hear the shuffling of feet now. All at once, he felt weak, light-headed. Gratefully he sank down again, his feet safely braced once more against the bearing block. The man with the light stopped a couple of feet away, hooked the lamp onto an inspection bracket, lowered himself carefully, and sat beside Dobson. The rays of the lamp fell full on the dark, heavy face, the jagged brows, and prognathous jaw.
Dobson stiffened in sudden surprise. Riley! Stoker Riley! His eyes narrowed in suspicion and conjecture. What the devil are you doing here? I've brought a 2-gallon drum of lubricating oil, Riley growled. He thrust a thermos flask into the engineer commander's hands. And here's some coffee. I'll tend to this. You drink that. Suffering Christ! This bloody bearing's red hot. Dobson set down the thermos with a thump. Are you deaf? He asked harshly. Why are you here? Who sent you? Your station's in B boiler room. Grayson sent me, Riley said roughly. His dark face was impassive. Said he couldn't spare his engine room men. Too bloody valuable. Too much. The oil, thick, viscous, was pouring slowly onto the overheated bearing. Lieutenant Grayson! Dobson was almost vicious, his voice a whiplash of icy correction. And that's a damned lie, Riley. Lieutenant Grayson never sent you. I suppose you told him that somebody else had sent you. Drink your coffee, Riley advised sourly. You want it in the engine room. The engineer commander clenched his fist, restrained himself with difficulty. You damned insolent bastard! He burst out. Abruptly, control came back, and he said evenly, Commander's defaulters in the morning. You'll pay for this, Riley. No, I won't. Confound him, Dodson thought furiously. He's actually grinning, the insolent... He checked his thought. Why not? He demanded dangerously. Because you won't report me. Riley seemed to be enjoying himself hugely. Oh, so that's it. Dobson glanced swiftly round the darkened tunnel, and his lips tightened as he realized for the first time how completely alone they were. In sudden certainty, he looked back at Riley, big and hunched and menacing. Smiling yet, but no smile, Dobson thought, could ever transform that ugly, brutal face. The smile on the face of the tiger. Fear, exhaustion, never-ending strain. They did terrible things to a man, and you couldn't blame him for what he'd become, or for what he was born. But his, Dobson's, first responsibility was to himself. Grimly, he remembered how Turner had berated him, called him all sorts of a fool for refusing to have Riley sent to prison. So that's it, eh? He repeated softly. He turned himself, feet thrusting solidly against the block. Don't be so sure, Riley. I can give you 25 years, but... for Christ's sake! Riley burst out impatiently. What are you talking about, sir? Drink your coffee, please. You want it in the engine room, I tell you, he repeated impatiently. Uncertainly, Dobson relaxed, unscrewed the cap of the thermos. He had a sudden, peculiar feeling of unreality, as if he were a spectator, some bystander in no way involved in this scene, this fantastic scene. His head, he realized, still hurt like hell. Tell me, Riley, he asked softly. What makes you so sure I won't report you? Oh, you can report me all right. Riley was suddenly cheerful again. But I won't be at the commander's table tomorrow morning. No. It was half challenge, half question. No, Riley grinned. Because there'll be no commander, and no table tomorrow morning. He clasped his hands luxuriously behind his head. In fact, there'll be no nothing. Something in the voice, rather than in the words, caught and held Dobson's attention. He knew, with instant conviction, that though Riley might be smiling, he wasn't joking. Dodson looked at him curiously, but said nothing. Command has just finished broadcasting, Riley continued. The Tirpitz is out. We have 4 hours left. The bald, flat statement, the complete lack of histrionics, of playing for effect, left no possible room for doubt. The Tirpitz out. The Tirpitz out. Dobson repeated the phrase to himself over and over again.
4 hours. Just 4 hours to go. He was surprised at his own reaction, his apparent lack of concern. Well, Riley was anxious now, restive. You going on, aren't you? I'm not kidding, sir. You want it urgent. You're a liar, Dobson said pleasantly. Why did you bring the coffee? For myself. The smile was gone, the face set and sullen. But I thought you needed it. You don't look so good to me. They'll fix you up back in the engine room. And that's just where you're going. Right now, Dobson said evenly. Riley gave no sign that he had heard. On your way, Riley, Dobson said curtly. That's an order. Bugger off, Riley growled. I'm staying. You don't require to have 3 bloody great gold stripes on your sleeve to handle a bloody oil can, he finished derisively. Possibly not. Dobson braced against a sudden violent pitch, but too late to prevent himself lurching into Riley. Sorry, Riley. Weather's worsening, I'm afraid. Well, we appear to have reached an impasse. What's that? Riley asked suspiciously. A dead end. A no-decision fight. Tell me, Riley, he asked quietly. What brought you here? I told you. Riley was aggrieved. Grayson. Lieutenant Grayson sent me. What brought you here? Dobson persisted. It was as if Riley had not spoken. That's my bloody business, Riley answered savagely. What brought you here? Oh, for Christ's sake, leave me alone, Riley shouted. His voice echoed loudly along the dark tunnel. Suddenly he turned round, full face, his mouth twisted bitterly. You know bloody well why I came. To do me in, perhaps? Riley looked at him a long second, then turned away. His shoulders were hunched, his head held low. You're the only bastard in this ship that ever gave me a break, he muttered. The only bastard I've ever known who ever gave me a chance, he amended slowly. Bastard, Dobson supposed, was Riley's accolade of friendship, and he felt suddenly ashamed of his last remark. If it weren't for you, Riley went on softly, I'd have been in cells the first time, in a civvy jail the second. Remember, sir? Dobson nodded. You were rather foolish, Riley, he admitted. Why'd you do it? The big stoker was intense, worried. God, everyone knows what I'm like. Do they? I wonder. I thought you had the makings of a better man. Don't give me that bull, Riley scoffed. I know what I'm like. I know what I am. I'm no bloody good. Everybody says I'm no bloody good. And they're right. He leaned forward. You know something? I'm a Catholic. 4 hours from now. He broke off. I should be on my knees, shouldn't I? Repentance. Looking for, what do they call it? Absolution. Aye, that's it. Absolution. Do you know what? He spoke slowly, emphatically. I don't give a single, solitary damn. Maybe you don't have to, Dobson murmured. For the last time, get back to that engine room. No. The engineer commander sighed, picked up the thermos. In that case, perhaps you'd care to join me in a cup of coffee. Riley looked up, grinned, and when he spoke, it was in a very creditable imitation of Colonel Chinstrap of the famous Itmar radio program. Actually, I don't mind if I do. Valerie rolled over on his side, his legs doubled up, his hand automatically reaching for the towel. His emaciated body shook violently, and the sound of the harsh, retching cough beat back at him from the iron walls of his shelter.
God, he thought. Oh, God. It's never been as bad as this before. Funny, he thought. It doesn't hurt anymore. Not even a little bit. The attack eased. He looked at the crimson sodden towel, flung it in sudden disgust, and with what little feeble strength was left him, into the darkest corner of the shelter. You carry this damned ship on your back. Unbidden, old Socrates' phrase came into his mind, and he smiled faintly. Well, if ever they needed him, it was now. And if he waited any longer, he knew he could never be able to go. He sat up, sweating with the effort, swung his legs carefully over the side. As his feet touched the deck, the Ulysses pitched suddenly, steeply, and he fell forward against a chair, sliding helplessly to the floor. It took an eternity of time, an infinite effort to drag himself to his feet again. Another effort like that, he knew, would surely kill him. And then there was the door, that heavy steel door. Somehow he had to open it, and he knew he couldn't. But he laid hold of the handle, and the door opened, and suddenly, miraculously, he was outside, gasping as the cruel sub-zero wind seared down through his throat and wasted lungs. He looked fore and aft. The fires were dying, he saw, the fires on the Sterling and on his own poop deck. Thank God for that, at least. Beside him, 2 men had just finished levering the door off the Azdic cabinet, and were flashing a torch inside. But he couldn't bear to look. He averted his head, staggered with outstretched hands for the gate of the compass platform. Turner saw him coming, hurried to meet him, helped him slowly to his chair. "You've no right to be here," he said quietly. He looked at Valerie for a long moment. "How are you feeling, sir?" "I'm a good deal better now, thanks," Valerie replied. He smiled and went on. "We rear admirals have our responsibilities, you know, Commander. It's time I began to earn my princely salary." "Stand back there," Carrington ordered curtly. "Into the wheelhouse, or up on the ladder, all of you. Let's have a look at this." He looked down at the great steel hatch cover. Looking at it, he realized he'd never before appreciated just how solid, how massive that cover was. The hatch cover, open no more than an inch, was resting on a tommy bar. He noticed the broken, stranded pulley, the heavy counterweight lying against the sill of the wheelhouse. "So that's off," he thought. "Thank the Lord for that, anyway." "Have you tried a block and tackle?" he asked abruptly. "Yes, sir," the man nearest him replied. He pointed to a tangled heap in a corner. "No use, sir. The ladder takes the strain all right, but we can't get the hook under the hatch, except sideways. And then it slips off all the time." He gestured to the hatch. "And every clip's either bent, they were opened by sledges, or at the wrong angle. I think I know how to use a block and tackle, sir." "I'm sure you do," Carrington said absently. "Here, give me a hand, will you?" He hooked his fingers under the hatch, took a deep breath. The seaman at one side of the cover, the other side was hard against the after bulkhead, did the same. Together they strained, thighs and backs quivering under the strain. Carrington felt his face turning crimson with effort, heard the blood pounding in his ears, and relaxed. They were only killing themselves, and that damned cover hatch hadn't shifted a fraction. Someone had done remarkably well to open it even that far. But even though they were tired and anything but fit, Carrington thought, 2 men should have been able to raise an edge of that hatch. He suspected that the hinges were jammed, or the deck buckled. If that was so, he mused, even if they could hook on a tackle, it would be of little help. A tackle was of no use when a sudden, immediate application of force was required. It always yielded that fraction before tightening up. He sank to his knees, put his mouth to the edge of the hatch. "Below there," he called. "Can you hear me?"
"We can hear you."
The voice was weak, muffled.
"For God's sake, get us out of here. We're trapped like rats."
"Is that you, Brierly? Don't worry, we'll get you out. How's the water down there?"
"Water? More bloody oil than water. There must be a fracture right through the port oil tank. I think the ring main passage must be flooded too."
"How deep is it?"
"3/4 way up already. We're standing on generators, hanging onto switchboards. One of our boys is gone already. We couldn't hold him."
Even muffled by the hatch, the strain, the near desperation in the voice was all too obvious.
"For pity's sake, hurry up!"
"I said we'd get you out." Carrington's voice was sharp, authoritative. The confidence was in his voice only, but he knew how quickly panic could spread down here. "Can you push from below at all?"
"There's room for only one on the ladder,"
Brierly shouted.
"It's impossible to get any pressure, any leverage upwards."
There was a sudden silence, then a series of muffled oaths. "What's up?" Carrington called sharply.
"It's difficult to hang on,"
Brierly shouted.
"There are waves 2 feet high down there. One of the men was washed off there. I think he's back again. It's pitch dark down here."
Carrington heard the clatter of heavy footsteps above him, and straightened up. It was Peterson. In that narrow space, the blond Norwegian stoker looked gigantic. Carrington looked at him, looked at the immense span of shoulder, the great depth of chest, one enormous hand hanging loosely by his side, the other negligently holding 3 heavy crowbars and a sledge, as if there were so many lengths of Caine. Carrington looked at him, looked at the still, grave eyes, so startlingly blue under the flaxen hair, and all at once he felt oddly confident, reassured. "We can't open this, Peterson," Carrington said baldly. "Can you?"
"I will try, sir."
He laid down his tools, stooped, caught the end of the tommy bar projecting beneath the corner of the cover. He straightened, quickly, easily. The hatch lifted a fraction, then the bar, putty-like in its apparent malleability, bent over almost to a right angle. "I think the hatch is jammed." Peterson wasn't even breathing heavily. "It will be the hinges, sir." He walked round the hatch, peered closely at the hinges, then grunted in satisfaction. 3 times the heavy sledge swung with accuracy, and all the power of these great shoulders behind them smashed squarely into the face of the outer hinge. On the 3rd stroke, the sledge snapped. Peterson threw away the broken shaft in disgust, picked up another, much heavier crowbar. Again the bar bent, but again the hatch cover lifted, an inch this time. Peterson picked up the 2 smaller sledges that had been used to open clips, hammered at the hinges till these sledges too were broken and useless. This time he used the last 2 crowbars together, thrust under the same corner of the hatch. For 5-10 seconds he remained bent over them, motionless. He was breathing deeply, quickly now. Then suddenly the breathing stopped. The sweat began to pour off his face, his whole body to quiver, under the titanic strain. Then slowly, incredibly, both crowbars began to bend. Carrington watched, fascinated. He had never seen anything remotely like this before. He was sure no one else had either. Neither of these bars, he would have sworn, would have bent under less than 1/2 a ton of pressure. It was fantastic, but it was happening. And as the giant straightened, they were bending more and more. Then suddenly, so unexpectedly that everyone jumped, the hatch sprang open 5 or 6 inches, and Peterson crashed backwards against the bulkhead, the bars falling from his hand and splashing into the water below. Peterson flung himself back at the hatch, tigerish in his ferocity. His fingers hooked under the edge, the great muscles of his arms and shoulders lifted and locked as he tugged and pulled at that massive hatch cover.
3 times he heaved. 4 times. Then on the 5th, the hatch almost literally leapt up with a screech of tortured metal and smashed shudderingly home into the retaining latch of the vertical stand behind. The hatch was open. Peterson just stood there smiling. No one had seen Peterson smile for a long time. His face bathed in sweat, his great chest rising and falling rapidly as his starved lungs sucked in great draughts of air. The water level in the low power room was within 2 feet of the hatch. Sometimes, when the Ulysses plunged into a heavy sea, the dark, oily liquid splashed over the hatch combing into the flat above. Quickly, the trapped men were hauled to safety. Soaked in oil from head to foot, their eyes gummed and blinded, they were men overcome by reaction, utterly spent, and on the verge of collapse. So far gone that even their fear could not overcome their exhaustion. 3, in particular, could do no more than cling helplessly to the ladder, would almost certainly have slipped back into the surging blackness below, but Peterson bent over and plucked them clean out of the low power room as if they had been little children. "Take these men to the sick bay at once," Carrington ordered. He watched the dripping, shivering men being helped up the ladder, then turned to the giant stoker with a smile. "We'll all thank you later, Peterson. We're not finished yet. This hatch must be closed and battened down." "It will be difficult, sir," Peterson said gravely. "Difficult or not, it must be done." Carrington was emphatic. Regularly now, the water was spilling over the combing, was lapping the sill of the wheelhouse. "The emergency steering position is gone. If the wheelhouse is flooded, we're finished." Peterson said nothing. He lifted the retaining latch, pulled the protesting hatch cover down a foot. Then he braced his shoulder against the ladder, planted his feet on the cover, and straightened his back convulsively. The cover screeched down to 45 degrees. He paused, bent his back like a bow, his hands taking his weight on the ladder, then pounded his feet again and again on the edge of the cover. 15 inches to go. "We need heavy hammers, sir," Peterson said urgently. "No time." Carrington shook his head quickly. 2 more minutes, and it'll be impossible to shut the hatch cover against the water pressure." "Hell," he said bitterly. "If it were only the other way round, closing from below, even I could lever it shut." Again Peterson said nothing. He squatted down by the side of the hatch, gazed into the darkness beneath his feet. "I have an idea, sir," he said quickly. "If 2 of you would stand on the hatch, push against the ladder." "Yes, sir, that way. But you could push harder if you turned your back to me." Carrington laid the heels of his hands against the iron steps of the ladder, heaved with all his strength. Suddenly he heard a splash, then a metallic clatter, whirled round just in time to see a crowbar, clutched in an enormous hand, disappear below the edge of the hatch. There was no sign of Peterson. Like many big, powerful men, he was lithe and cat-like in his movements. He'd gone down over the edge of that hatch without a sound. "Peterson!" Carrington was on his knees by the hatch. "What the devil do you think you're doing? Come out of there, you bloody fool! You want to drown?" There was no reply. Complete silence below. A silence deepened by the gentle susurration of the water. Suddenly the quiet was broken by the sound of metal striking against metal, then by a jarring screech as the hatch dropped 6 inches. Before Carrington had time to think, the hatch cover dropped farther still. Desperately, the first lieutenant seized a crowbar, thrust it under the hatch cover. A split second later, the great steel cover thudded down on top of it. Carrington had his mouth to the gap now. "In the name of God, Peterson," he shouted, "are you sane? Open up! Open up at once, do you hear?" "I can't." The voice came and went as the water surged over the stoker's head. "I won't. You said yourself, there's no time. This was the only way." "But I never meant—" "I know. It does not matter. It is better this way." It was almost impossible to make out what he was saying. "Tell Captain Valery that Peterson says he is very sorry. I tried to tell the captain yesterday.
Sorry? Sorry for what?
Madly, Carrington flung all his strength against the iron bar. The hatch cover did not even quiver. The dead Marine in Scapa Flow. I did not mean to kill him. I could never kill any man. But he angered me, the big Norwegian said simply. He killed my friend. For a second, Carrington stopped straining at the bar. Peterson. Of course. Who but Peterson could have snapped a man's neck like that? Peterson, the big, laughing Scandinavian, who had so suddenly changed overnight into a grave, unsmiling giant, who stalked the deck, the mess decks and alleyways by day and by night, who was never seen to smile or sleep. With a sudden flash of insight, Carrington saw clear through into the tortured mind of that kind and simple man. Listen, Peterson, he begged. I don't give a damn about that. Nobody shall ever know. I promise you. Please, Peterson, just... It is better this way. A muffled voice was strangely content. It is not good to kill a man. It is not good to go on living. I know. Please, it is important. You will tell my captain. Peterson is sorry and filled with shame. I do this for my captain. Without warning, the crowbar was plucked from Carrington's hand. The cover clanged down in position. For a minute, the wheelhouse flat rang to a succession of muffled metallic blows. Suddenly the clamour ceased, and there was only the rippling surge of the water outside the wheelhouse, and the creak of the wheel inside, as the Ulysses steadied on course. The clear, sweet voice soared high and true above the subdued roar of the engine-room fans, above the whine of 100 electric motors, and the sound of the rushing of the waters. Not even the metallic impersonality of the loudspeakers could detract from the beauty of that singing voice. It was a favourite device of Valerie's when the need for silence was not paramount, to pass the long, dark hours by coupling up the record player to the broadcast system. Almost invariably, the musical repertoire was strictly classical, or what is more often referred to, foolishly and disparagingly, as the popular classics. Bach, Beethoven, Tchaikovsky, Lehar, Verdi, Delius. These were the favourites. Number 1 in B-flat minor, Air on a G-string, Moonlight on the Ulster, Clair de Lune, the Skater's Waltz. The crew of the Ulysses could never have enough of these. Ridiculous. Impossible. It's all too easy to imagine the comments of those who equate the Matelot's taste in music with the popular conception of his ethics and morals. But those same people have never heard the hushed cathedral silence in the crowded hangar of a great aircraft carrier in Scapa Flow, as Yehudi Menuhin's magic bow sang across the strings of the violin, swept 1,000 men away from the harsh urgencies of reality, from the bitter memories of the last patrol or convoy, into the golden land of music. But now a girl was singing. It was Deanna Durbin, and she was singing Beneath the Lights of Home, that most heart-breakingly nostalgic of all songs. Below decks and above, bent over the great engines or huddled by their guns, men listened to the lovely voice as it drifted through the darkened ship and the falling snow, and turned their minds inwards and thought of home, thought of the bitter contrast and the morning that would not come. Suddenly, halfway through, the song stopped. "Do you hear that?" The speakers boomed. "Do you hear that? This is the commander speaking." The voice was deep and grave and hesitant. It caught and held the attention of every man in the ship. "I have bad news for you." Turner spoke slowly, quietly. "I'm sorry. He broke off, then went on more slowly still. "Captain Valery died 5 minutes ago." For a moment, the speaker was silent, then crackled again. "He died on the bridge, in his chair. He knew he was dying, and I don't think he suffered at all. He insisted that I thank you for the way you all stood by him. Tell them," these were his words as far as I remember, "tell them," he said, "that I couldn't have carried on without them. That they're the best crew that God ever gave a captain." Then he said, it was the last thing he said, "Give them my apologies. After all they've done for me, well, tell them I'm terribly sorry to let them down like this."
16.
Richard Valery was dead. He died grieving, stricken at the thought that he was abandoning the crew of the Ulysses, leaving them behind, leaderless. But it was only for a short time, and he did not have to wait long. Before the dawn, hundreds more, men in the cruisers, the destroyers, and the merchantmen, had died also. And they did not die as he had feared under the guns of the Tirpitz. Another grim parallel with PQ-17, for the Tirpitz had not left Outer Fjord. They died primarily because the weather had changed. Richard Valery was dead, and with his death a great change had come over the men of the Ulysses. When Valery died, other things died also, for he took these things with him. He took with him the courage, the kindliness, the gentleness, the unshakable faith, the infinitely patient and understanding endurance, all these things which had been so peculiarly his own. And now these things were gone, and the Ulysses was left without them. And it did not matter. The men of the Ulysses no longer needed courage and all the adjuncts of courage, for they were no longer afraid. Valery was dead, and they did not know how much they respected and loved that gentle man until he was gone. But then they knew. They knew that something wonderful, something that had become an enduring part of their minds and memories, something infinitely fine and good, was gone, and they would never know it again, and they were mad with grief. And in war, a grief-stricken man is the most terrible enemy there is. Prudence, caution, fear, pain. For the grief-stricken man, these no longer exist. He lives only to lash out blindly at the enemy, to destroy, if he can, the author of his grief. Rightly or wrongly, the Ulysses never thought to blame the captain's death on any but the enemy. There was only for them the sorrow and the blind hate. Zombies, Nichols had called them once, and the Ulysses was more than ever a ship manned by living zombies. Zombies who prowled restlessly, incessantly across the ice and snow of the heaving decks. Automatons living only for revenge. The weather changed just before the end of the middle watch. The seas did not change. FR77 was still butting into the heavy rolling swell from the north, still piling up fresh sheets of glistening ice on their labouring forecastles. But the wind dropped, and almost at once the snowstorm blew itself out, the last banks of dark, heavy cloud drifting away to the south. By 4 o'clock, the sky was completely clear. There was no moon that night, but the stars were out, keen and sharp and frosty, as the icy breeze that blew steadily out of the north. Then, gradually, the sky began to change. At first, there was only a barely perceptible lightening on the northern rim. Then, slowly, a pulsating, flickering band of light began to broaden and deepen and climb steadily above the horizon, climbing higher to the south with the passing of every minute. Soon that pulsating ribbon of light was paralleled by others, streamers in the most delicate pastel shades of blue and green and violet, but always and predominantly white. And always, too, these lanes of multicoloured light grew higher and stronger and brighter. At the climax, a great band of white stretched high above the convoy, extending from horizon to horizon. These were the northern lights, at any time a spectacle of beauty and wonder, and this night surpassing lovely. Down below, in ships clearly illuminated against the dark and rolling seas, the men of FR77 looked up and hated them. On the bridge of the Ulysses, Chrysler of the uncanny eyesight and supersensitive hearing, was the first to hear it. Soon everyone else heard it too, the distant roar, throbbing and intermittent, of a condor approaching from the south. After a time, they became aware that the condor was no longer approaching, but sudden hope died almost as it was born. There was no mistaking it now, the deeper, heavier note of a Focke-Wulf in maximum climb. The commander turned wearily to Carrington. "It's Charlie, all right," he said grimly. "The bastard's spotted us. He'll already have radioed Alta Fjord, and 100 to 1 in anything you like that he's going to drop a marker flare at 10,000 feet or so. It'll be seen 50 miles away. Your money's safe." The first lieutenant was withering. "I never bet against dead certs. And then, by and by, maybe a few flares at a couple of thousand." "Exactly," Turner nodded. "Pilot, how far do you reckon we're from Alta Fjord? In flying time, I mean." "For a 200-knot plane, just over an hour," the Kapok kid said quietly. His ebullience was gone. He had been silent and dejected since Valerie had died 2 hours previously. "An hour?" Carrington exclaimed. "And they'll be here? My God, sir," he went on wonderingly. "They're really out to get us. We've never been bombed nor torpedoed at night before. We've never had the Tirpitz after us before. We never—" "The Tirpitz?" Turner interrupted. "Just where the hell is that ship? She's had time to come up with us. Oh, I know it's dark and we've changed course," he added, as Carrington made to object. "But a fast destroyer screen would have picked us. Preston!" He broke off, spoke sharply to the signal petty officer. "Look alive, man! That ship's flashing us." "Sorry, sir." The signalman, swaying on his feet with exhaustion, raised his Aldous, clacked out an acknowledgment. Again the light on the merchantman began to wink furiously. "Transverse fracture engine bed plate," Preston read out. "Damage serious. Shall have to moderate speed." "Acknowledge," said Turner curtly. "What ship is that, Preston?" "The Ohio freighter, sir." "The one that stopped a tin fish a couple of days back?" "That's her, sir." "Make a signal. Essential, maintain speed and position." Turner swore. What a time to choose for an engine breakdown. "Pilot, when do we rendezvous with the fleet?" 6 hours' time, sir. Exactly." 6 hours. Turner compressed his lips. "Just 6 hours. Perhaps," he added bitterly. Perhaps, Carrington murmured. Perhaps, Turner affirmed. Depends entirely on the weather. C&C won't risk capital ships so near the coast, unless he can fly off fighter cover against air attack. And if you ask me, that's why the Tirpitz hasn't turned up yet. Some wandering U-boats tipped him off that our fleet carriers are steaming south. He'll be waiting on the weather. What's he saying, Preston? The Ohio's signal lamp had flashed briefly, then died. Imperative, slow down, Preston repeated. Damage severe. Am slowing down. He is too, Carrington said quietly. He looked up at Turner, at the set face and dark eyes, and knew the same thought was in the commander's mind as was in his own. He's a goner, sir. A dead duck. He hasn't a chance. Not unless... Unless what? Turner asked harshly. Unless we leave him an escort? Leave what escort, number one? The Viking? The only effective unit we've left? He shook his head in slow decision. The greatest good of the greatest number. That's how it has to be. They'll know that. Preston, send. Regret cannot leave you standby. How long to effect repairs? The flare burst, even before Preston's hand could close on the trigger. It burst directly over FR77. It was difficult to estimate the height, probably 6,000 to 8,000 feet. But at that altitude, it was no more than an incandescent pinpoint against the great band of the Northern Lights, arching majestically above. But it was falling quickly, glowing more brightly by the second. The parachute, if any, could have been only a steadying drogue. The crackling of the WT speaker broke through the stuttering chatter of the Aldis. WT bridge! WT bridge! Message from Cirrus. 3 survivors dead. Many dying or seriously wounded. Medical assistance urgent. Repeat, urgent. The speaker died, just as the Ohio started flickering her reply. Send for Lieutenant Nichols, Turner ordered briefly. Ask him to come up to the bridge at once. Carrington stared down at the dark, broad seas flecked with milky foam. The bows of the Ulysses were crashing down heavily, continuously. You're not going to risk it, sir? I must. You do the same, number one. What does the Ohio say, Preston? I understand. Too busy to look after the Royal Navy anyway. We'll make up on you. Au revoir. We'll make up on you. Au revoir, Turner repeated softly. He lies in his teeth, and he knows it. By God, he burst out. If anyone ever tells me the Yankee sailors have no guts, I'll push his perishing face in. Preston, send. Au revoir, good luck. Number one, I feel like a murderer. He rubbed his hand across his forehead, nodded towards the shelter, where Valerie lay stretched out and strapped to his settee. Month in, month out, he's been taking these decisions. It's no wonder. He broke off as the gate creaked open. Is that you, Nichols? There's work for you, my boy. Can't have you medical types idling around uselessly all day long. He raised his hand. All right, he chuckled. I know. How are things on the surgical front? He went on seriously. We've done all we can, sir. There was very little left for us to do, Nichols said quietly. His face was deeply lined, haggard to the point of emaciation. But we're in a bad way for supplies. Hardly a single dressing left, and no anesthetics at all, except what's left in the emergency kit. The surgeon commander refuses to touch those. Good, Turner murmured. How do you feel, laddie? Awful. You look it, Turner said, candidly. Nichols, I'm terribly sorry, boy. I want you to go over to the Cirrus. Yes, sir. There was no surprise in the voice. It hadn't been difficult to guess why the commander had sent for him. No. Turner nodded without speaking. His face, the lean, strong features, the heavy brows and sunken eyes, were quite visible now in the strengthening light of the plunging flare. A face to remember, Nichols thought. How much kit can I take with me, sir? Just your medical gear, no more. You're not travelling by Pullman, laddie. Can I take my camera, my films? All right. Turner smiled briefly. Looking forward keenly to photographing the last seconds of the Ulysses, I suppose. Don't forget that the Cirrus is leaking like a sieve. Pilot, get through to the WT. Tell the Cirrus to come alongside. Prepare to receive medical officer by breeches, boy. The gate creaked again. Turner looked at the bulky figure, stumbling wearily onto the compass platform. Brooks, like every man in the crew, was dead on his feet, but the blue eyes burned as brightly as ever. My spies are everywhere, he announced. What's this about the Cirrus shanghaiing young Johnny here? Sorry, old man, Turner apologized. It seems things are pretty bad on the Cirrus. I see, Brooks shivered. It might have been the thin threnody of the wind in the shattered rigging, or just the ice-laden wind itself. He shivered again, looked upwards at the sinking flare. Pretty, very pretty, he murmured. What are the illuminations in aid of? We're expecting company. Turner smiled crookedly. An old-world custom, O Socrates. The light in the window and what have you. He stiffened abruptly, then relaxed, his face graven in granitic immobility. My mistake, he murmured. The company has already arrived. The last words were caught up and drowned in the rumbling of a heavy explosion. Turner had known it was coming. He'd seen the thin stiletto of flames stabbing skywards, just forward of the Ohio freighter's bridge. The sound had taken 5 or 6 seconds to reach them. The Ohio was already over a mile distant on the starboard quarter, but clearly visible still under the luminance of the northern lights. The northern lights that had betrayed her, almost stopped in the water, to a wandering U-boat. The Ohio freighter did not remain visible for long. Except for the moment of impact, there was neither smoke, nor flame, nor sound. But her back must have been broken, her bottom torn out, and she was carrying a full cargo of nothing but tanks and ammunition. There was a curious dignity about her end. She sank quickly, quietly, without any fuss. She was gone in 3 minutes. It was Turner who finally broke the heavy silence on the bridge. He turned away, and in the light of the flare, his face was not pleasant to see. Au revoir, he muttered, to no one in particular. Au revoir. That's what he said. The lying... He shook his head angrily, touched the Kapok kid on the arm. Get through to WT, he said sharply. Tell the Viking to sit over the top of that sub till we get clear. Where's it all going to end? Brooks's face was still and heavy in the twilight. God knows how I hate those murdering bastards, Turner ground out. Oh, I know, we do the same. But give me something I can see, something I can fight, something... You'll be able to see the Tirpitz, all right, Carrington interrupted dryly. By all accounts, she's big enough. Turner looked at him, suddenly smiled. He clapped his arm, then craned his head back, staring up at the shimmering loveliness of the sky. He wondered when the next flare would drop.
Johnny, have you a minute to spare? The Kapok kid's voice was low. I'd like to speak to you. Sure. Nichols looked at him in surprise. Sure, I've a minute, 10 minutes, until the Cirrus comes up. What's wrong, Andy? Just a second. The Kapok kid crossed to the commander. Permission to go to the chart house, sir? Sure you've got your matches? Turner smiled. Okay, off you go. The Kapok kid smiled faintly, said nothing. He took Nichols by the arm, led him into the chart house, flicked on the lights, and produced his cigarettes. He looked steadily at Nichols as he dipped his cigarette into the flickering pool of flame. "Know something, Johnny?" he said abruptly. "I reckon I must have Scotch blood in me." "Scots," Nichols corrected. "And perish the very thought." "I'm feeling... what's the word? Fey, isn't it? I'm feeling fey tonight, Johnny." The Kapok Kid hadn't even heard the interruption. He shivered. "I don't know why. I've never felt this way before." "Ah, nonsense. Indigestion, my boy," Nichols said briskly. But he felt strangely uncomfortable. "Won't wash this time." Carpenter shook his head, half smiling. "Besides, I haven't eaten a thing for 2 days. I'm on the level, Johnny." In spite of himself, Nichols was impressed. Emotion, gravity, earnestness, these were utterly alien to the Kapok Kid. "I won't be seeing you again," the Kapok Kid continued softly. "Will you do me a favor, Johnny?" "Don't be so bloody silly," Nichols said angrily. "How the hell do you—" "Take this with you." The Kapok Kid pulled out a slip of paper, thrust it into Nichols' hand. "Can you read it?" "I can read it." Nichols had stilled his anger. "Yes, I can read it." There was a name and address on the sheet of paper, a girl's name and a Surrey address. "So that's her name," he said softly. "Juanita. Juanita." He pronounced it carefully, accurately, in the Spanish fashion. "My favorite song, and my favorite name," he murmured. "Is it?" the Kapok Kid asked eagerly. "Is it indeed? And mine, Johnny." He paused. "If, perhaps, well, if I don't... well, you'll go to see her, Johnny." "What are you talking about, man?" Nichols felt embarrassed. Half impatiently, half playfully, he tapped him on the chest. "Why, with that suit on, you could swim from here to Murmansk. You've said so yourself 100 times. The Kapok Kid grinned up at him. The grin was a little crooked. Sure, I know. I know. Will you go, Johnny?" "Damn it to hell, yes," Nichols snapped. "I'll go. And it's high time I was going somewhere else. Come on." He snapped off the lights, pulled back the door, stopped with his foot halfway over the sill. Slowly, he stepped back inside the chart house, closed the door, and flicked on the light. The Kapok Kid hadn't moved, was gazing quietly at him. "I'm sorry, Andy," Nichols said sincerely. "I don't know what made me—" "Bad temper," said the Kapok Kid cheerfully. "You always did hate to think that I was right, and you were wrong." Nichols caught his breath, closed his eyes for a second. Then he stretched out his hand. "All the best, Vasco." It was an effort to smile. "And don't worry. I'll see her if... well, I'll see her. I promise you. Juanita. But if I find you there," he went on threateningly, "I'll... Thanks, Johnny. Thanks a lot." The Kapok Kid was almost happy. "Good luck, boy. Vaya con Dios." That's what she always said to me. What she said before I came away. Vaya con Dios. 30 minutes later, Nichols was operating aboard the Cirrus. The time was 0445 hours. It was bitterly cold, with a light wind blowing steadily from the north. The seas were heavier than ever, longer between the crests, deeper in their gloomy troughs, and the damaged Cirrus, labouring under a mountain of ice, was making heavy weather of it. The sky was still clear, a sky of breathtaking purity, and the stars were out again, for the northern lights were fading. The fifth successive flare was drifting steadily seawards. It was at 0445 hours that they heard it, the distant rumble of gunfire far to the south. Perhaps a minute after they had seen the incandescent brilliance of a burning flare on the rim of the far horizon. There could be no doubt as to what was happening. The Viking, still in contact with the U-boat, although powerless to do anything about it, was being heavily attacked. And the attack must have been short, sharp, and deadly, for the firing ceased soon after it had begun. Ominously, nothing came through on the WT. No one ever knew what had happened to the Viking, for there were no survivors. The last echo of the Viking's guns had barely died away before they heard the roar of the engines of the Condor, at maximum throttle in a shallow dive. For 5, perhaps 10 seconds, it seemed longer than that, but not long enough for any gun in the convoy to begin tracking him accurately, the great Focke-Wulf actually flew beneath his own flare, and then was gone. Behind him, the sky opened up in a blinding coruscation of flame, more dazzling, more hurtful than the light of the noonday sun. So intense, so extraordinary the power of those flares, so much did pupils contract and eyelids narrow in instinctive self-protection, that the enemy bombers were through the half-circle of light and upon them before anyone fully realized what was happening. The timing, the split-second cooperation between marker planes and bombers were magnificent. There were 12 planes in the first wave. There was no concentration on one target as before. Not more than 2 attacked any ship. Turner, watching from the bridge, watching them swoop down steeply and level out before even the first gun in the Ulysses had opened up, caught his breath in sudden dismay. There was something terribly familiar about the speed, the approach, the silhouette of these planes. Suddenly he had it. Heinkel's, by God! Heinkel 111s. And the Heinkel 111 Turner knew carried that weapon he dreaded above all others, the glider bomb. And then, as if he had touched a master switch, every gun on the Ulysses opened up. The air filled with smoke, the pungent smell of burning cordite. The din was indescribable. And all at once, Turner felt fiercely, strangely happy. To hell with them and their glider bombs, he thought. This was war as he liked to fight it, not the cat-and-mouse, hide-and-seek frustration of trying to outguess the hidden wolf packs, but war out in the open, where he could see the enemy and hate him and love him for fighting as honest men should, and do his damnedest to destroy him. And Turner knew, if they could at all, the crew of the Ulysses would destroy him. It needed no great sensitivity to detect the sea change that had overtaken his men. Yes, his men now. They no longer cared for themselves. They had crossed the frontier of fear and found that nothing lay beyond it, and they would keep on feeding their guns and squeezing their triggers until the enemy overwhelmed them. The leading Heinkel was blown out of the sky, and fitting enough it was X-turret that destroyed it. X-turret, the turret of dead Marines, the turret that had destroyed the Condor, and was now manned by a scratch Marine crew. The Heinkel behind lifted sharply to avoid the hurtling fragments of fuselage and engines, dipped, flashed past the cruiser's bows less than a boat length away, banked steeply to port under maximum power, and swung back in on the Ulysses. Every gun on the ship was caught on the wrong foot, and seconds passed before the first one was brought to bear. Just time to spare for the Heinkel to angle in at 60 degrees, drop his bomb, and slew frantically away as the concentrated fire of the Oerlikons and pom-poms closed in on him. Miraculously, he escaped. The winged bomb was high, but not high enough. It wavered, steadied, dipped, then glided forwards and downwards through the drifting smoke of the guns to strike home with a tremendous, deafening explosion that shook the Ulysses to her keel and almost shattered the eardrums of those on deck. To Turner, looking aft from the bridge, it seemed that the Ulysses could never survive this last assault. An ex-torpedo officer, an explosives expert himself, he was skilled in assessing the disruptive power of high explosive. Never before had he been so close to so powerful, so devastating an explosion. He had dreaded these glider bombs, but even so, He had underestimated their power. The concussion had been double, treble what he had been expecting. What Turner did not know was that what he had heard had been not one explosion but two, but so nearly simultaneous as to be indistinguishable. The glider bomb, by a freakish chance, had crashed directly into the port torpedo tubes. There had been one torpedo left there. The other two had sent the Vitura to the bottom. And normally Amatol, the warhead explosive, is extremely stable and inert, even when subjected to violent shock. But the bursting bomb had been too close, too powerful. Sympathetic detonation had been inevitable. Damage was extensive and spectacular. It was severe, but not fatal. The side of the Ulysses had been ripped open, as by a giant can-opener, almost to the water's edge. The tubes had vanished. The decks were holed and splintered. The funnel casing was a shambles. The funnel itself tilting over to port, almost to 15 degrees. But the greatest energy of the explosion had been directed aft, most of the blast expending itself over the open sea, while the galley and canteen, severely damaged already, were no more than a devil's scrapyard. Almost before the dust and debris of the explosion had settled, the last of the Heinkels was disappearing, skimming the waves, weaving and twisting madly in evasive action, pursued and harried by 100 glowing streams of tracer. Then, magically, they were gone, and there was only the sudden deafening silence and the flares drooping slowly to extinction, lighting up the pall above the Ulysses, the dark clouds of smoke rolling up from the shattered Sterling, and a tanker with its after-superstructure almost gone. But not one of the ships in FR77 had faltered or stopped, and they had destroyed 5 Heinkels. A costly victory, Turner mused, if it could be called a victory. But he knew the Heinkels would be back. It was not difficult to imagine the fury, the hurt pride of the High Command in Norway. As far as Turner knew, no Russian convoy had ever sailed so far south before. Riley eased a cramped leg, stretched it gently, so as to avoid the great spinning shaft. Carefully he poured some oil onto the bearing, carefully, so as not to disturb the engineer commander, propped in sleep between the tunnel wall and Riley's shoulder. Even as Riley drew back, Dobson stirred, opened heavy gummed lids. "Good God above," he said wearily. "You still here, Riley?" It was the first time either of them had spoken for hours. "It's a bloody good job I am here," Riley growled. He nodded towards the bearing. "Bloody difficult to get a fire hose down to this place, I should think." That was unfair, Riley knew. He and Dobson had been taking it in half-hour turns to doze and feed the bearing. But he felt he had to say something. He was finding it increasingly difficult to keep on being truculent to the engineer commander. Dobson grinned to himself, said nothing. Finally he cleared his throat, murmured casually, "Tirpitz is taking its time about making its appearance, don't you think?" "Yes, sir." Riley was uncomfortable. "Should have been here long ago, dammer." "Him?" Dodson corrected absently. "Admiral von Tirpitz, you know." "Why don't you give up this foolishness, Riley?" Riley grunted, said nothing. Dobson sighed, then brightened. "Go and get some more coffee, Riley. I'm parched." "No." Riley was blunt. "You get it." "As a favour, Riley." Dobson was very gentle. "I'm damn thirsty." "Oh, all right." The big stoker swore, climbed painfully to his feet. "Where'll I get it?" "Plenty in the engine room. If it's not ice water they're swigging, it's coffee. But no ice water for me." Dobson shivered. Riley gathered up the thermos, stumbled along the passage. He had only gone a few feet when they felt the Ulysses shudder under the recoil of the heavy armament. Although they did not know it, it was the beginning of the air attack. Dobson braced himself against the wall, saw Riley do the same, pause a second, then hurry away in an awkward, stumbling run. There was something grotesquely familiar in that awkward run, Dobson thought. The guns surged back again, and the figure scuttled even faster, like a giant crab in a panic. Panic, Dobson thought. That's it. Panic-stricken. Don't blame the poor bastard. I'm beginning to imagine things myself down here. Again the whole tunnel vibrated, more heavily this time. That must be X-turret almost directly above. No, I don't blame him. Thank God he's gone. He smiled quietly to himself. I won't be seeing friend Riley again. He isn't all that of a reformed character. Tiredly, Dobson settled back against the wall. On my own at last, he murmured to himself, and waited for the feeling of relief. But it never came. Instead, there was only a vexation and loneliness, a sense of desertion, and a strangely empty disappointment. Riley was back inside a minute. He came back with that same awkward crab-like run, carrying a 3-pint thermos jug and 2 cups, cursing fluently and often as he slipped against the wall. Panting, wordlessly, he sat down beside Dobson, poured out a cup of steaming coffee. Why the hell did you have to come back? Dobson demanded harshly. I don't want you in. You wanted coffee? Riley interrupted rudely. You've got the bloody stuff. Drink it. At that instant, the explosion and the vibration from the explosion in the port tubes echoed weirdly down the dark tunnel, the shock flinging the two men heavily against each other. His whole cup of coffee splashed over Dobson's leg. His mind was so tired, his reaction so slow, that his first realization was of how damnably cold he was, how chill that dripping tunnel. The scalding coffee had gone right through his clothes, but he could feel neither warmth nor wetness. His legs were numbed, dead below the knees. Then he shook his head, looked up at Riley. What in God's name was that? What's happening, did you? Haven't a clue. I didn't stop to ask. Riley stretched himself luxuriously, blew on his steaming coffee. Then a happy thought struck him, and a broad, cheerful grin came as near to transforming that face as would ever be possible. It's probably the Tirpitz, he said, hopefully. 3 times more, during that terrible night, the German squadrons took off from the airfield at Alta Fjord, throbbed their way nor-northwest, through the bitter Arctic night, over the heaving Arctic Sea, in search of the shattered remnants of FR77. Not that the search was difficult. The Focke-Wulf Condor stayed with them all night, defied their best attempts to shake him off. He seemed to have an endless supply of these deadly flares, and might very well have been, in fact, almost certainly was, carrying nothing else. And the bombers had only to steer for the flares. The first assault, about 0545 hours, was an orthodox bombing attack, made from about 3,000 feet. The planes seemed to be Dorniers, but it was difficult to be sure, because they flew high above a trio of flares, sinking close to the water level. As an attack, it was almost, but not quite abortive, and was pressed home with no great enthusiasm. This was understandable. The barrage was intense. But there were 2 direct hits, one on a merchantman, blowing away most of the forecastle, the other on the Ulysses. It sheared through the flag deck and the Admiral's day cabin, and exploded in the heart of the sick bay. The sick bay was crowded with the sick and dying, and for many that bomb must have come as a God-sent release, for the Ulysses had long since run out of anesthetics. There were no survivors. Among the dead was Marshall, the torpedo officer, Johnson, the leading SBA, the master-at-arms, who had been likely wounded an hour before by a splinter from the torpedo tubes, Burgess, strapped helplessly in a straitjacket. He had suffered concussion on the night of the great storm and gone insane. Brown, whose hip had been smashed by the hatch cover of Y magazine, and Brierly, who was dying anyway, his lungs saturated and rotted away with fuel oil. Brooks had not been there. The same explosion had also shattered the telephone exchange. Barring only the bridge gun phones and the bridge engine phones and speaking tubes, all communication lines in the Ulysses were gone. The second attack, at 0700 hours, was made by only 6 bombers. Heinkels again, carrying glider bombs. Obviously flying strictly under orders, they ignored the merchantmen and concentrated their attacks solely on the cruisers. It was an expensive attack. The enemy lost all but 2 of their force in exchange for a single hit aft on the Sterling, a hit which, tragically, put both afterguns out of action. Turner, red-eyed and silent, bare-headed in that sub-zero wind, paced the shattered bridge of the Ulysses. He marvelled that the Sterling still floated, still fought back with everything she had. And then he looked at his own ship. Less a ship, he thought wearily, than a floating shambles of twisted steel, still scything impossibly through those heavy seas, and he marvelled all the more. Broken, burning cruisers, cruisers ravaged and devastated to the point of destruction, were nothing new for Turner. He had seen the Trinidad and the Edinburgh being literally battered to death on these same Russian convoys. But he had never seen any ship, at any time, take such inhuman, murderous punishment as the Ulysses and the obsolete Sterling, and still live. He would not have believed it possible. The third attack came just before dawn. It came with the grey half-light, an attack carried out with great courage and the utmost determination by 15 Heinkel 111 glider bombers. Again the cruisers were the sole targets, the heavy attack by far being directed against the Ulysses. Far from shirking the challenge and bemoaning their ill luck, the crew of the Ulysses, that strange and selfless crew of walking zombies whom Nichols had left behind, welcomed the enemy gladly, even joyfully, for how can one kill an enemy if he does not come to you? Fear, anxiety, the near certainty of death, these did not exist. Home and country, families, wives and sweethearts, were names, only names. They touched a man's mind, these thoughts, touched it and lifted it, and were gone, as if they had never been. "Tell them," Valerie had said, "tell them they are the best crew God ever gave a captain." Valerie. That was what mattered. That and what Valerie had stood for. That something that had been so inseparably a part of that good and kindly man, that you never saw it, because it was Valerie. And the crew hoisted the shells, slammed the breeches, and squeezed their triggers. Men uncaring, men oblivious of anything and everything, except the memory of the man who had died, apologizing because he had let them down, and the sure knowledge that they could not let Valerie down. Zombies, but inspired zombies, men above themselves, as men commonly are when they know the next step, the next inevitable step, has them clear to the top of the far side of the valley. The first part of the attack was launched against the Sterling. Turner saw 2 Heinkels roaring in a shallow dive, improbably surviving against heavy, concentrated fire at point-blank range. The bombs, delayed action and armor-piercing, struck the Sterling amidships, just below deck level, and exploded deep inside, in the boiler room and engine room. The next 3 bombers were met with only pom-pom and Lewis fire. The main armament forward had fallen silent. With sick apprehension, Turner realized what had happened. The explosion had cut the power to the turrets. Ruthlessly, contemptuously almost, the bombers brushed aside the puny opposition. Every bomb went home. The Sterling, Turner saw, was desperately wounded. She was on fire again and listing heavily to starboard. The suddenly lifting crescendo of aero engines spun Turner round to look to his own ship. There were 5 Heinkels in the first wave, at different heights and approach angles, so as to break up the pattern of AA fire, but all converging on the after end of the Ulysses. There was so much smoke and noise that Turner could only gather confused, broken impressions, Suddenly, it seemed, the air was filled with glider bombs, and the tearing staccato crash of the German cannon and guns. One bomb exploded in mid-air, just forward of the after funnel, and feet away from it. A maiming, murderous storm of jagged steel scythed across the boat deck, and all Oerlikons and the pom-poms fell immediately silent, their crews victim to shrapnel or concussion. Another plunged through the deck, an engineer's flat, and turned the WT office into a charnel house. The remaining two that struck were higher, smashing squarely into X gun deck and X turret. The turret was split open around the top and down both sides as by a giant cleaver, and blasted off its mounting, to lie grotesquely across the shattered poop. Apart from the boat deck and turret gunners, only one other man lost his life in that attack, but that man was virtually irreplaceable. Shrapnel from the first bomb had burst a compressed air cylinder in the torpedo workshop, and Hartley, the man who, above all, had become the backbone of the Ulysses, had taken shelter there only seconds before. The Ulysses was running into dense black smoke now. The Sterling was heavily on fire, her fuel tanks gone. What happened in the next 10 minutes, no one ever knew. In the smoke and flame and agony, they were moments borrowed from hell, and men could only endure. Suddenly, the Ulysses was out in the clear, and the Heinkels, all bombs gone, were harrying her, attacking her incessantly with cannon and machine gun, ravening wolves with their victim on its knees, desperate to finish it off. But still, here and there, a gun fired on the Ulysses. Just below the bridge, for instance, there was a gun firing there. Turner risked a quick glance over the side, saw the gunner pumping his tracers into the path of a swooping Heinkel. And then the Heinkel opened up, and Turner flung himself back, knocking the Kapok Kid to the deck. Then the bomber was gone, and the guns were silent. Slowly, Turner hoisted himself to his feet, peered over the side. The gunner was dead, his harness cut to ribbons. He heard a scuffle behind him, saw a slight figure fling off a restraining hand, and climb to the edge of the bridge. For an instant, Turner saw the pale, staring face of Chrysler. Chrysler, who had neither smiled nor even spoken since they had opened up the Azdik cabinet. At the same time, he saw 3 Heinkels forming up to starboard for a fresh attack. "Get down, you young fool!" Turner shouted. "Do you want to commit suicide?" Chrysler looked at him, eyes wide and devoid of recognition, looked away and dropped down to the sponson below. Turner lifted himself to the edge of the bridge and looked down. Chrysler was struggling with all his slender strength, struggling in a strange and frightening silence to drag the dead man from his Oerlikon cockpit. Somehow, with a series of convulsive, despairing jerks, he had him over the side, had laid him gently to the ground, and was climbing into the cockpit. His hand, Turner saw, was bare and bleeding, stripped to the raw flesh. Then out of the corner of his eyes he saw the flame of the Heinkel's guns, and flung himself backward. 1 second passed. 2, 3. 3 seconds during which cannon shells and bullets smashed against the reinforced armor of the bridge. Then, as a man in a daze, he heard the twin Oerlikons opening up. The boy must have held his fire to the very last moment. 6 shots the Oerlikons fired, only 6, and a great grey shape, stricken and smoking, hurtled over the bridge barely at head height, sheared off its port wing on the director tower, and crashed into the sea on the other side. Chrysler was still sitting in the cockpit. His right hand was clutching his left shoulder, a shoulder smashed and shattered by a cannon shell, trying hopelessly to stem the welling arterial blood. Even as the next bomber straightened out on its strafing run, even as he flung himself backwards, Turner saw the mangled, bloody hand reach out for the trigger grip again. Flat on the duckboards beside Carrington and the Kapok Kid, Turner pounded his fist on the deck in terrible frustration of anger. He thought of Starr, the man who had brought all this upon them, and hated him as he would never have believed he could hate anyone. He could have killed him then. He thought of Chrysler, of the excruciating hell of that gun rest pounding into that shattered shoulder, of brown eyes glazed and shocked with pain and grief. If he himself lived, Turner swore, he would recommend that boy for the Victoria Cross. Abruptly the firing ceased, and the Heinkel swung off sharply to starboard, smoke pouring from both its engines. Quickly, together with the Kapok Kid, Turner scrambled to his feet, hoisted himself over the side of the bridge. He did it without looking, and he almost died then. A burst of fire from the third and last Heinkel, the bridge was always the favourite target, whistled past his head and shoulders. He felt the wind of their passing fan his cheek and hair. Then, winded from the convulsive back thrust that had sent him there, he was stretched full length on the duckboards again. They were only inches from his eyes, these duckboards, but he could not see them. All he could see was the image of Chrysler, a gaping wound the size of a man's hand in his back, slumped forward across the Oerlikons, the weight of his body tilting the barrels grotesquely skywards. Both barrels had still been firing, were still firing, would keep on firing until the drums were empty, for the dead boy's hand was locked across the trigger. Gradually, one by one, the guns of the convoy fell silent. The clamour of the aero engines began to fade in the distance. The attack was over. Turner rose to his feet, slowly and heavily this time. He looked over the side of the bridge, stared down into the Oerlikon gun pit, then looked away, his face expressionless. Behind him, he heard someone coughing. It was a strange, bubbling kind of cough. Turner whirled round, then stood stock still, his hands clenched tightly at his sides. The Kapok Kid, with Carrington kneeling helplessly at his side, was sitting quietly on the boards, his back propped against the legs of the Admiral's chair. From left groin to right shoulder, through the middle of the embroidered J on the chest, stretched a neat, straight, evenly spaced pattern of round holes, stitched in by the machine gun of the Heinkel. The blast of the shells must have hurtled him right across the bridge. Turner stood absolutely still. The kid, he knew with sudden sick certainty, had only seconds to live. He felt that any sudden move on his part would snap the spun silk thread that held him onto life. Gradually, the Kapok Kid became aware of his presence, of his steady gaze, and looked up tiredly. The vivid blue of his eyes was dulled already, the face white and drained of blood. Idly, his hand strayed up and down the punctured kapok, fingering the gashes. Suddenly he smiled, looked down at the quilted suit.
"Ruined," he whispered. "Bloody well ruined."
Then the wandering hand slipped down to his side.
17.
The Sterling died at dawn. She died while still under way, still plunging through the heavy seas, her mangled, twisted bridge and superstructure glowing red, glowing white-hot as the wind and sundered oil tanks lashed the flames into an incandescent holocaust. A strange and terrible sight, but not unique. Thus the Bismarck had looked, whitely incandescent, just before the Shropshire's torpedoes had sent her to the bottom. The Sterling would have died anyway, but the Stukas made sure. The northern lights had long since gone. Now, too, the clear skies were going, and dark cloud was banking heavily to the north. Men hoped and prayed that the cloud would spread over FR77 and cover it with blanketing snow. But the Stukas got there first. The Stukas, the dreaded gull-winged Junkers 87 dive bombers, came from the south, flew high over the convoy, turned, flew south again. Level with, and due west of the Ulysses, rear ship in the convoy, they started to turn once more. Then abruptly, In the classic Stuka attack pattern, they peeled off in sequence, port wings dipping sharply as they half-rolled, turned and fell out of the sky, plummeting arrow true for their targets. Any plane that hurtles down in undeviating dive on waiting gun emplacements has never a chance. Thus spoke the pundits, the instructors in the gunnery school of Whale Island, and proceeded to prove to their own satisfaction the evident truth of their statement, using AA guns and duplicating the situation which would arise, insofar as it lay within their power. Unfortunately, they couldn't duplicate the Stuka. Unfortunately, because in actual battle, the Stuka was the only factor in the situation that really mattered. One had only to crouch behind a gun, to listen to the ear-piercing screaming whistle of the Stuka in its near vertical dive, to flinch from its hail of bullets as it loomed larger and larger in the sights, to know that nothing could now arrest the flight of that underslung bomb, to appreciate the truth of that. Hundreds of men alive today, the lucky ones, who endured and survived a Stuka attack, will readily confirm that the war produced nothing quite so nerve-rending, quite so demoralizing as the sight and sound of those Junkers, with the strange dihedral of the wings in the last seconds before they pulled out of their dive. But one time in 100, maybe one time in 1,000, when the human factor of the man behind the gun ceased to operate, the pundits could be right. This was the 1,000th time, for fear was a phantom that had vanished in the night. Ranged against the dive bombers were only one multiple pom-pom and half a dozen Ehrlichens. The forward turrets could not be brought to bear. But these were enough, and more, in the hands of men inhumanly calm, ice-cool as the polar wind itself, and filled with an almost dreadful singleness of purpose. 3 Stukas in almost as many seconds were clawed out of the sky, 2 to crash harmlessly in the sea, a third to bury itself with tremendous impact in the already shattered day cabin of the Admiral. The chances against the petrol tanks not erupting in searing flame, or of the bomb not exploding, were so remote as not to exist. But neither happened. It hardly seemed to call for comment. In extremity, courage becomes routine. When the bearded Doyle abandoned his pom-pom, scrambled up to the forecastle deck, and flung himself on top of the armed bomb, rolling heavily in scuppers awash with 100% octane petrol. One tiny spark from Doyle's boot, or from the twisted broken steel of the Stuka, rubbing and grinding against the superstructure, would have been trigger enough. The contact fuse in the bomb was still undamaged, and as it slipped and skidded over the ice-bound deck, with Doyle hanging desperately on, it seemed animistically determined to smash its delicate percussion nose against a bulkhead or stanchion. If Doyle thought of these things, he did not care. Coolly, almost carelessly, he kicked off the only retaining clip left on a broken section of the guardrail, slid the bomb, fins first, over the edge, tipped the nose sharply to clear the detonator. The bomb fell, harmlessly, into the sea. Doyle had tipped the bomb into the sea, just as the first bomb sliced contemptuously through the useless 1-inch deck armor of the Sterling, and crashed into the engine room. 3, 4, 5, 6 other bombs buried themselves in the dying heart of the cruiser, the lightened Stukas lifting away sharply to port and starboard. From the bridge of the Ulysses, there seemed to be a weird, unearthly absence of noise as the bombs went home. They just vanished into the smoke and flame, engulfed by the inferno. No one blow finished the Sterling, but a mounting accumulation of blows. She had taken too much, and she could take no more. She was like a reeling boxer, a boxer overmatched against an unskilled but murderous opponent, sinking under an avalanche of blows. Stony-faced, Bitter beyond words at his powerlessness, Turner watched her die. Funny, he thought tiredly. She's like all the rest. Cruisers, he mused in a queerly detached abstraction, must be the toughest ships in the world. He'd seen many go, but none easily, cleanly, spectacularly. No sudden knockout, no coup de grace for them. Always, always, they had to be battered to death, like the Sterling. Turner's grip on the shattered windscreen tightened till his forearms ached. To him, to all good sailors, a well-loved ship was a well-loved friend. For 15 months now, the old and valiant Sterling had been their faithful shadow, had shared the burden of the Ulysses in the worst convoys of the war. She was the last of the old guard, for only the Ulysses had been longer on the blackout run. It was not good to watch a friend die. Turner looked away, stared down at the ice-covered duckboards beneath his feet, his head sunk between hunched shoulders. He could close his eyes, but he could not close his ears. He winced, hearing the monstrous roaring hiss of boiling water and steam as the white-hot superstructure of the Sterling plunged deeply into the ice-chilled Arctic. For 15, 20 seconds, that dreadful, agonized sibilation continued, then stopped in an instant, the sound sheared off as by a guillotine.
When Turner looked up, slowly, there was only the rolling, empty sea ahead, the big, oil-slicked bubbles rising to the top. Bubbles rising only to be punctured as they broke the surface by the fine rain falling back into the sea from the great clouds of steam already condensing in that bitter cold. The Sterling was gone, and the battered remnants of FR77 pitched and plunged steadily onwards to the north. There were 7 ships left now, the 4 merchantmen, including the Commodore's ship, the tanker, the Cirrus, and the Ulysses. None of them was whole. All were damaged, heavily damaged, but none so desperately hurt as the Ulysses. 7 ships. Only 7. 36 had set out for Russia. At 0800 hours, Turner signalled the Cirrus. WT gone. Signal C&C course, speed, position. Confirm 0930 hours as rendezvous. Code. The reply came exactly an hour later. Delayed heavy seas. Rendezvous approximately 10:30 hours. Impossible fly-off air cover. Keep coming. C&C. Keep coming, Turner repeated savagely. Would you listen to him? Keep coming, he says. What the hell does he expect us to do? Scuttle ourselves? He shook his head in angry despair. I hate to repeat myself, he said bitterly, but I must. Too bloody late, as usual. Dawn and daylight had long since come, but it was growing darker again. Heavy grey clouds, formless and menacing, blotted out the sky from horizon to horizon. They were snow clouds, and please God, the snow would soon fall. That could save them now. That and that alone. But the snow did not come. Not then. Once more, there came instead the Stukas, the roar of their engines rising and falling as they methodically quartered the empty sea in search of the convoy. Charlie had left at dawn. But it was only a matter of time before the dive bomber squadron found the tiny convoy. 10 minutes from the time of the first warning of their approach, the leading Junkers 87 tipped over its wing and dropped out of the sky. 10 minutes, but time for a council and plan of desperation. When the Stukas came, they found the convoy stretched out in line abreast, the tanker Varela in the middle, 2 merchantmen in close line ahead on either side of it, the Cirrus and the Ulysses guarding the flanks. A suicidal formation in submarine waters. A torpedo from port or starboard could hardly miss them all, but weather conditions were heavily against submarines, and the formation offered at least a fighting chance against the Stukas. If they approached from astern, their favourite attack technique, they would run into the simultaneous massed fire of 7 ships. If they approached from the sides, they must first attack the escorts, for no Stuka would present its unprotected underbelly to the guns of a warship. They elected to attack from either side, 5 from the east, 4 from the west. This time, Turner noted, they were carrying long-range fuel tanks. Turner had no time to see how the Cirrus was faring. Indeed, he could hardly see how his own ship was faring, for thick, acrid smoke was blowing back across the bridge from the barrels of A and B turrets. In the gaps of sound between the crash of the 5.25s, he could hear the quick fire of Doyle's midship pom-pom, the vicious thudding of the Oerlikons. Suddenly, startling in its breathtaking unexpectedness, 2 great beams of dazzling white stabbed out through the murk and gloom. Turner stared, then bared his teeth in fierce delight. The 44-inch searchlights, of course. The great searchlights, still on the official secret list, capable of lighting up an enemy 6 miles away. What a fool he had been to forget them. Valerie had used them often, in daylight and in dark, against attacking aircraft. No man could look into those terrible eyes, those flaming arcs across the electrodes, and not be blinded. Blinking against the eye-watering smoke, Turner peered aft to see who was manning the control position. But he knew who it was before he saw him. It could only be Ralston. Searchlight control, Turner remembered, was his day action station. Besides, he could think of no one other than the big blonde torpedo man with the gumption, the quick intelligence to burn the lamps on his own initiative. Jammed in the corner of the bridge, by the gate, Turner watched him. He forgot his ship, forgot even the bombers. He personally could do nothing about them anyway, as he stared in fascination at the man behind the controls. His eyes were glued to the sights, his face expressionless absolutely, but for the gradual stiffening of back and neck as the sight dipped in docile response to the delicate caress of his fingers on the wheel. He might have been carved from marble. The immobility of the face, the utter concentration, was almost frightening. There was not a flicker of feeling or emotion. Never a flicker, as the first Stuka weaved and twisted in maddened torment, seeking to escape that eye-staring flame. Not even a flicker as it swerved violently in its dive, pulled out too late, and crashed into the sea 100 yards short of the Ulysses. What was the boy thinking of? Turner wondered. His mother, his sisters, entombed under the ruins of a Croydon bungalow. Of his brother, innocent victim of that mutiny. How impossible that mutiny seemed now, in Scapa Flow. Of his father, dead by his son's own hand. Turner did not know, could not even begin to guess. Clairvoyantly almost, he knew that it was too late, that no one would ever know now. The face was inhumanly still. There wasn't a shadow of feeling as the second Stuka overshot the Ulysses, dropped its bomb into the open sea. Not a shadow as a third blew up in mid-air. Not a trace of emotion when the guns of the next Stuka smashed one of the lights. Not even when the cannon shells of the last smashed the searchlight control, tore half his chest away. He died instantaneously, stood there a moment as if unwilling to abandon his post, then slumped back quietly onto the deck. Turner bent over the dead boy, looked at the face, the eyes upturned, the first feathery flakes of falling snow. The eyes, the face, were still the same, mask-like, expressionless. Turner shivered and looked away. One bomb, and one only, had struck the Ulysses. It had struck the forecastle deck just forward of A turret. There had been no casualties, but some freak of vibration and shock had fractured the turret's hydraulic lines. Temporarily at least, B was the only effective remaining turret in the ship. The Cirrus hadn't been quite so lucky. She had destroyed one Stuka. The merchantmen had claimed another, and had been hit twice, both bombs exploding in the after mess deck. The Cirrus, overloaded with survivors, was carrying double her normal complement of men, and usually that mess deck would have been crowded. During action stations it was empty. Not a man had lost his life. Not a man was to lose his life on the destroyer Cirrus. She was never damaged again on the Russian convoys. Hope was rising fast. Less than an hour to go now, and the battle squadron would be there. It was dark with the gloom of an Arctic storm, and heavy snow was falling, hissing gently into the dark and rolling sea. No plane could find them in this, and they were almost beyond the reach of shore-based aircraft, except, of course, for the Condors. And it was almost impossible weather for submarines. "It may be we shall touch the Happy Isles," Carrington quoted softly. "What?" Turner looked up, baffled. "What did you say, number one?" "Tennyson." Carrington was apologetic. The captain was always quoting him. "Maybe we'll make it yet." Maybe. Turner was non-committal. "Preston?" "Yes, sir, I see it." Preston was staring to the north, where the signal lamp of the Cirrus was flickering rapidly. "A ship, sir," he reported excitedly. "Cirrus says naval vessel approaching from the north." "From the north? Thank God! Thank God!" Turner shouted exultantly. "From the north! It must be them! They're ahead of time! I take it all back! Can you see anything, number one?" "Not a thing, sir. Too thick. But it's clearing a bit, I think. There's the Cirrus again." "What does she say, Preston?" Turner asked anxiously. "Contact. Sub. Contact. Green 30. Closing." "Contact? At this late hour?" Turner groaned, then smashed his fist down on the binnacle. He swore fiercely. "By God, she's not going to stop us now!" "Preston, signal the Cirrus to stay." He broke off, looked incredulously to the north. Up there in the snow and gloom, stilettos of white flame had lanced out briefly, vanished again. Carrington by his side now, he stared unwinkingly north, saw shells splashing whitely in the water under the bows of the Commodore's ship, the Cape Hatteras. Then he saw the flashes again, stronger, brighter this time, flashes that lit up for a fleeting second the bows and superstructure of the ship that was firing. He turned slowly, to find that Carrington, too, had turned, was gazing at him with set face and bitter eyes. Turner, grey and haggard with exhaustion and the sour foretaste of ultimate defeat, looked in turn at his first lieutenant in a long moment of silence. "The answer to many questions," he said softly. "That's why they've been softening up the Sterling and ourselves for the past couple of days. The Fox is in among the chickens. It's our old pal, the Hippocruiser, come to pay us a social call." "It is." "So near, and yet—" Turner shrugged. "We deserved better than this." He grinned crookedly. "How would you like to die a hero's death?" "The very idea appalls me," boomed a voice behind him. Brooks had just arrived on the bridge. "Me too," Turner admitted. He smiled. He was almost happy again. "Have we any option, gentlemen?" "Alas, no," Brooks said sadly. "Pull ahead, both," Carrington called down the speaking tube. It was by way of his answer. No, Turner chided gently. Full power, number one. Tell them we're in a hurry. Remind them of the boasts they used to make about the Abdeel and the Manxman. Preston. General emergency signal. Scatter. Proceed independently to Russian ports. The upper deck was thick with freshly fallen snow, and the snow was still falling. The wind was rising again, and after the warmth of the canteen, where he had been operating, it struck at Johnny Nichols' lungs with sudden, searing pain. The temperature, he guessed, must be about 0. He buried his face in his duffel coat, climbed laboriously, haltingly up the ladders to the bridge. He was tired, deadly weary, and he winced in agony every time his foot touched the deck. His splinted left leg was shattered just above the ankle, shrapnel from the bomb in the after-mess deck. Peter Orr, commander of the Cirrus, was waiting for him at the gate of the tiny bridge. "I thought you might like to see this, Doc." The voice was strangely high-pitched for so big a man. "Rather, I thought you would want to see this," he corrected himself. "Look at her go," he breathed. "Just look at her go." Nichols looked out over the port side. Half a mile away on the beam, the Cape Hatteras was blazing furiously, slowing to a stop. Some miles to the north, through the falling snow, he could barely distinguish the vague shape of the German cruiser, a shape pinpointed by the flaming guns still mercilessly pumping shells into the sinking ship. Every shot went home. The accuracy of their gunnery was fantastic. Half a mile astern, on the port quarter, the Ulysses was coming up. She was sheeted in foam and spray, the bows leaping almost clear of the water, then crashing down with a pistol-shot impact easily heard, even against the wind, on the bridge of the Cirrus, as the great engines thrust her through the water, faster, faster, with the passing of every second. Nichols gazed, fascinated. This was the first time he'd seen the Ulysses since he'd left her, and he was appalled. The entire upperworks, fore and aft, were a twisted, unbelievable shambles of broken steel. Both masts were gone, the smokestacks broken and bent, the director tower shattered and grotesquely askew. Smoke was still pluming up from the great holes in forecastle and poop. The after turrets, wrenched from their mountings, pitched crazily on the deck. The skeleton of the Condor still lay athwart Y turret. A Stuka was buried to the wings in the forecastle deck, and she was, he knew, split right down to the water level abreast the torpedo tubes. The Ulysses was something out of a nightmare. Steadying himself against the violent pitching of the destroyer, Nichols stared and stared, numbed with horror and disbelief. Orr looked at him, looked away as a messenger came to the bridge. "Rendezvous 10:15 hours," he read. 10:15? Good Lord! 25 minutes' time! You hear that, Doc? 25 minutes' time. "Yes, sir," Nichols said absently. He hadn't heard him. Orr looked at him, touched his arm, pointed to the Ulysses. "Bloody well incredible, isn't it?" he murmured. "I wish to God I was aboard her," Nichols muttered miserably. "Why did they send me—" "Look, what's that?" A huge flag, a flag 20 feet in length, was streaming out below the yardarm of the Ulysses, stretched taut in the wind of its passing. Nichols had never seen anything remotely like it. The flag was enormous, red and blue and whiter than the driving snow. "The battle ensign," Orr murmured. "Bill Turner's broken out the battle ensign." He shook his head in wonder. "It'd take time off to do that now." "Well, Doc, Only Turner would do that. You know him well? Nichols nodded silently. Me too, Orr said simply. We are both lucky men. The Cirrus was still doing 15 knots, still headed for the enemy, when the Ulysses passed them by a cable length away, as if they were stopped in the water. Long afterwards, Nichols could never describe it all accurately. He had a hazy memory of the Ulysses no longer plunging and lifting, but battering through waves and troughs on a steady, even keel, the deck angling back sharply from a rearing forefoot to the counter buried deep in the water, 15 feet below the great boiling, tortured sea of white that arched up in seething magnificence above the shattered poop deck. He could recall, too, that B turret was firing continuously, shell after shell, screaming away through the blinding snow, to burst in brilliant splendor over and on the German cruiser. For B turret had only star shells left. He carried, too, a vague mental picture of Turner waving ironically from the bridge, of the great ensign streaming stiffly astern, already torn and tattered at the edges. But what he could never forget, what he would hear in his heart and mind as long as he lived, was the tremendous frightening roar of the great boiler room intake fans as they sucked in mighty draughts of air for the starving engines. For the Ulysses was driving through the heavy seas at maximum power at a speed that should have broken her shuddering back, should have burnt out the great engines. There was no doubt as to Turner's intentions. He was going to ram the enemy, to destroy him and take him with him, at a speed of just on or over 40 incredible knots. Nichols gazed, and did not know what to think. He felt sick at heart, for that ship was part of him now. His good friends, especially the Kapok Kid, for he did not know that the Kid was already dead. They, too, were part of him, and it is always terrible to see the end of a legend, to see it die, to see it going into the gulfs. But he felt, too, a strange exultation. She was dying, but what a way to die! And if ships had hearts, had souls, as the old sailing men declared, surely the Ulysses would want it this way too. She was still doing 40 knots when, as if by magic, a great gaping hole appeared in her bows just above the waterline. Shellfire possibly, but unlikely at that angle. It must have been a torpedo from the U-boat, not yet located. A sudden dip of the bows could have coincided with the upthrust of a heavy sea, forcing a torpedo to the surface. Such things had happened before. Rarely, but they happened. The Ulysses brushed aside the torpedo, ignored the grievous wound, ignored the heavy shells crashing into her, and kept on going. She was still doing 40 knots, diving in under the guns of the enemy, guns at maximum depression, when A magazine blew up, blasted off the entire bows in one shattering detonation. For a second, the lightened forecastle reared high into the air, then it plunged down, deep down, into the shoulder of a rolling sea. She plunged down and kept on going down, driving down to the black floor of the Arctic, driven down by the madly spinning screws. 18. The air was warm and kind and still. The sky was blue, a deep and wonderful blue, with little puffs of cotton-wool cloud drifting lazily to the far horizon. The street gardens, the hanging bird-cage flower baskets, spilled over with blue and yellow and red and gold, all the delicate pastel shades and tints he had almost forgotten had ever existed. Every now and then, an old man or a hurrying housewife, or a young man with a laughing girl on his arm, would stop to admire them, then walk on again, the better for having seen them. The nesting birds were singing, clear and sweet above the distant roar of the traffic, and Big Ben was booming the hour as Johnny Nichols climbed awkwardly out of the taxi, paid off the driver, and hobbled slowly up the marble steps. His face, carefully expressionless, the sentry saluted, opened the heavy swing door. Nichols passed inside, looked around the huge hall, saw that both sides were lined with heavy, imposing doors. At the far end, beneath the great curve of the stairs, and overhanging the widely convex counter of the type usually found in banks, hung a sign. Typist Pool. Inquiries. The tip-tap of the crutches sounded unnaturally loud on the marble floor as he limped over to the counter. Very touching and melodramatic, Nichols, he thought dispassionately. Just the audience are having their money's worth. Half a dozen typists had stopped work, as if by command, were staring at him in open curiosity, hands resting limply on their machines. A trim young wren, red-haired and shirt-sleeved, came to the counter. "Can I help you, sir?" The quiet voice, the blue eyes, were soft with concern. Nichols, catching a glimpse of himself in a mirror behind her, a glimpse of a scuffed uniform jacket over a grey fisherman's jersey, of blurred, sunken eyes and gaunt, pale cheeks, admitted wryly to himself that he couldn't blame her. He didn't have to be a doctor to know that he was in pretty poor shape. "My name is Nichols. Surgeon Lieutenant Nichols. I have an appointment." "Lieutenant Nichols? HMS Ulysses?" The girl drew in her breath sharply. "Of course, sir. They're expecting you." Nichols looked at her, looked at the wrens sitting motionless in their chairs, caught the intense, wondering expression in their eyes, the awed gaze with which one would regard beings from another planet. It made him feel vaguely uncomfortable. "Upstairs, I suppose?" He hadn't meant to sound so brusque. "No, sir." The wren came quietly round the counter. They heard you'd been wounded, sir," she murmured apologetically. "Just across the hall here, please." She smiled at him, slowed her step to match his halting walk. She knocked, held open the door, announced him to someone he couldn't see, and closed the door softly behind him when he had passed through. There were 3 men in the room. The one man he recognized, Vice Admiral Starr, came forward to meet him. He looked older, far more tired than when Nichols had last seen him, hardly a fortnight previously. "How are you, Nichols?" he asked. "Not walking so well, I see." Under the assurance, the thin joviality so flat and misplaced, the harsh edge of strain burred unmistakably. "Come and sit down." He led Nichols across to the table, long, big, and covered with leather. Behind the table, framed against huge wall maps, sat 2 men. Starr introduced them. One, big, beefy, red of face, was in full uniform, the sleeves ablaze with the broad band and 4 stripes of an admiral of the fleet. The other was a civilian, a small, stocky man, with iron-grey hair, eyes still and wise and old. Nichols recognized him immediately, would have known anyway from the deference of both the admirals. He reflected wryly that the Navy was indeed doing him proud. Such receptions were not for all. But they seemed reluctant to begin the reception, Nichols thought. He had forgotten the shock his appearance must give. Finally, the grey-haired man cleared his throat. "How's the leg, boy?" he asked. "Looks pretty bad to me." His voice was low, but alive with controlled authority. "Not too bad, thank you, sir," Nichols answered. 2-3 weeks should see me back on the job." "You're taking 2 months, laddie," said the grey-haired man quietly. "More if you want it." He smiled faintly. "If anyone asks, Just tell him I said so. Cigarette? He flicked the big table lighter, sat back in his chair. Temporarily he seemed at a loss as to what to say next. Then he looked up abruptly. Had a good trip home? Very fair, sir. VIP treatment all the way. Moscow, Tehran, Cairo, Jib. Nichols' mouth twisted. Much more comfortable than the trip out. He paused, inhaled deeply on his cigarette, looked levelly across the table. I would have preferred to come home in the cirrus. No doubt, Starr broke in acidly. But we cannot afford to cater for the personal prejudices of all and sundry. We were anxious to have a first-hand account of FR77, and particularly the Ulysses, as soon as possible. Nichols' hands clenched on the edge of his chair. The anger had leapt in him like a flame, and he knew that the man opposite was watching closely. Slowly he relaxed, looked at the grey-haired man, interrogative eyebrows mutely asking confirmation. The grey-haired man nodded. Just tell us all you know, he said kindly. Everything. About everything. Take your time. From the beginning? Nichols asked in a low voice. From the beginning. Nichols told them. He would have liked to tell the story, right as it fell out, from the convoy before FR77, straight through to the end. He did his best, but it was a halting story, strangely lacking in conviction. The atmosphere, the surroundings were wrong. The contrast between the peaceful warmth of these rooms and the inhuman cold and cruelty of the Arctic was an immense gulf that could be bridged only by experience and understanding. Down here, in the heart of London, the wild, incredible tale he had to tell fell falsely, incredibly, even on his own ears. Halfway through, he looked at his listeners, almost gave up. Incredulity? No, it wasn't that. At least, not with the grey-haired man and the Admiral of the fleet. Just a baffled incomprehension, an honest failure to understand. It wasn't so bad when he stuck to the ascertainable facts, the facts of carriers crippled by seas, of carriers mined, stranded, and torpedoed. The facts of the great storm, of the desperate struggle to survive. The facts of the gradual attrition of the convoy, of the terrible dying of the 2 gasoline tankers, of the U-boats and bombers sent to the bottom, of the Ulysses battering through the snowstorm at 40 knots, blown up by the German cruiser, of the arrival of the battle squadron, of the flight of the cruiser before it could inflict further damage, of the rounding up of the scattered convoy, of the curtain of Russian fighters in the Barents Sea, of the ultimate arrival in the Kola Inlet of the battered remnants of FR77. 5 ships in all. It was when he came to less readily ascertainable facts, to statements that could never be verified at all, that he sensed the doubt, the something more than wonder. He told the story as calmly, as unemotionally as he could. The story of Ralston of the fighting lights and the searchlights, of his father and family, of Riley, the ringleader of the mutiny, and his refusal to leave the shaft tunnel, of Peterson, who had killed a Marine and gladly given his own life, of McQuater and Chrysler and Doyle and a dozen others. For a second, his own voice broke uncertainly as he told the story of the half-dozen survivors from the Ulysses, picked up by the Cirrus soon afterwards. He told how Brooks had given his life jacket to an ordinary seaman, who amazingly survived 15 minutes in that water. How Turner, wounded in head and arm, had supported a dazed Spicer till the Cirrus came plunging alongside, had passed a bowline round him, and was gone before anything could be done. How Carrington, that enduring man of iron, A balk of splintered timber under his arms had held 2 men above water till rescue came. Both men, Preston was one, had died later. Carrington had climbed the rope, unaided, clambered over the guardrails, dangling a left leg with the foot blown off above the ankle. Carrington would survive. Carrington was indestructible. Finally, Doyle, too, was gone. They had thrown him a rope, but he had not seen it, for he was blind. But what the 3 men really wanted to know, Nichols realized, was how the Ulysses had been, how a crew of mutineers had borne themselves. He had told them, he knew, things of wonder and of splendor, and they could not reconcile these with men who would take up arms against their own ship, in effect, against their own king. So Nichols tried to tell them, then knew, as he tried, that he could never tell them. For what was there to tell? That Valerie had spoken to the men over the broadcast system, how he had gone among them and made them almost as himself on that grim, exhausting tour of inspection, how he had spoken of them as he died, and how, most of all, his death had made them men again. For that was all that there was to tell, and these things were just nothing at all. With sudden insight, Nichols saw that the meaning of that strange transformation of the men of the Ulysses, a transformation of bitter, broken men to men above themselves, could neither be explained nor understood, for all the meaning was in Valerie, and Valerie was dead. Nichols felt tired now, desperately so. He knew he was far from well. His mind was cloudy, hazy in retrospect, and he was mixing things up. His sense of chronological time was gone. He was full of hesitations and uncertainties. Suddenly, he was overwhelmed by the futility of it all, and he broke off slowly, his voice trailing into silence. Vaguely, he heard the grey-haired man ask something in a quiet voice, and he muttered aloud, unthinking, "What was that? What did you say?" The grey-haired man was looking at him strangely. The face of the Admiral behind the table was impassive. Stars, he saw, was open in disbelief. "I only said they were the best crew God ever gave a captain," Nichols murmured. "I see." The old, tired eyes looked at him steadily, but there was no other comment. Fingers drumming on the table, he looked slowly at the 2 admirals, then back to Nichols again. "Take things easy for a minute, boy. If you'll just excuse us." He rose to his feet, walked slowly over to the big bay windows at the other end of the long room, the others following. Nichols made no move, did not even look after them. He sat slumped in the chair, looking dejectedly, unseeingly, at the crutches on the floor between his feet. From time to time, he could hear a murmur of voices. Star's high-pitched voice, carried most clearly. "Mutiny ship, sir. Never the same again. Better this way." There was a murmured reply, too low to catch. Then he heard Star saying, "Finished as a fighting unit." The grey-haired man said something rapidly, his tone sharp with disagreement, but the words were blurred. Then the deep, heavy voice of the Fleet Admiral said something about expiation, and the grey-haired man nodded slowly. Then Star looked at him over his shoulder, and Nichols knew they were talking about him. He thought he heard the words, "not well," and "frightful strain," but perhaps he was imagining it. Anyway, he no longer cared. He was anxious for one thing only, and that was to be gone. He felt an alien in an alien land, and whether they believed him or not no longer mattered. He did not belong here, where everything was so sane and commonplace and real, and withal a world of shadows. He wondered what the Kapok Kid would have said had he been here, and smiled in fond reminiscence. The language would have been terrible, the comments rich and barbed and pungent. Then he wondered what Valerie would have said, and he smiled again at the simplicity of it all. For Valerie would have said, "Do not judge them, for they do not understand." Gradually, he became aware that the murmuring had ceased, that the three men were standing above him. His smile faded, and he looked up slowly to see them looking down strangely at him, their eyes full of concern. "I'm damnably sorry, boy," the grey-haired man said sincerely. "You're a sick man, and we've asked far too much of you." "A drink, Nichols?" "It was most remit—" "No, thank you, sir." Nichols straightened himself in his chair. "I'll be perfectly all right." He hesitated. Is there anything else?" "No, nothing at all." The smile was genuine, friendly. "You've been a great help to us, Lieutenant. A great help. And a fine report. Thank you very much indeed." A liar and a gentleman, Nichols thought gratefully. He struggled to his feet, reached out for his crutches. He shook hands with Starr and the Admiral of the fleet, and said goodbye. The grey-haired man accompanied him to the door, his hand beneath Nichols' arm. At the door, Nichols paused. "Sorry to bother you, but when do I begin my leave, sir?" "As from now," the other said emphatically. "And have a good time. God knows you've earned it, my boy." "Where are you going?" "Henley, sir." "Henley? I could have sworn you were Scots." "I am, sir. I have no family." "Oh. A girl, Lieutenant?" Nichols nodded silently. The grey-haired man clapped him on the shoulder and smiled gently. "Pretty, I'll be bound." Nichols looked at him, looked away to where the sentry was already holding open the street doors, and gathered up his crutches. "I don't know, sir," he said quietly. "I don't know at all. I've never seen her." He tip-tapped his way across the marble flags, passed through the heavy doors, and glimpsed out into the sunshine. You have been listening to HMS Ulysses by Alistair MacLean, read by Peter Joyce. Thank you for listening to this production from Soundings Limited. If you have enjoyed this recording, please write to us at 48 Roxburgh Terrace, Whitley Bay, NE 26 1DS, or contact your local Ulverscroft large print book agent, and you will be sent a complete catalogue